At the beginning of the story, some men were running. When they arrived at their destination, they see a person wrapped around some clothing and sitting close to a bonfire. The man who seems to be their leader brings out a knife and throws it at the person. To the leader's surprise, there was no one in the cloth. When he turns around, he sees a young boy looking at him. This boy is the target of the man and his team. The boy was shocked that they tried to ambush him. He said that since they tried to ambush him, he has a reason to kill them. The boy picks up his arrow and broke a tree branch. The man and his team laughed at the boy. They asked him what he was going to use the branch to do. As they continued laughing, one of the man's teammates got his head destroyed by the branch. The man couldn't believe what he just saw. One of his teammates shouts that the boy is using this. Immediately he says this. The boy shot him down. The leader could only look in fear. Before he knew it, all his teammates were dead. When it was his turn to die, he begged the boy to spare him. The boy told him that if he has the intention to kill, then he should be prepared to die too. The boy used his tree branch to blow the man's head away. After killing them, the boy packed up his clothes and put out the bonfire. As he was about to leave, the boy said that compared to what Darien said, the human world is boring to him. After the boy left, we are taken to a meeting. The meeting was held by high-ranking priests of a church. In the meeting, the priests said that the forest of roots still has traces of demonic energy, but the barriers they set will stop it from spreading out. The problem they had was that they could not use the huge amount of land the forest possessed. While they were discussing, a man who seems to be their leader said that if the forest is filled with demonic energy that no one can survive, why don't they just send people who need to die there? The priests were shocked to hear this. The leader said that since they are certain troublesome people they can't handle, won't it be easy for them to banish those people to the forest? When the priests heard this, they immediately accepted the idea. In the next scene, we see a knight holding a woman. He tells her that the seed of darkness has sprouted in her baby. The baby is given to a bunch of priests. The priests prayed on him and he began to glow. The mother called the baby's name, which was Helmut. The Forest of Roots was a place that no genius scholar, brave commander, or incredible mage can survive. Every criminal that entered this place has dropped dead. If anyone by chance makes it out of the forest, their sins will be forgiven. Helmut woke up in the forest and began to cry. The forest was filled with demonic energy. The coldness and hunger was too much for him to bear, but the boy was able to overcome it thanks to the seed he had inside him. The seed provided an energy that protected him. 10 days passed and the boy still pushed through. A leopard approached him. The leopard picked him up and left. 10 years later, we see Helmut chasing after a rabbit. He successfully held the rabbit down. He tells the leopard called Ilaga to look at what he achieved. Ilaga approached Helmut and killed the rabbit. She asked Helmut if he has gotten used to hunting. Helmut says he can only hunt rabbits for now. After killing the rabbit, Ilaga brought out an odd-looking object out of it. She told Helmut that the object is called a core and all demonic beasts have them. She said that if one eats a core, it will recharge their core and increase their lifespan. Helmut was going to collect it from her, but she kicks him away with her tail. Helmut started crying. He said that he is the one that is supposed to eat the core because he hunted the rabbit. Ilaga told him that he can't eat it because he is not a demonic beast, and if he should eat it, he will become a demonic beast, and if that happens he will have to live in the forest forever. Helmut says that it doesn't matter if he eats the core because there is no way he is getting out of the forest. Ilaga tells him that there is a way out of the forest. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He asked Ilaga how this was possible because she said it was impossible to do. Ilaga said that she didn't think it was possible, but someone told her that it is possible. Helmut asked her who told her. Ilaga said that a human she met before. Helmut was shocked to hear this. Ilaga told him that he shouldn't bother to find the human because he is probably already dead. Helmut asked her if she saw him die with her own eyes. Ilaga said that the human was a very strong person in the past, but he has grown old. She said that no matter how strong a human is, they will grow weaker because they can't endure the demonic energy in the forest. The reason Helmut can't feel it is because he has a seed of darkness. Ilaga said that the last time she met the human he was already old, and if he is still alive then he would be 90 years old. Helmut asked her where she met the human. She tries to hit Helmut with a stick when he asked this question. She said that Helmut already wants to leave her after she raised and fed him. She told him that the man might not be there when gets there. Helmut said he will come back if he doesn't meet anyone. Ilaga was angry to hear this. She told Helmut that the place is east from their location. She told him to do whatever he wants. Immediately Helmut heard the location. He began to run. Ilaga was shocked that he actually left. She said that she doesn't care if he dies. Helmut was happy to hear that there was another human in this forest apart from him. When Helmut arrived there, he saw a fence made out of woods. He jumped over the fence and saw a house. When he landed, the house made him believe that a human lives there, since it is only them that can make such a construction. While looking around, Helmut gets his face pinned to the ground by a man. The man asked Helmut who he was and who sent him. Helmut said that Ilaga sent him here and she was the one who told him that a human stays here. The man recognized Ilaga's name. He released Helmut and asked what he wants. The man told Helmut that if he came to see another human then he should just leave. Helmut said that the reason he came here is because he wants to leave this forest. The man introduced himself as Darien. He asked Helmut if he really wants to escape. Helmut replied that Ilaga told him that he knows a way out of the forest. Darien asked him why he wants to leave. He says that the outside world is not as peaceful or beautiful as Helmut thinks. Helmut asked Darien how the outside world is. Darien said that in the outside world people don't have claws or fangs. They have weak bodies, but they are very cunning and cruel in exchange. They also tend to join forces and betray each other when needed. Darien asked Helmut if he was born in the forest. Helmut said that he was sent here as a baby. Darien immediately understood that Helmut has a seed of darkness. Darien told Helmut that the fact that he wasn't killed when people found out he had a seed of darkness means that he was born into a powerful family and is a noble. Helmut didn't know what a noble was. He told Helmut that the reason he was left in the forest was because of his seed of darkness. He said that as long as the seed is in Helmut's body he will be chased and hunted down after he gets out of the forest. Darien asked Helmut if he still wants to leave the forest. Helmut says he does. When Darien heard this he picks up Helmut. Helmut asked him what he was doing. Darien tells him that if he wants to live in the human world, he has to first become one. He said that he will turn Helmut into a human. Helmut asked Darien what he has to do to get out of the forest. Darien said that he has to get through the forest barrier. He told Helmut that it is impossible with his current strength and he should forget about it for now. He said that after Helmut becomes stronger, he will introduce him to the person that will help him get out. Helmut asked him how he could get stronger. Darien told him to just follow his command and he will get stronger. At Darien's house, he gives Helmut a broom to sweep the ground. Helmut says that he doesn't want to. Darien said that all humans do it, so Helmut must do it. Helmut asked Darien how he could live in a house that is so dirty. Darien asked him if he wants to continue to live the forest. When Helmut heard this, he reluctantly began to sweep. When Helmut was done sweeping, Darien shows him his bed. Helmut was so happy that he got a bed. He asked Darien if he could sleep immediately. Darien told him that they had a lot to do. He gave Helmut some clothes to wear. He warned him not to damage them because he made it out of his own clothes and he doesn't have plenty to spare. Darien takes Helmut outside to harvest some plants. He told Helmut that he is going to teach him what to eat and how to make things edible. Darien takes out a plant from his bag. He tells Helmut that all the organisms in this forest have cores, and even if one takes out their cores, the organisms still have demonic energy in them. The only way to completely purify the demonic energy is by getting it cleansed in water. After cleansing it, he gave Helmut to eat. Helmut was shocked that it was actually edible. After showing this to Helmut, Darien decided to return home. The next day, Helmut was angry that Darien sent him to fetch water by using the excuse that he needs to act like a human. While Helmut was thinking about his situation, something was looking at him at his back. The thing attacked him and it turns out to be Ilaga. She asked Helmut what he was doing. Helmut said that Darien asked him to fetch water. Ilaga was shocked to hear this because Helmut never listened to her. Helmut said that he is doing it because Darien promised to make him stronger. Ilaga asked him what he wants to do when he becomes stronger. Helmut said that he is going to leave the forest because he is not a demonic beast. Ilaga asked Helmut if he expects something good to happen to him when he gets to the human world. Helmut said that he doesn't know what will happen, but he is sure that nothing will happen to him if he stays in this forest. After fetching the water, Helmut left Ilaga. As Helmut was leaving, Ilaga couldn't help but feel sad. At Darien's house, Helmut is practicing a difficult stance while Darien pours the water he fetched on him. Helmut begged Darien to stop the training. Darien asked Helmut if he wants to leave the forest. When Helmut heard this, he continued the stance. Darien was surprised that Helmut was lasting longer than he expected. He says that apart from the seed of darkness, Helmut was born with talent. At sunset, Helmut finally gave up. Darien picked him up and cooked some food. Helmut wasn't excited to eat the food until he tasted it. He rushed to finish the food. He couldn't believe how delicious the soup was. While they were eating, Darien stands up. He tells Helmut that he should listen to him while he eats. He said that Helmut wants to get stronger to leave the forest, but he is not a demonic beast. He is just a weak human with limits. Because of this, he has decided to teach Helmut how to use a sword. Darien picked up a wooden sword and told Helmut to watch carefully. He gently moved the sword in a beautiful pattern before he swung it with so much force that Helmut thought that he saw the sword produce lightning. Darien used the wooden sword to smash a boulder into pieces. Helmut was so shocked to see this. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Helmut asked Darien about the lightning he saw. Darien told him that the energy he saw is called vis, an invisible source of power that only humans can use. He said that the seed of darkness in Helmut's body is also another source of power like vis. Helmut was very happy to see this power. He told Darien that he wanted to learn how to use it. Darien smacked Helmut's head and told him that his body is not yet prepared to use vis. He needed to get a proper understanding of a sword first. Darien told him that the way of the sword is hard and it can cause a lot of pain, but if he should stick to training, he will definitely become strong. Helmut accepted Darien's offer without a second thought. While training, Darien told Helmut to improve his forms. Helmut shouted at Darien and told him he was doing it correctly. Darien told him to watch his tone and address him respectfully. Helmut immediately changed his tone. He asked Darien what problem was. Darien told Helmut to think of the problem himself. Helmut said he didn't know the problem at all. Darien was upset to hear this. He asked Helmut if he has to explain everything to him. Helmut was angry to hear this. He said Darien must explain to him because he doesn't understand anything. Darien found Helmut to be a strange kid because Helmut had no appreciation for learning, yet he learnt most things very fast. Darien found Helmut strange because the seed of darkness which is in his body usually makes people violent and crazy, but Helmut is a rational kid who is more logical than most adults, and he is quite tenacious and doesn't give up easily. Darien believed that there was something different about Helmut. He decided to offer Helmut training advice. He attacked Helmut on his hand twice. He then asked Helmut if he understood the problem with his form now. Helmut said he didn't understand a thing. Darien told him that if he doesn't do his best to understand the problem, there will be no dinner for him. Helmut was terrified to hear this. He begged Darien to wait while he thought of his issue. When Helmut thought about it, he realized that the amount of pain he experienced when he was hit were different. He found out that Darien hit him in different places and at different speeds. This was odd to Helmut because Darien used the same movement to hit him, yet the pain was different. Darien told him that his problem was that he was imitating the form, and that isn't enough. He said that Helmut needs to know the difference in his muscles, the tremors in his fingertips, the speed, the flow, and the movement that follows, and more importantly, he needs to understand the sword and his mind. Darien told him that only when he has these things under his control will he truly have learnt something. He said that Helmut must devote his heart and soul to each movement he makes in order to truly understand the sword. He told him that all he is doing right now is meaninglessly swinging his arms, and this does not make him a swordsman. He is simply a woodcutter. After hearing what Darien said, Helmut continued to practice. After he was done, Helmut went to the river. There he met Ilaga. Ilaga was shocked to see that Helmut had built up muscles from training. When Helmut sat on the ground, he asked Ilaga why Darien said he was indebted to her. Ilaga said that she gave Darien special permission to live in her forest. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He asked Ilaga why she allowed Darien to live in the forest because she doesn't like anyone living close to her. He asked Ilaga if she didn't want to fight Darien. Ilaga was angry to hear this. She told Helmut that she is the owner of the central area of this forest and she will fight anyone who challenges her. Immediately after she says this, she told Helmut that the reason she didn't want to fight Darien was because she was being cautious. She didn't want to be tired from the fight and killed by a snake. Helmut realized that the snake Ilaga was referring to was Naho, a two-headed snake in the southern region of the forest. Helmut asked her that if she was to fight Darien without any interruptions, would she win? Ilaga thought about it and said that she is not sure. This is because demonic beasts like them usually expose their demonic energy so they can instinctively tell if they will win, but it is different with humans because they can hide their energy. Helmut was shocked to hear that Ilaga couldn't win. Ilaga corrected Helmut and told him that she simply isn't certain, and the reason she allowed Darien to live in her part of the forest is because Naho hates Darien. Helmut asked Ilaga why Naho hates Darien. Ilaga told Helmut that Darien destroyed a disgusting area that Naho built up. Helmut was curious about the disgusting area. Ilaga decided to carry him on her back and show him. She took Helmut to a farm, but it was an unusual farm because it was a place where humans are being reared. Helmut was very shocked to see a farm where humans were being reared. In the farm, one of the men carrying a heavy load accidentally dropped it on the ground, and for this, the man was beaten. Helmut didn't understand why the man was beaten. He asked Ilaga what the man did wrong. Ilaga said that the man was not working properly and for this he had to be punished. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He sees some girls in the farm and Ilaga why they look different from him. Ilaga told him that those girls are human females and he is a male. She said that Naho prefers the meat of women because they are tender and for that he makes men work while he feeds on the women. Among the humans in the farm, Ilaga points to a bald man and calls him the leader of the humans. This man called Erugo saw the man that was being beaten for his mistake and told the men to forget about the man and prepare the sacrifices for Naho. He looks at one of the girls and removes her from the group of sacrifices. He tells her that he will let her live longer if she satisfies him. Helmut was shocked that such a man was the leader of the humans. Ilaga told him that she doesn't know how the man does it, but he is able to find humans that have entered into the forest, and if he had found Helmut, he would have also become a slave. Helmut asked Ilaga why she saved him and why she doesn't treat him like a slave. Ilaga said that she saved Helmut so that Naho's human livestock won't increase. Helmut smiled because he knew that Ilaga was lying. After their conversation, Ilaga decided to return back home. When she turned around, she sensed some demonic energy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Naho attacked her. She stood her ground and pushed Naho back. Naho stood up and Helmut was scared because of the demonic energy he felt. Naho asked Ilaga if she was raising Helmut. He told her to eat Helmut while he is still young because that is when males are delicious, and if she does not eat him she can give Helmut to him. Ilaga said that he only eats females so Helmut won't taste good. Naho said that he actually does not want to eat Helmut at all, but he had one issue with Helmut and that was his smell. When Naho got Helmut's scent he asked him how he knew Darien. Ilaga immediately pushed Naho away. Naho told her to calm down and that he was just angry because of what Darien did to his farm some years ago. Ilaga told him that Helmut does not know Darien and he only took Darien's clothes to wear. Naho told Helmut that he is lucky because if he knew Darien, he would have killed him. When Ilaga heard this she released a lot of energy and told Naho that if he tries anything she will rip him into shreds. Naho got scared and told Ilaga that there was no need for such action. He told Ilaga that he has no interest in fighting her. He told her to leave his territory and never come back. After saying this he left. When he left, Helmut fainted from the fear he experienced. When he regained consciousness, Ilaga told him not to set foot in Naho's territory and he should stay near Darien. When Helmut heard this, he was sad. He asked Ilaga if he could become as strong as she and Darien. Ilaga told him that Darien is strong. She said that she doesn't know how strong he is, but she knows that he is at a level most humans cannot get to even if they struggled their whole lives. She told Helmut that if he wants to get out of this forest, he has to do his best to become stronger. After saying this, she decided to leave because she could feel Darien approaching them. When Darien met Helmut, he told him to follow him home. Helmut was happy to see Darien. He was very happy to know that he had two people to watch over him. In the next scene, we see Helmut crying in pain. In that moment, he remembered the conversation he had with Darien. Darien gave him some herbs to eat every night before he went to bed. Helmut asked him what kind of herbs they were, and Darien told him that they are poisonous herbs. Helmut was angry to hear this. He was about to shout at Darien, but Darien quickly hit him with his vis. He told Helmut that the herbs are meant to suppress his seed of darkness. Helmut ate poisonous herbs every night before he slept, but he did not know it would cause him extreme pain. He couldn't do anything but scream in pain. In the next scene we see Helmut training with a wooden sword. While he was training, Darien approached him. He was surprised that Helmut was enjoying sword training. Helmut said that his vision has become better and his body has become much lighter. He asked Darien if it was thanks to the poisonous herbs that he experienced such changes. Darien told him that it could be thanks to the demonic environment. He asked Helmut if he could no longer feel the pain from the poison. Helmut said that he doesn't feel anything and his body usually feels refreshed in the morning. When Darien heard this, he realized that it had been a few months since Helmut began to consume the herbs. He asked Helmut if he could remember the energy he called vis. He told Helmut that if one's body is not on the basic level, one cannot learn how to use vis, and that was why he didn't teach Helmut how to use it, because his body was not yet on that level, but now Helmut was in the right level. Upon seeing this, Darien has decided to teach Helmut how to use vis. Darien picked up his wooden sword and covered it in vis. When Darien did this, Helmut felt an unknown pressure. Darien told Helmut to melt the energy in the atmosphere into his body. He should control it freely and he should use his sword to incarnate the energy. After saying this, Darien told Helmut to pick up his sword. He told Helmut that he should keep breathing deeply while he is fighting him. Helmut has to do this in order to absorb the energy. After saying this, Darien attacked Helmut with vis. He told Helmut to be careful of the flow of the energy, because if he does not handle it well, his body will break. After Helmut managed to block the attack, Darien closed the gap between them and attacked Helmut. Helmut managed to dodge the attack. He asked Darien if he was actually trying to kill him. After saying this, Helmut did his best to breathe steadily. When he regained his composure, he rushed to attack Darien. Darien easily brushes the attacks. He told Helmut to feel the energy around him and control it. Helmut tried to feel it, but he was pushed back. Darien told him not to worry because no one can get it perfectly on their first try, so he and Helmut have to continue fighting like this every day in order for Helmut to achieve it. As time passed, Helmut continued to train hard every day. Slowly he was able to feel the energy in his body and eventually he was able to control this. 4 years later, we see Helmut cutting down the trees in the forest with his wooden sword. When he was done with his training, Darien came to meet him. He told Helmut that he has gotten a bit better at using vis. Helmut asked Darien to duel with him so he can improve. Darien told him to first show him his vis. When Helmut brought out his vis, Darien was surprised. He couldn't believe that Helmut would be able to manifest vis at such a young age. He knew Helmut had the seed of darkness, but he was very sure that Helmut was quite talented. He was sure that Helmut would change the world, but he wasn't certain if it would be a good or evil change. After seeing his vis, Darien realized that it was time to let Helmut go to the outside world.
Darien told Helmut that it is time for him to leave. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He told Darien that he is not yet strong enough to go outside. Darien told Helmut that he will not be able to pass through the divine barrier if his seed of darkness continues to grow. He asked Helmut to listen to him carefully. He told Helmut that the human world is on the south side of the Forest of Roots. He told Helmut that he has to pass through the divine barrier to reach the human world. He revealed to Helmut that there is a weak spot in the divine barrier which may allow him to pass and enter the human world. He told Helmut that he will be able to pass through if he can withstand the weakened barrier. Helmut asked Darien for the location of the barrier. Darien told Helmut that he does not know where the weakened barrier is. He told Helmut that he was never interested in finding it. He told Helmut that Erugo, who leads the human farm, is the only person who knows the location of the weakened barrier. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He remembered how scary and powerful manhwa was. He was surprised to hear that Erugo knew the location of the weakened barrier. Darien told Helmut that he will experience countless things once he steps into the human world. He knew that Helmut would see these things as exciting and outstanding. He told Helmut that tragedy can strike any time. He told Helmut that he cannot stop tragedy by having his guard up, and he cannot avoid it. He told Helmut that in his time of pain, he will experience frustration and despair, and he may even want to reach out to the darkness within him. Darien placed his hand on Helmut's shoulder and begged him to not lose himself any time he feels lost. After saying this to Helmut, Darien asked Helmut if he has any questions for him. Upon seeing how Darien was speaking, Helmut asked Darien if he has no intentions of leaving the forest. Darien coughed and told Helmut that he has no interest at all. After saying this, he told Helmut that he wants to take a nap. He told Helmut that he has something for him. He asked Helmut to visit him in the morning. He turned around and told Helmut that he wants to spend some time alone. Helmut did not know what was wrong with Darien, but he could sense that something was wrong with his master. At night, we see Helmut sitting by the riverside. Alaga comes to greet him. She noticed that Helmut was not happy despite getting close to his lifelong dream. Helmut told Alaga that he can finally leave the forest, but he is feeling complicated. He asked Alaga about why he is feeling so weird. Alaga was surprised to hear this. She told Helmut that the feelings he has is proof that he is slowly becoming human. The next morning, Helmut and Alaga went to visit Darien's cabin. When Helmut opened the door, he sees Darien sitting in a lotus position with a sword and bag in front of him. Helmut noticed that Darien's eyes were closed. He was terrified to see this. He called out for Darien, but Darien did not respond. Helmut already had a feeling that Darien was dying. After seeing Darien's body, Helmut realized that it is time for him to leave the forest. He picked up the bag and sword which Darien left for him. He looked at Darien's body and told Darien that he will always remember him. Helmut was completely heartbroken that his master, who was like a father to him, had passed away. He put himself together and stepped out of the cabin. Alaga was not surprised to see that Darien had passed away. Helmut asked her if she already knew about it. Alaga told him that Darien already told her that he was dying. Alaga noticed the sad expression on Helmut's face. She told Helmut to not be sad. She told him that Darien lived and died as his lifespan dictated. She asked Helmut to not feel guilty about Darien's death. Alaga decided to give Helmut a package to cheer him up. She told him that the package came with him when he entered the forest. When Helmut untied the cloth, he saw a gold necklace inside. Alaga told Helmut that the necklace is made of raw gold, which is a rare metal. She told Helmut that he must be a child of a noble family. When Helmut opened the necklace, he saw a message inside. The message was written by Margaret Freen. In the message, Margaret prayed that there will be light in Helmut's path. Alaga asked Helmut if Margaret is the leader of his family. Helmut told Alaga that Margaret is probably his mother. Alaga told Helmut to find Margaret once he arrives in the human world. Alaga told Helmut that Naho is in hibernation, so he won't sense it if he enters his territory. The only way for him to wake up is if there is a huge commotion. Alaga told Helmut that she cannot enter Naho's territory because he will sense her. Helmut told her not to worry about it. He told her that he can handle it by himself. He picked up his bag and began to walk. As he walked forward, he told Alaga to live long. Alaga smiled when she heard this. She asked Helmut to take care of himself. The scene shifts and we see Erugo moving around the farm. He steps into a room and used his magic to lit a candle. The moment he lit the candle, Helmut came out of hiding and put a sword to Erugo's neck. Black magic is an evil power that can make a weak mage strong. Among numerous mage, there are people who cross the boundaries that they are not meant to in order to get strong magic and power. Erugo was a mage that was always envious and jealous of others. He dreamt of becoming the strongest mage, but he chose the path of black magic because he felt that he was not talented enough. In order for Erugo to accomplish his goals, the dark emotions of humans were needed. Erugo got this emotions via activities like human trafficking and kidnapping. The suffering and fears that came out of his materials made Erugo more evil and powerful. However, because of a certain mage's pursuit, Erugo's atrocities were exposed to the world. Erugo was captured and sentenced to death or exile. Because Erugo did not want to be executed immediately, he chose to be exiled to the Forest of Roots. Eventually he met Naho in the forest. Irugo got Naho's permission to stay within his territory in return for sacrifices. Irugo used his magic to gather all the humans in the forest. After that, the humans submitted themselves to Naho so that they would not die immediately. That was how the human farm was created. Irugo became the king of the farm while the other humans were treated as mere livestock. Naho never interfered in Irugo's work as long as he got his sacrifices. Due to this, Irugo became ambitious again. The only time Irugo was ever worried was winter season because the surrounding demonic beasts attack the farm anytime Naho goes into hibernation. Despite his challenges, Irugo really enjoyed his new life. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Irugo and Helmut. Irugo asked Helmut about what he wants. Helmut asked him to give him the method to leave the forest. Irugo was surprised to hear this. He called Helmut a nasty brat. He asked Helmut if he is Darien's disciple. Helmut did not answer him. He asked Irugo to tell him the way out of the forest. Irugo did not see a reason to fulfill Helmut's wish. Helmut moved his sword closer to Irugo's neck and gave Irugo a small cut. Helmut told Irugo to answer him if he does not want to die. Irugo told Helmut that Naho will wake up if he dies and he will kill Helmut. Irugo asked Helmut if he can take on Naho. Helmut told him that it does not matter. He told Irugo that nobody will be able to revive him if he dies. Irugo was shocked to hear this. He told Helmut to not be reckless. He told Helmut that he's the only one who knows how to get out of the forest. Helmut told Irugo to stop lying. Darien had told Helmut that mages like to record what they do. Helmut knew that he could find the book he wants if he simply looks around. He told Irugo that he only asked him to make the work easier. Irugo was shocked to hear this. He realized that Helmut was not joking around. He accepted Helmut's wish. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Irugo going down a stairs. Irugo asked Helmut for his name. Helmut told him to mind his own business. Irugo told Helmut that the method he wants to use has never been done before and it is only possible in theory. Irugo told Helmut that this method might be good for someone as powerful as Darien, due to the fact that Helmut was alone. Irugo deduced that Darien wants to stay in the forest. He asked Helmut about what Darien is doing. Helmut did not answer him. Thanks to the fact that Helmut did not respond to him, he realized that Darien is dead. Irugo brought out the book which contained the method. Helmut asked him to hand over the book to him. Irugo offered Helmut the position of his successor. Helmut believed that Irugo was saying nonsense, with a smile on his face. Irugo told Helmut that everyone in the farm is weak. He believed that Helmut was worthy of the position because he is Darien's disciple. Helmut put his sword on Irugo's neck and asked him to stop saying nonsense. Helmut told Irugo that he will make it out of the forest. Irugo told Helmut that he found the book in a mage's hideout before he settled down in the forest. The mage talked about how one could use stealth magic to escape. Unfortunately for the mage, he was not able to escape from the forest. According to the book, there is a huge waterfall at the southern end of the forest. The water and the demonic energy weakened the divine energy of the place. Irugo told Helmut that he will be able to pass the weakened barrier. He told Helmut that while the divine energy is weakened, it is still a very powerful magic that will crush anyone that has the seed of darkness. Upon hearing what Irugo said, Helmut put his sword back and told Irugo that he will spare his life. Helmut did not like Irugo at all. He wanted to kill Irugo, but he remembered what Darien told him. Darien told Helmut to value all life. He told Helmut that he only survived thanks to Alaga's kindness. Helmut punched Irugo in the stomach and knocked him out. After tying Irugo up, Helmut woke him by pressing his pressure points. Helmut told him to not do anything. He assured Irugo that he will be released later. Irugo noticed that he could not activate his magic. He called Helmut an arrogant bastard and asked him if he really believes that he will make it out of the forest. With a smile on his face, Helmut told him that he will make it out of the forest. After Helmut left, Irugo forcefully activated his magic. He said that he will crush Helmut's confidence into tiny bits. He activated his magic and screamed Naho's name. The ground began to tremble and Naho came out of it. Naho asked Irugo if he summoned him for no reason. Irugo told Naho that Darien has died. He told Naho that Darien's disciple is in his territory. Naho was extremely happy to hear this. He believed that he was given an opportunity to get rid of everything he hates. He passed through the wall and began to chase after Helmut. Irugo was happy to see Naho going after Helmut. With a crazy smile on his face, Irugo said that Helmut will pay for treating him so badly. The scene shifts and we see Helmut running in the forest. While running, Helmut wonders if he should have just killed Irugo. Helmut noticed that the beasts of the forest were running next to him without taking a glance at him. Helmut realized that the demonic beasts were afraid of something. Helmut felt a horrifying presence approaching him. He realized that he needs to run faster. After running for a while, Helmut stops to see how far he had gotten. Helmut was still in Naho's territory, but he believed that he had gotten far away from the farm. When Helmut looked up, he noticed that everywhere was engulfed by demonic energy. While checking his surroundings, Helmut feels something terrifying in the air. Helmut quickly placed his hand on his sword and took a stance. Before Helmut could make a move, Naho appeared in front of him. Naho welcomed Helmut to his territory. He told Helmut that he always knew that he would return to his territory. He told Helmut that he cannot just let him leave. Helmut told him that he will leave after he kills him. Naho laughed when he heard this. He was surprised to see that Helmut was more confident than before. He told Helmut that he cannot defeat him. He told Helmut that he should not resist him. Immediately he said this, he rushed to attack Helmut with his head. The attack created a large explosion. Helmut was able to dodge the attack, but he could not see Naho because everywhere was covered in dust, while the dust was in the air. Naho commended Helmut on dodging his attack. When the dust cleared up, Naho had used his body to surround Helmut. With a horrifying look on his face, he asked Helmut to keep struggling. Helmut was overwhelmed by Naho's demonic energy. He quickly calmed himself. He told himself that he will get an opportunity to strike Naho. While Helmut was calming himself, Naho used the opportunity to amass a large amount of energy. He attacked Helmut with this energy. Helmut was able to dodge the attack. He realized that he finally had an opportunity to attack Naho. One of Naho's head tried to swallow Helmut as he got close. Helmut dodged the attack and used the head to climb Naho's body. Helmut knew that he could not cut Naho's body easily thanks to Naho's demonic energy. But he was certain that Naho would have a weak spot which this can penetrate. Helmut decided to cut Naho's eyes. Naho began to scream in pain when he felt the attack. Helmut knew that his attack was not enough to take Naho down. He knew that his attack could only stall Naho for some time. He wanted to fight Naho, but he knew that he would die if he continues to fight with the vis he has left. As Helmut was running away, we see Naho screaming at his injured head. Helmut knew that he had to get away from Naho's territory while he is distracted. Before Helmut could get away, Naho removed his own head and ate it. Helmut was horrified to see this. After eating his own head, Naho rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut tried to block the attack, but he was overwhelmed by Naho's strength. After getting pushed back by Naho, Helmut quickly hit himself. Naho was annoyed to see this. He could not find Helmut easily because he had lost his other head. He told Helmut to come out of hiding. The scene shifts and we see Helmut trying to catch his breath behind a tree. Helmut knew that Naho was strong, but he never expected that it would be so difficult for him to fight Naho. He could not believe that he was only able to cut Naho's eyes. He used his sword to pick himself up and decided to escape while Naho was still confused. Before Helmut could take a step, he feels a large amount of demonic energy coming towards him. Naho was releasing his demonic energy in order to sense the living things in the area. He smiled when he found the spot which Helmut was hiding in. He told Helmut that he cannot hide from him in the forest. He quickly rushed to attack Helmut with his head. Helmut grit his teeth and told himself that he will not die in such a place. Helmut was about to attack Naho when he saw something shocking. Alaga had come to rescue him. Naho smiled when he saw Alaga. He welcomed her to his territory. Helmut was shocked to see Alaga. Alaga roared and released a large amount of demonic energy. Helmut was surprised to see how strong Alaga was. Alaga commended Helmut on surviving. She told him to leave the rest to her. She asked Helmut to leave the area. Helmut, who was struggling to withstand the demonic energy, told Alaga that he wants to help her. Alaga reminded Helmut that he has something important that he wants to find. She told Helmut to find his freedom. Helmut was shocked to hear these words. He did not know what to say to Alaga. Alaga told Helmut to not waste her efforts. Helmut wanted to help her, but Alaga asked him to leave. Helmut was annoyed to hear this. He thanked Alaga and began to run. Now Alaga had to face Naho on her own. Naho was annoyed to see Alaga. He could not believe that she would interfere in his territory. Alaga told him that she is doing what needs to be done. Naho began to laugh when he heard this. He mocked the relationship between Alaga and Helmut. He believed that Alaga was a disgusting cat. He thanked Alaga for coming into his territory on her own. He told her that he will kill her and devour Helmut. Alaga thought that Naho was stupid for saying this. She asked Naho about how he wants to defeat her with only one head. Naho was annoyed to hear this. He rushed to attack Alaga. The scene shifts and we see Helmut killing different demonic beasts. After coming out of Naho's territory, Helmut had been running for several days while standing in a pool of blood. Helmut says that the other demonic beasts are not a problem as long as they are not as powerful as Naho. While walking in the forest, Helmut realized that he would not have survived in this place if he hadn't met Alaga and Darien. while standing next to the waterfall. Helmut tells himself that he has to get out of the forest for the sake of Alaga and Darien. The area around the waterfall was much different from Naho and Alaga's territory. Helmut could barely sense any demonic energy, and his seed of darkness was reacting. Helmut realized that his seed of darkness was reacting to the divine barrier. Fortunately for him, he used his fist to cover his seed of darkness. Otherwise, he would have a very horrible experience. While looking at his body, a feather falls on Helmut's hand. Helmut was surprised to see the feather. A giant bird flies over Helmut and lands in front of him. The bird was surprised to see a human child. The bird asked Helmut about what he wants in his territory. Helmut was shocked to see the bird. He realized that Erugo purposely told him about the waterfall because there was a demonic beast in the area. The demonic beast introduced itself as Agrel. Agrel asked Helmut for his name. Helmut also introduced himself to the giant bird. Helmut realized that he had heard about Agrel. Agrel is the ruler of the northern part of the forest. Alaga told Helmut that Agrel is a demonic beast that is very curious about things. Agrel realized that he could smell the scent of Naho on Helmut's body. He was surprised to see that Helmut also had Alaga's scent on him. He asked Helmut if he is Naho or Alaga's child, with a confident look on his face. Helmut told Agrel that he is Alaga's family. Agrel was surprised to hear this. He released his terrifying demonic energy and said that Alaga's family has intruded into his territory. Helmut told Agrel that he came on his own. He told Agrel that he has his own personal reasons. Agrel told Helmut to tell him his reasons. Helmut told Agrel that what he came to do will be meaningful for him too. Agrel was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut to explain himself. Helmut told Agrel that he has an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. He told Agrel that he will be the first being to pass through the divine barrier. Agrel began to laugh when he heard this. He told Helmut that the seed of darkness within him makes him the same as a demonic beast. Helmut asked Agrel to give him a chance. He told Agrel that he is the only one willing to come to this part of the forest and try to get past the divine barrier. Agrel believed that what Helmut was trying to do was stupid. He also did not see a reason to let his human prey be burnt by the divine barrier. Helmut told Agrel that there is no shortage of humans that will step into the forest. He told Agrel that he is the only human that can cross the barrier. Agrel became intrigued with what Helmut said. He told Helmut that he wants to see him do what he said. He believed that Helmut is the only human stupid enough to do such a thing. Helmut told Agrel that he will be the first demonic beast to witness a human passing the divine barrier. Agrel accepted Helmut's offer when he heard this. He told Helmut that he will protect him from the other demonic beasts while he attempts to escape. He asked Helmut to tell him his final words in case anything happens to him. He told Helmut that he will share the words with Alaga. Helmut asked Agrel to tell Alaga that he made it out of the forest. Agrel was surprised to hear this. He realized that Helmut wanted him to tell Alaga this information regardless of the result. After thinking about it for a while, Agrel accepted Helmut's wish. Helmut was relieved to see this. Helmut jumped into the waterfall and began to dive. He swam to the bottom of the waterfall. Helmut used his fist to cover his body. When he arrived at the bottom of the waterfall, he saw a hole in the barrier. Helmut began to swim into the hole. He assured himself that he will survive and go beyond the forest of roots. Divinity is the power of purification that protects humans and rejects negativity. The divine barrier rejected the seed of darkness in Helmut. The power was penetrating through Helmut at a frightening speed. Helmut felt pain on a whole other level. His consciousness began to slowly fade away. Helmut was terrified to see this. He did not know if he was becoming a demonic beast. The scene shifts, and we see a group of mercenaries moving near the forest of roots. A boy in the group asked his leader called Tanya about why they are resting in such a place. Tanya told the boy called Pin that they will be able to travel further if they rest for a while. She told Pin that they will all die if they come across a demonic beast while they are tired. Pin was terrified to hear this. Tanya told Pin to fetch some water. Pin was annoyed to hear this. He believed that everywhere was already dark. Tanya was annoyed to see how Pin was behaving. She kicked him and told him to fetch some water. As Pin got closer to the river, he felt something strange. When he arrived at the river, he sees something which he believes is seaweed. When he carefully looks into the water, he realized that he was holding the hair of an unconscious Helmut. Pin was horrified to see Helmut. He quickly ran back to his group in fear. The members of the group asked him about what was going on. Pin told them that there is a dead body in the river. The members of the group began to laugh when they heard this. They thought that Pin was lying. They believed that Pin saw a stick and called it a body because he is a coward. Tanya asked Pin to show her the body. Pin pointed towards the riverside. Tanya kicked him and asked him to show her the way instead of simply pointing. Before they reached the riverside, Tanya told Pin that she will kill him if he made a mistake. When they arrived at the river, Pin showed Tanya Helmut's body. Tanya was surprised to see Helmut's body. She assumed Helmut was dead. After carefully looking at Helmut's body, she noticed that Helmut was still breathing. She asked Pin to assist her in carrying Helmut. Pin was horrified to hear this. Tanya quickly pulled Helmut out of the water. The scene shifts, and we see Helmut wake up with bandages around his body. Helmut did not know where he was, and he did not know if he had escaped the forest of roots. Tanya welcomed Helmut to her group. She told him that he is safe with them. She asked Helmut for his name. Helmut introduced himself to Tanya. She asked Helmut to tell her about himself. Helmut told her that he does not remember anything about himself. Tanya was surprised to hear this. She knew that Helmut did not have any external injuries. She asked Helmut if he hit his head while he was in the water. Tanya introduced herself to Helmut. She told him that she is a rank 3 silver medal mercenary from the Face Mercenary Corps. Helmut was surprised to see another human like him. Tanya asked Helmut if he knew where he was. Helmut told her that he does not know their current location. Tanya told Helmut that they are currently at Decay Forest. Tanya was surprised to hear that Helmut did not remember anything. She realized that Helmut memory loss is very severe. She asked Helmut if he remembers anything at all. Helmut told her that he remembers his name and how to wield a sword. Tanya was happy to hear this. She realized that Helmut simply needs to meet a doctor in order to solve his problem. She told Helmut that her group will help him until he can remember things about himself. She told Helmut that he is now her responsibility. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He thanked Tanya for her help. The next day, we see Helmut resting on a boulder. Helmut was very happy that he was able to come out of the forest. He realized that he needed to rest for some time before he can recover. He could not believe that his body was in a worse state than when he started training. He could barely even feel his vis. Helmut was surprised to see that the seed of darkness was still in his body. He knew that he could not let other humans find out that he had a seed of darkness within him. He decided to continue pretending that he had lost his memories. He brought out his necklace and said that he wants to find the owner. Helmut knew that he could not rush anything at all. He decided to take things slow. The scene shifts, and we see the members of the group commenting on Helmut's new look. One of the men believed that Helmut was a noble. He could not believe someone could look so elegant. Pin was also surprised to see Helmut's new look. He remembered how Helmut looked like a corpse when he first found him. He asked Helmut if he is the son of a wealthy man. Helmut told him that he does not know. Tanya placed her hand on Helmut's shoulder and asked him about how he is feeling. She told Helmut that he looks much better now that he has freshened up. Pin was annoyed to see this. He told Tanya that she is nice to Helmut because he is handsome. Tanya quickly punched Pin in the face. She ordered him to assist the other members of the group. Tanya told Helmut that they will arrive at a village in 4 days. She asked Helmut to bear with them for a little while. She told Helmut that she will introduce him to a doctor when they arrive at a village, with a smile on his face. Helmut thanked Tanya for helping him. Tanya pat his head and told him not to worry about it. After doing this, she ordered the rest of her men to prepare for departure. Helmut and Pin were both surprised by how Tanya treated them. The scene shifts, and we see Helmut moving with the group. Finn asked Helmut to move slowly because of his body. He told Helmut that their carriage is fast, and it will be difficult to catch up with it. Helmut told Finn that he wants to walk to loosen up his body. Helmut began to pet their group's horse. Finn asked Helmut if he likes horses. Helmut told him that he is not sure. Due to the way Helmut treated the horse, Finn realized that Helmut is not a noble, but he was certain that Helmut was not an ordinary person. Helmut, who was shocked to see a horse, called the horse a docile organism. Finn was surprised to hear what Helmut said. He had never heard anyone speak like Helmut. He was certain that Helmut was around his age, so he did not understand why Helmut spoke in such a weird manner. While moving alongside the horse, Helmut began to breathe heavily. Finn asked Helmut to get on the carriage after seeing his condition. He told Helmut that the group will fall behind if he continues to walk slowly. Helmut told Finn that he is fine. He told Finn that he will not fall behind. Finn was surprised to see how stubborn Helmut was. He believed that Helmut might be a noble. Helmut did not understand why he was so tired. In the Forest of Roots, it usually takes him a day to recover his strength. He decided to continue walking in order to increase his stamina. The scene shifts, and we see a doctor looking at Helmut's body. The doctor tells Tanya that there is nothing wrong with Helmut. He told her that Helmut has a strong constitution, so he recovers faster than other people. Tanya asked the doctor if he has properly looked at Helmut. The doctor was annoyed to hear this. He told Tanya to treat Helmut herself. Tanya was annoyed to hear this. She told the doctor that Helmut was unconscious for a long time. She called the doctor a quack and told him to give them a proper diagnosis. The doctor was annoyed to hear this. He screamed at Tanya and told her that Helmut has a body that recovers very fast. Finn asked the doctor about Helmut's amnesia. The man told Finn that Helmut's memory will return very soon. He told Finn that there is nothing wrong with Helmut's head. The doctor gave them some medicine and asked them to go away. He called Tanya an idiot for challenging a professional like himself. Tanya became angry when she heard this. She began to scream at the old man. She called the man an old geezer and wanted to attack him. The scene shifts and we see Tanya walking with Helmut. She asked Helmut if he is feeling fine. She told him that Finn talked about his breathing problems. Helmut told Tanya that he is feeling better now that he has used the medicine. After hearing that Helmut had a strong body, Tanya remembered that Helmut told her that he knows how to wield a sword. She told Helmut that he was probably trained by a master. Helmut was surprised that she was able to deduce such a thing. He told her that the sword felt familiar to him as soon as he held it. Tanya asked Helmut if he wants to duel with her. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Tanya told him not to feel pressured. She told him that she suggested the duel because it might trigger his memories. Tanya is a rank 3 silver medal mercenary. Helmut realized that someone of her status is highly respected in society. He realized that he could use this opportunity to gauge how strong he is. Tanya took Helmut to their group's training center. The men in the training center were shocked to see Tanya. They were surprised to hear that Helmut wanted to have a duel with Tanya. The men asked Tanya to go easy on Helmut. They asked her to go easy on Helmut's face. Tanya was annoyed to hear this. She quickly beat up the men who mocked her. Tanya gave Helmut a wooden sword. She told him that the duel will end once anyone falls to the ground. With a smile on her face, Tanya asked Helmut to attack her with everything he has. She told Helmut that she is the vice captain of her group, so he should not look down on her. Helmut knew that his body had not recovered and his vis had not yet returned. He realized that he could not fight her with sheer strength. He decided to fight her by redirecting her attacks. He took a deep breath and got into position. The other members of the squad were surprised to see Helmut's stance. Helmut rushed to attack Tanya. He noticed that her left waist was opened and tried to attack it. Tanya easily parried the attack. Helmut became certain that Tanya was above him in strength. He realized that he cannot fight her head-on. Tanya attacked Helmut with her sword, but Helmut was able to dodge the attack by jumping. Tanya closed the gap between them and used her leg to kick Helmut's stomach. Helmut was annoyed that he received such an attack. He realized that his body cannot move as he wants. He did not know what to do. While Helmut was thinking, Tanya closed the gap between them. She told Helmut that he thinks too much. She began to attack Helmut aggressively. Helmut was able to block the attacks, but he was slowly getting overwhelmed. Tanya moved closer to Helmut and used her sword to push Helmut. Helmut flew back and landed on the ground. The men were surprised to see how intense the duel was. Helmut picked up his sword and told Tanya that he lost. Due to the look in Helmut's eyes, Tanya realized that Helmut felt frustrated. Helmut could not believe that the match was one-sided. He was certain that Tanya had more openings than Darien and her swordsmanship was not very efficient either. Tanya told Helmut that he fought very well. Helmut could not believe that Tanya was much stronger than he expected. He finally understood why Darien told him to not underestimate humans. Helmut could not believe that he was defeated by a rank 3 swordsman. A man walked up to Helmut and told him that Tanya is a distinguished fighter among their mercenary group. He told Helmut to not feel bad for losing. The other members of the group commended Helmut on his efforts. They told Helmut that he is better than Finn. Helmut asked the man who walked up to him for his identity. The man told Helmut that his name is Fien. He told Helmut that he is the captain of their mercenary group. He told Helmut that he is a rank 2 gold medal mercenary. Fien congratulated Helmut on passing their squad's entrance exam. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what Fien meant by entrance exam. Fien told Helmut that they did not want him to wander around without his memories. So the group decided to allow him to join them after they tested him. It is not easy to join the Face mercenary group, so the members of the group had been watching Helmut's movement before he entered the village. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He finally understood why no one approached him besides Tanya and Finn. Helmut did not have an issue with the test because he knew that the group could have left him if they wanted. Fien was very impressed by the fact that Helmut did not hit on his sister Tanya. He brought out a paper and handed it over to Helmut. He told Helmut that the paper contains a deed which will allow Helmut to become a rank 4 mercenary. He told Helmut that they also created a temporary identity card for him. He advised Helmut to officially register at the mercenary guild later. Fien asked his men to introduce themselves to Helmut. The different rank 3 members of group began to introduce themselves to Helmut. Finn also reintroduced himself to Helmut. He told Helmut that he is a rank 4 bronze mercenary. Helmut could not believe that he had allies. He remembered that Darien told him not to trust humans too much. He was not sure about what to do. Helmut asked Fien about how long he has to stay in the squad. He told Fien that he might want to leave after regaining some memories. Fane told Helmut that he can leave anytime he wants, but he is not allowed to leave if they are on a mission. He told Helmut that he must complete the mission with them. Helmut accepted this condition. He believed that it would be better for him to be with the squad than to wander around aimlessly. He believed that he might be able to find some clues about his birth. More importantly, Helmut wanted to know what it feels like to have allies. The scene shifts and we see a man arguing with Fien. The man told Fien that he does not want another rank 4 mercenary involved in the mission. He told Fien that the mission is not suitable for a rank 4. He reminded Fien that he already allowed him to bring Finn along with him. Fien told the man called Miles that Helmut is quite useful. He assured Miles that he is not bringing Helmut alongside him for nothing. Fien told Miles to trust him. Miles knew that Fien was not lying because he had been doing business with the Face mercenary group for a long time. He allowed Fien to bring Helmut on the mission. Fien thanked Miles for his understanding. Miles told Fien that he will only pay Helmut a third of the price of a normal rank 4. He asked Fien if he knows that another mercenary group called Tariq Mercenary Squad is also joining them on the mission. Fien told Miles that he knows. He asked Miles to not worry about it. Miles told Fien that they will begin the mission at 7 a.m. tomorrow. After saying this, he left. After Miles left, Tanya commended her brother on his negotiation skills. Fien told his men that their mission is to escort a large convoy. He told Helmut and Finn that they do not need to fight if they are ever ambushed. He assured them that they will only fight if the situation is urgent. Tanya told the rank 3s of the squad to prepare thoroughly. She told them that they cannot predict the strength of their ambushers. A member of the squad called Uter told Helmut to ignore the Tariq squad if they try to insult him. Uter told Helmut that their group does not have a good relationship with the Tariq squad. Another member called Maros told Helmut that the Tariq group does not like them because they have a good reputation. After explaining the mission to his members, Fien told his squad to get some rest. The scene shifts and we see Helmut standing in the training center in the middle of night. Helmut was annoyed with himself. He realized that he was using the state of his body as an excuse to justify his loss against Tanya. He was certain that Tanya had many openings in her defense. He realized that he lost because he was not able to attack faster than Tanya. He realized that his current self is very weak. He knew that his lack of this was not his problem. He decided to first get his body back into shape. He unsheathed his sword and began his training. The scene shifts and we see the group begin their mission. Fien told them to always stay on their toes. He told them that they paid a lot of money for their services. He asked his members to safely protect their customers. Finn noticed that he had a stomachache. He wondered if he ate too much food before they started the mission. He called Helmut a weakling and asked him if he is feeling okay. He told Helmut that life is going to be hard starting from today. Helmut realized that Finn was mocking because he saw him fall once, with a serious look on his face. Helmut told Finn that he can endure the mission. Finn noticed that Helmut was looking quite serious. He tapped Helmut and told him that he was joking. Helmut ignored him and walked forward. After walking for a while, the squad met up with Miles. Miles showed Fien his cargo. He told Fien that his squad is going to guard the cargo from the back. While Miles explaining the details of the mission to Fien, the Tariq squad arrived. One of the members of the Tariq squad noticed that Finn was staring at him. With a terrible look on his face, the man asked Finn about why he was staring. He called Finn a scrawny boy that cannot swing a sword. Finn was annoyed to hear this. The man noticed that Helmut was standing next to Finn. The man assumed that Helmut was a girl. He laughed and told the two boys to follow his group's lead. Helmut did not understand why the man was looking down on them. He wondered if the man was trying to size them up. He realized that both humans and demonic beasts like to compare their strength with that of their opponents. Helmut wondered if the man who just spoke was the leader of the Tariq squad. It did not make sense to him because the man was not very strong. He decided to watch the man while the mission is ongoing. A few days later, we see the man trip Finn on purpose. Finn was annoyed by this. He could not believe that the man has been harassing him since the mission began. He asked the man about how long he wants to continue harassing him, with a devious smile on his face. The man told Finn that he tripped him by mistake. He told Finn to hit him if he is upset. Finn was horrified by the stature of the man and his friends. He quickly turned his head down. Helmut came to assist Finn in getting up. The man told Helmut that he looks like a girl. He told Helmut that he will buy him some flowers the next time he sees him. Helmut ignored the man and assisted Finn in getting up. He took Finn back to their squad. The man was annoyed by the fact that Helmut ignored him. His friend told him that Helmut has been ignoring him since the mission began. Another one of the man's friend asked him if it is smart for them to keep harassing the boys. He told the man that people are watching them. The man was annoyed to hear this. He told his friend that Helmut and Finn are rank 4 mercenaries. He told his friend that he is a rank 3 mercenary who got reduced to rank 4 because of his injured hand. He told his friend that he only needs one hand to take care of Helmut and Finn. The man's friend was surprised to hear this. He reminded the man that he was reduced to rank 4 because he got drunk and did something stupid. The man grabbed his friend's neck and told him to shut up. His friend began to beg for mercy. The man was annoyed with the situation. He believed that it was his brother's fault that he is being disrespected. He could not believe his brother reduced him to rank 4 because he fought a few times. He believed that his brother was looking down on him because he is a rank 2 mercenary. The man was annoyed by the fact that Helmut had been ignoring him since the beginning of the mission. He said that he will kill Helmut. The man let his friend go. With a devious smile on his face, the man asked his friends to help him with something. After Finn returns to the squad, he complains about how the men have harassed him for 3 days. Finn did not understand why Caleb, who is the leader of the group, was hanging out with rank 4s. Finn believed that Caleb was still a rank 3 mercenary. He realized that something was odd about the situation. He picked up his bucket and said that he is going to fetch some water. He told Helmut that he will not hold back if Caleb and his group hurt him again. After saying this, he left. The scene shifts and we see Finn arrive at the stream. Finn was annoyed with the fact that he had to go through so much stress just to get some water. He decided to fetch enough for the squad. While he was fetching some water, someone walks up to him. When Finn turned around to see who was behind him, he saw Caleb and his gang. Finn was terrified to see them, with a horrifying look on his face. Caleb told Finn that he wants to have a nice conversation with him. The scene shifts and we see Caleb stepping on Finn. He asked Finn if he has ever taken a bath with Helmut. Finn was shocked to hear this. He called Caleb a bastard. He told Caleb that Helmut is a dude. Caleb told Finn to shut up. He told Finn that he will confirm it by himself. He told Finn that Helmut is coming to meet them. Immediately Caleb said this. One of his friends brought Helmut to him. Caleb could not believe that Helmut actually came on his own. Helmut already knew that something was up. He did not think that it was odd that Caleb was bullying Finn because even the demonic beasts in the forest fight for a higher position in the hierarchy of power. Helmut was surprised to see that there was no difference between humans and demonic beasts. He wondered if these were the type of people which Darien asked him to not trust. With a disgusting look on his face, Caleb asked his friends to strip Helmut. Helmut quickly got into position. He was a bit nervous because he could not yet use his vis, but he was certain that he could take care of this man. He remembered that the men in the group were rank 4 mercenaries, which means that they are weaker than Tanya. He decided to take out the weakest among them first. The men surrounded Helmut and tried to attack him at the same time. Before they could land a hit on Helmut, one of them got knocked out. The other men were shocked to see this. The person who knocked out the man was Tanya. Caleb and Helmut were shocked to see Tanya. Tanya asked Caleb about why their group is bothering her squad. Caleb told Tanya that he was trying to make a conversation with the boys. Tanya told him that she heard him tell his men to strip Helmut. With a smile on his face, Caleb told Tanya that men do things like that to nurture their friendship. He told her that she won't understand because she is a woman. With a serious look on her face, Tanya asked Caleb to use his brain while talking. She told Helmut to help Finn up. She called Caleb and his gang rank 4s. Caleb quickly corrects her. He told her that he is originally a rank 3. Tanya told him that she does not care. She told him that he is currently rank 4. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. She told Caleb and his gang to never bother her mercenaries. With a horrifying look on her face, Tanya told Caleb that the next incident will not end peacefully. Upon hearing this, Caleb asked his friends to leave with him. When Finn got close to Tanya, he began to cry. Tanya told him to stop crying. She told him that fights like this will happen frequently. Tanya was sad that her mercenaries were ignorant. She knew that it was an unwritten rule to not interfere in fights that happened between rank 4s. The only reason Tanya helped them was so that they do not break mentally. The scene shifts and we see Helmut training in the night. After cutting up all the trees around him, Helmut decided to end his training. Helmut realized that his body had fully recovered. He was not surprised to see this because he had only been focusing on healing since the mission began. The only problem Helmut had was that his vis had not returned. Helmut remembered Darien telling him that vis is water and his body is a dish to contain that water. Darien told Helmut that there is no point in training his vis if his body isn't up to basic standards. Helmut decided to focus on growing his strength. The next day, we see Fien talking to his mercenaries. He told them that a lot of demonic beasts will begin to appear after they enter their next region. He told his squad to refrain from individual activities. He told Helmut and Finn to walk with a rank 3 if they want to pee or fetch water. Finn was surprised to hear this. Helmut realized that he can no longer train alone. He hoped that his vis would come back before his seed of darkness goes into rampage. Finn asked Helmut if he has ever seen a demonic beast. Byrne and Sean had told Finn horrifying stories about demonic beasts. Finn was extremely scared to hear that they will see demonic beasts. He told Helmut that he is sharing his information with him because knowledge is power. Helmut could easily tell that Finn was scared. He told Finn that a lot of demonic beasts look very different from each other. Finn was relieved to hear this. He asked Helmut how he was able to remember something like that with his amnesia. Helmut told Finn that he is just assuming. The scene shifts, and we see a man complaining about his faulty water bottle. The man's friend laughs at him and tells him to get a new water bottle. He told the man that he always saved money for the most stupid things. The man told his friend that he will not do long-distance missions if he has money. The man's friend told him that nothing will happen. He told the man that they are paying them a lot of money to simply escort the cargo. He told the man to finish the mission and spend his money on drinks. The man's friend told him that the dark beer in his town is great. He asked the man to join him once they return home. While he was talking, something cuts off the man's head. The man's friend was terrified to see this. He did not understand what was going on. When he looked up, he saw a demonic beast eating his friend's head. The mercenaries were surprised to see a demonic beast in their midst. They did not know where the demonic beast came from. The demonic beast looked down on the mercenaries as it ate their comrade. The man's friend was annoyed to see this. He rushed to attack the beast. Another mercenary tried to stop the man, but the demonic beast had already killed him. The beast laughed when it saw the looks on the faces of the mercenaries. The mercenaries did not understand how the beast was able to enter their midst. Fien realized that they were too complacent. He never expected a demonic beast to approach them when there were so many mercenaries around. The beast picked up a body and threw it up. Its fellow demonic beasts ate the body while it was in midair. The mercenaries realized that the beast was not alone. They quickly got into position. When Helmut saw how the man was eaten, he wondered if that was what was going to happen to all humans. Tanya ordered Helmut and Finn to hide under the carriage. Finn panicked when he heard this order. He quickly pushed Helmut towards the carriage. Helmut was annoyed that he could not use this. He knew that there were many more demonic beasts hiding where they could not be seen. He believed that these people will die if they make a mistake. Finn quickly pushed Helmut under the carriage. While under the carriage, Helmut looked at the leader of the demonic beasts. Helmut knew that the leader was not as strong as Naho or Alaga, but he was certain that the leader was very strong. Among the mercenaries, only the rank 2 mercenaries were able to use this. Helmut felt bad that he was not able to help them. The mercenaries all got into position and were ready to attack. The moment the demonic beast released its demonic energy, the men began their attack. Fien jumped up and used his vis to attack the beast. The beast covered its hand with demonic energy and used it to block Fien's attack. Sean was surprised to see his captain's vis. He began to admire it. Maros told Sean to stop distracting himself. He told Sean that the smaller beasts are getting closer to them. Sean reminded Maros that he is a rank 3 mercenary. Immediately he said this, he used his sword to cut the demonic beasts that surrounded him. After fighting for a while, Fien began to breathe heavily. The captain of the Tariq squad told his vice captain, whose name is Max, to cut the demonic beast anytime he sees an opening. Immediately he said this. The 3 men attacked the beast with their vis. Fien jumped up and attacked the beast from the sky. The demonic beast used its hand to block the attack, while the beast was focused on Fien. The 2 men used the opportunity to attack the beast and severely damage it. The beast screamed in pain. Helmut was surprised to see this. He never expected humans to be so strong and smart. He was surprised to see that the rank 2 who can use vis fought the leader while the others fought the rest of the beasts. Helmut was surprised to see how humans fight. He finally understood why Darien told him to never underestimate humans. After seeing how injured it was and how the other beasts were defeated, the demonic beast began to fear the mercenaries. The captain of the Tariq squad asked Fien if he can still use his vis. Fien told him that he can use his vis for one last time. Max was happy to hear this. He told the 2 men that it will be better for them to kill the beast now. After realizing that it was bound to lose, the demonic beast jumped up and ran away. The beast ran into the forest. Tanya asked her brother if they should chase the beast down. Fien told her not to bother. He told her that their mission is to transport and not to capture monsters. He asked her to look after the injured among them. After checking up on their men, Tanya asked Helmut and Finn to come out of the carriage. After Helmut stepped out of the carriage, Finn begged him to pull him out. He told Helmut that his body is frozen. Helmut and Tanya were surprised to hear this. Finn ordered his men to check on the corpses of the demonic beasts. He asked them to confirm if the beasts are dead. Helmut did not understand why Finn wanted them to confirm if the beasts were dead. Maros told Helmut that the demonic beast's skin and seed of darkness are sold for a high price in the market. Maros cut open a demonic beast and brought out its seed of darkness to show Helmut. Helmut was shocked to see the seed of darkness. Maros told him to cut a demonic beast in order for him to learn how to extract a seed of darkness. Finn was very excited to find a seed of darkness. He told Helmut that the seed of darkness dominates the mind of people who are born with it, and it slowly turns those people into demonic beasts. Finn told Helmut that people who are born with the seed of darkness are either killed when they are born or are sent to the forest of roots. Finn told Helmut to be careful of people who have the seed of darkness. He told Helmut that one does not know when such people become demonic beasts. Helmut was sad to hear this. He could not believe other people saw him as a monster. He remembered that Darien mentioned something like this to him in the past. Darien told Helmut that anyone who has a seed of darkness will die fighting a human. Helmut wondered if he will also become a demonic beast and fight humans. He realized that Darien taught him how to use this in order to suppress his seed of darkness. Helmut realized that he needs to hide his vis in places that are crowded with humans. He knew that he would be in danger if people suspect that his power is related to the seed of darkness. Finn was happy to see how hard-working Helmut and Finn were. It reminded him of how he was when he was in rank 4. Tanya told her brother that Finn has been improving after the incident, but he still has a long way to go. Finn was disgusted to see the corpse of a demonic beast. Helmut noticed that something was wrong with the demonic beast Finn was about to cut. Helmut asked Finn to not cut the beast. Finn assumed that Helmut was scared. He told Helmut that he is the one in charge of cooking. He told Helmut that all meat looks the same to him. Immediately he said this, the demonic beast woke up and grabbed his neck. Helmut quickly jumped into action. Helmut pulled out his sword and used it to cut the monster into two. Finn was horrified to see this. He could not believe that he was almost killed by a monster. He quickly regained his composure and thanked Helmut for saving him. He asked Helmut if he is okay. Helmut told him that he is fine. Helmut, who was staring at his sword, felt something odd when he killed the monster. Helmut realized that the feeling he felt when he killed the monster was different from when he was training. It felt as if he had removed a barrier in his body. Helmut wondered if his vis had returned. The other mercenaries quickly checked on Helmut. They congratulated Helmut for killing a monster. Sean was happy with Helmut's achievement. He told Helmut that he is quite different from Finn. Finn was annoyed to hear this. He told Helmut that he will repay him by giving him more soup than usual. Sean was surprised to hear this. He could not believe Finn wanted to pay Helmut with soup. Byrne asked Finn if his life is only worth some soup. While the men were teasing each other, Tanya looks at Helmut with an odd look in her eyes. The moment the monster attacked Finn, Tanya wanted to help him, but she saw Helmut unsheath his sword and she saw Helmut's sword release a small amount of vis. Tanya believed that her eyes were playing a trick on her. She did not know how to explain what she saw. Later in the day, we see Helmut circulating his vis in the forest. After circulating his vis for a while, Helmut opened his eyes. He became certain that his vis had fully returned to him. He could not believe that his vis returned after he instinctively swung his sword. He was very happy that Finn was able to help him bring back his vis. He realized that he needed to circulate his vis for 3 days before it can return to its usual energy. He wanted to circulate more of his energy around his body, but he is interrupted by Finn. Finn asked Helmut to return to the squad because they wanted to decide their night watch order. The scene shifts and we see Finn explain the order to his men. Finn told his team that they will stand guard in groups of 2, and there will be 3 shifts among them. He placed Helmut and Tanya as the first group, Finn and Maros as the second group, Sean and Byrne as the last group. Finn told his men that Uter is injured, so he will not be able to participate in the shifts. Byrne was sad that he was not also injured like Uter. With a smile on his face, Uter told Byrne that he will give him a scratch on his face. After giving his commands, Finn asked his squad to take their positions. During Helmut's shift, Helmut senses the energy of the demonic beast that ran away in the morning. Thanks to Helmut's vis, his sense became heightened. Helmut could sense everything in the area. While looking around, Tanya asks Helmut if he is not feeling tired. Helmut told her that he is doing fine. Tanya was surprised to hear this. She told Helmut that they have a longer journey tomorrow. She told him to wake up the next team and head to bed. Helmut accepted her orders. Helmut knew that the demonic beasts were waiting for the teams to fall asleep in order to attack them. He decided to watch over the team and use the time to practice his vis. On his way to wake up the other team, Helmut passes by Caleb. Caleb was happy to see Helmut alone. He believed that he finally has a chance to get Helmut. Helmut moved into the forest and unsheathed his sword to test his vis. Helmut was surprised to see his progress on his vis. He realized that he will fully recover his vis by tomorrow. While looking at his sword, Helmut senses the presence of something coming close to him. He thought it was a demonic beast. He quickly realized that he could not sense any demonic energy. He realized that a human was approaching him. Caleb comes out of the shadows to greet Helmut. He called Helmut a brat and asked him about what he is doing alone in the forest. He told Helmut to always move with someone because the forest is a dangerous place. When Caleb saw Helmut's sword, he believed that Helmut was playing with it. He told Helmut that he wants to join him. Helmut told Caleb that he is not interested. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. He believed that Helmut was not aware of his situation. He told Helmut that Tanya will not be able to save him this time. He told Helmut that he has a bad attitude of looking down on people. He asked Helmut if no one from his squad has tried to fix his attitude. Caleb decided to use this opportunity to teach Helmut a lesson. He told Helmut that he will break his arms and legs. He told Helmut that he will become better after receiving the beating. He told Helmut that he might die while receiving the beating. Helmut asked Caleb if he simply wants to beat him after coming inside the forest. Caleb was shocked to hear this. He had expected Helmut to be terrified. Helmut did not understand Caleb. The other people in his mercenary squad are always trying to help each other. Helmut did not understand why Caleb was different. He believed that Caleb had more in common with demonic beasts. With a serious look on his face, Helmut called Caleb a rank 4 mercenary and asked him to live like a human that he is. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. He believed that Helmut was mocking him. He broke his caste and told Helmut that humans grow by trampling on those who are weaker than them. He told Helmut that he will teach him a lesson now that his hand is healed. He rushed to attack Helmut. Before his attack landed on Helmut, he told Helmut that he will rip his eyes out and squash it. Helmut easily stopped Caleb's attack by grabbing his hand. Caleb could not believe that Helmut actually stopped his attack. Helmut used his strength to push Caleb to his knees. Caleb could not believe that Helmut was overwhelming him. With fear in his eyes, he asked Helmut about the trick he is using. With a horrifying look in his eye, Helmut told Caleb that he is much more stupid than a demonic beast. He told Caleb to choose a better opponent the next time he wants to set in hierarchy. With a condescending look on his face, Helmut told Caleb to know his place. He squeezed Caleb's hand harder to prove his point. Caleb screamed in pain. Caleb refused to accept what was happening. He freed himself from Helmut's grip and told Helmut that he will never beg for mercy. He unsheathed his sword and rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut easily blocked the attacks with his sword sheath. Caleb was annoyed to see this. He believed that Helmut was arrogant. Helmut got annoyed and decided to unsheath his sword. Caleb was horrified to see the vis that came out of Helmut's sword. Before he could make a move, Helmut cut his thighs. Caleb fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. Helmut never expected to use his vis. He only used it because he was excited to get it back. Helmut knew that he could not let Caleb go because he would be exposed. He wondered if he should just kill Caleb. The moment he had this thought, he heard a voice in his head. His seed of darkness asked him to kill Caleb. The seed began to slowly infect Helmut. It asked Helmut to kill Caleb. Before Helmut could do anything, he quickly covered his body in vis. He never expected his seed of darkness to appear. He realized that his vis has been gone for too long, while the seed of darkness was taking over. Helmut felt like he would become a demonic beast. Helmut placed his hand on his chest and slowly removed the demonic energy that clouded his thinking. He reminded himself that he is Helmut and he is a human. By the time Helmut had calmed himself, Caleb had ran away. The scene shifts and we see Caleb crawling in pain. Caleb never expected Helmut to be able to use vis. He realized that Helmut's vis was much stronger than that of his brother. Caleb never expected a mere rank 4 to be so strong. He realized that he would survive if he crawls back to camp. Unfortunately for him, a demonic beast was in the forest. The beast killed him before he could get to the camp. Helmut heard Caleb screaming as he was torn apart by the demonic beast. When he arrived at the location to see what happened to Caleb, he saw a demonic beast holding Caleb's corpse. Helmut realized that this was the beast that ran away in the morning. The beast looked at Helmut with a smile on its face. Helmut walked up to the demonic beast and told it that Caleb belongs to him. The demonic beast was surprised to see that Helmut was not scared of it. Helmut was confident that he could defeat the demonic beast now that his vis has returned. He unsheathed his sword and covered his sword in vis. The demonic beast was horrified to see Helmut's vis. It quickly moved away from Helmut. It began to scream in fear. Helmut was surprised to see that the demonic beast was able to tell how strong others are. He was certain that this demonic beast was much different from the average demonic beast. Helmut told the demonic beast to take Caleb's body and run away. He told the demonic beast that it will die by his hands if it does not follow his order. The demonic beast noticed some lights moving closer to it. It realized that more humans were coming to help Helmut. It did not know what to do. It had no choice but to follow Helmut's order. Helmut was sad that the monster actually followed his order. He wanted to kill it. He put his sword away and decided to think of a way to explain his current situation. Max, the vice captain of the Tariq mercenaries, was surprised to hear that Caleb is dead. Helmut told Max that Caleb followed him into the forest in order to bully him, but he got killed by a demonic beast. The captain of the Tariq mercenaries was sad to hear that his brother had died. Max could not believe that Caleb died because he wanted to do something so stupid. He apologized to Helmut for the inconvenience which Caleb caused him. Tanya was annoyed to see that Max only gave Helmut a verbal apology despite the fact that Caleb risked Helmut's life. Tanya asked Max why no one stopped Caleb even though they knew what he was doing to the other boys. Caleb's older brother was annoyed to hear this. He asked Tanya to watch her mouth when she is talking about his brother. Tanya told the captain of the Tariq mercenaries that Caleb would not have died if their squad had supervised him well. The captain was annoyed to hear this. He walked up to Tanya and asked her not to insult his mercenary squad. Miles stopped the argument between the two squad. He told them that they do not have the time to push the blame among themselves. He told them that they need to come up with a plan. He told the Tariq squad that they are responsible for the incident. He asked the face mercenaries and Tanya to watch their words. He told the mercenaries that he will give Caleb's commission to Helmut. Both parties accepted this condition. Miles was surprised to see how bad the mercenaries got along. He told the mercenaries that he will come up with a way to safely deal with the demonic beasts. He told the mercenaries to be conscious of their surroundings because 3 people have now died. After warning the mercenaries, everyone returned back to their lookouts. The scene shifts and we see Tanya smack Helmut on the head. Helmut told Tanya that her punch hurts. Tanya yelled at Helmut. She asked him about why he never called her to watch his back. She asked Helmut about why he went into the forest. She told Helmut that she was terrified to hear that he was missing. Tanya stopped yelling at Helmut when she realized that she was also at fault. She realized that she should have been paying more attention to Helmut. She told Helmut to not travel alone while they are in the forest. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He apologized to Tanya. He realized that there is only one person that would care about him in such a way. Helmut had forgotten the feeling of warmth and kinship. He realized that Tanya was just like Darien. Tanya placed her hand on Helmut's head and asked him to be more careful. Helmut was happy to hear this. He realized that he was beginning to feel human. The next day, we see the mercenaries moving carefully. Fien reminded his mercenaries that Caleb was ambushed and killed by a demonic beast yesterday. He asked his team to move carefully and preserve their strength throughout the day. Helmut and his teammates were attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts mostly attacked the face mercenaries. They did not go near the Tariq squad. Finn did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the demonic beasts were so focused on them. He knew that his teammates would lose all their energy if they continue fighting demonic beasts for 2 days straight. While Helmut understood what Finn was talking about, he was more focused on the demonic beast leader. He realized that the leader of the demonic beasts was staying further away from them, and it was slowly sending out demonic beasts in different batches. Helmut realized that the leader of the demonic beast was trying to tire them out. After finishing a fight, the face mercenaries began to patch their wounds. Sean told Uter that everyone will have an injury if they continue fighting like this. Uter asked Sean to stop joking around. With a smile on his face, Sean told Uter that he is very slow. He could not believe that Uter was constantly bitten by the demonic beasts. Uter was annoyed to hear this. He told Sean that he did not get bitten on purpose. While the 2 men were bickering, Fien looked at the state of his team. Tanya told him that Uter, Maros, and Sean have all sustained injuries. Tanya never expected the demonic beast to attack them without rest. Fien told her to be thankful that everyone was alive. He told Tanya that Helmut and Finn have been more helpful than he thought. He told her that Helmut can protect Finn because he knows a little swordsmanship. Tanya told him that Finn is very good at dodging thanks to his survival instinct. Tanya realized that she had to tell her brother what she saw Helmut do with his sword. Before she could say anything, Fien interrupts her. He told her that he does not understand the reason why the demonic beasts are solely focused on attacking them. He told Tanya that the Tariq squad did not fight any demonic beasts today. Tanya told her brother that the Tariq squad will not help them. especially after the argument they had a few days ago. Tanya asked her brother to stay on guard. Fien assured Tanya that all of them will make it out of the forest. At night, we see Miles talking to the Tariq squad captain whose name is Paul. Miles believed that Paul knew about the situation of the Face mercenaries. He told Paul that the leader of the demonic beasts is thinking of a way to destroy their convoy. He told Paul that it will not take much time before the demonic beasts are able to overpower the Face mercenaries. He asked Paul to assist the Face mercenaries because his squad has more people. Paul was not happy to hear this. He disagreed with Miles' logic. He told Miles that the Face mercenary squad will soon be overpowered by the demonic beasts. With a sinister look on his face, Paul told Miles that it is better for them to aim for efficiency rather than safety. Miles did not understand what Paul was talking about. Paul told Miles that the Tariq squad and the merchants should quickly leave the forest while the Face squad distracts the demonic beasts. He reminded Paul that the important goods are mostly guarded by his squad. Miles was annoyed to hear this. He asked Paul if he has no morals. With a smile on his face, Paul told Miles that he needs to think wisely in order to survive. He told Miles that morals and trust are beautiful words, but they are not as important as survival. He told Miles that the leader of the demonic beasts is waiting to tire them out so it can slaughter all of them. Paul asked Miles if he has enough money to compensate everyone for all the goods and lives lost. Paul told Miles that he will follow him if he has a better method. He told Miles that he is simply giving him an alternative. He asked Miles to make a smart decision. Cold sweat covered Miles' body. He did not know what to do. The next day, we see the Face squad moving carefully. Tanya was surprised that the demonic beasts continued ambushing them without a break. Thanks to this, the horses and her teammates were exhausted. Tanya did not know how much more she and her teammates could take. She was very annoyed with the fact that the Tariq squad did not make any efforts to assist them. The only thing the Tariq squad has been doing is watching the movements of the Face mercenaries. Fien completely understood Tanya's worries. He knew that his team would break down if they face any more demonic beasts. Tanya noticed that the Tariq squad were doing something suspicious. She noticed that they suddenly sped up their carriage. Before she could do anything, the Tariq squad began to run at full speed. Tanya and her teammates did not understand what was going on. Tanya tried to call them, but no one answered. Fien immediately realized that the Tariq squad is using them as bait because the demonic beasts are focused on them. Before the Face squad could take another step, the demonic beasts had surrounded them. Fien was annoyed to see that the Tariq squad betrayed them. Helmut believed that the Face squad were about to meet their end. He knew that the squad could no longer catch up to the Tariq squad because they were already surrounded by the demonic beasts. Helmut could not believe that the Tariq squad would use another squad as bait to save themselves. He wondered if he could save the squad by revealing his secret. Upon seeing that the demonic beasts had surrounded them, Fien asked his teammates to get in position. Immediately he said this, the demonic beasts began to attack them. The men who were already exhausted were barely able to fight the demonic beast with all their strength. Fien had to use his fist to fight the demonic beasts. While the men were fighting, Helmut wondered if they will question his identity after he reveals his secret. Maros was excited with the fight. He believed that he would die a worthy mercenary. Sean told Maros that his death would be worthless if he dies here. He raised his sword up and told Maros that he wants to die a noble death. Maros was shocked to hear this. He had never heard a mercenary saying that he wants to die a noble death. Tanya was surprised to see that her teammate were still having fun in such a dire moment. While the men were fighting, Helmut questioned himself and where he came from. He wondered if he is a normal human like them. He quickly realized that the questions he asked himself no longer mattered to him. He placed his hand on his chest and realized that he did not want anyone from the squad to die. He decided to trust humans for the first time. He covered his sword in vis and told the members of the squad that what he is about to do is a secret. Tanya and the other members were shocked to see Helmut's vis. Fien could not believe that Helmut actually had the ability to use vis. Helmut rushed into the middle of the team and jumped up. While in the air, Helmut spun around and used his sword to cut the demonic beasts into tiny pieces. Maros and Sean were shocked to see this. Before Helmut landed on the ground, he stepped on a demonic beast and used it to take the impact of the fall. Immediately he landed on the ground. He killed the demonic beast. The other demonic beasts were horrified to see Helmut's skills. They tried to run away. Unfortunately for them, Helmut used his vis to cut them down. The last demonic beast became paralyzed after seeing what Helmut did to its friends. While the demonic beast was shaking in fear, Helmut cut its head off. After taking care of all the demonic beasts, Helmut put his sword back in its sheath. The Face mercenaries could not believe what they saw. They could not believe that Helmut killed an entire batch of demonic beasts on his own. Helmut looked around and realized that the leader of the demonic beasts had ran away. He could not believe that the leader let its subordinates die. Finn, who was in shock, asked Helmut about how he was able to use this. Helmut told Finn that his body has recovered. Tanya was surprised to see what happened. She realized that she was right about Helmut's fists. Both Tanya and Finn could not believe that they saved such a powerful person. Finn was in complete shock to see Helmut's fists. Even a rank 2 like him could not produce such an overwhelming vis. He could not believe that Helmut was able to use such a vis at such a young age. He asked Helmut about where he learned his swordsmanship. Although Helmut trusted this mercenaries, he knew that it would be best for him to not talk about the Forest of Roots. He told Finn that he lived with his mentor in a forest. He told Finn that he does not remember anything other than living with his mentor. Finn was sad to hear this. He believed that Helmut had not fully regained his memories. Helmut told Finn that there is no longer any demonic beast around them. He asked Finn for their next step. Finn told Helmut that they need to get out of the forest and find the ones who betrayed them. The other members of the Face Squad were annoyed to hear this. They said that they will kill the Tarek Squad and Miles. Finn asked Helmut about what he wants to do. Helmut told Finn that he will make a decision after they leave the forest. He told Finn that he still wants to get his money for the mission. Finn told Helmut that he is weird for wanting to get some money despite their situation. Tanya immediately punched him when he said this. Finn accepted Helmut's terms. He told his squad to start tracing the tracks of the Tarek Squad. The next day, the Face mercenaries began to follow the tracks of the Tarek Squad. The mercenaries were happy that they had a good rest, and their body was full of energy. Tanya placed her hand on the ground to check if they were on the right path. She thought that they would already be close to the Tarek Squad. To her surprise, she could not sense any noise or vibration. She wondered if the Tarek Squad had already reached the outskirts of the forest. Finn told Tanya that the Tarek Squad and the merchants will take a break at the first village after the forest. He told Tanya that they will meet the group at the first village. Sean was happy to hear this. He believed that they could take their revenge at the first village. Byrne became happy when he thought about how the Tarek Squad and the merchants would behave when they see them alive, although Finn understood how his seniors felt. He asked them about the state of the mission. Sean realized that they don't have any cargo to protect. Byrne was annoyed to see that the Tarek Squad took all the important goods. The only carriage left with them contained food. While the men were discussing, Helmut hears some noise from far away. Tanya asked Helmut if he could feel anything. Sean did not understand what Tanya was talking about. He could not sense anything at all. Helmut told her that he senses some demonic energy ahead of them. He told her that the Tarek Squad is involved in a battle. Sean was happy to hear this. He asked about the distance between them and the Tarek Squad. Helmut told Sean that the Tarek Squad is an hour away from them if they continue to move at their current speed. Finn was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut could sense something so far away. He asked Helmut about how powerful he is. Helmut told him that it will be better for them to hurry. He told Finn that the Tarek Squad can only hold out for a while. Sean was not excited to save the people who betrayed them. Maros reminded him that they still need to get paid for their efforts. Finn told his team that they still need to finish their work. He asked them to focus on their work before they deal with the Tarek Squad. With a smile on her face, Tanya told the men that they are better than the selfish Tarek bastards. After boosting his team morale, Finn asked his team to start moving out. The scene shifts and we see the Tarek Squad in battle with demonic beasts. Paul asked his team to hold their positions well. Immediately he said this, he killed a demonic beast. Paul could not believe that the demonic beast began to chase them a day after they left the Face mercenaries. While Paul was fighting, the leader of the demonic beasts appeared at his back. Paul was overwhelmed by the presence of the leader. He could not believe that the demonic beast would chase them so persistently. He did not understand why the demonic beasts were not satisfied with the Face mercenaries. The leader of the demonic beasts attacked Paul with its huge fist. Paul quickly dodged the attack. Immediately he dodged the attack. He realized that he had to run away if he wants to survive. He moved close to Max to inform him of his plan. He told Max that everyone will die if the fight continues. He told Max that they can defeat the minions, but they cannot beat the giant monkey. Paul told Max that the Face mercenaries were probably killed by the leader of the demonic beasts. He told Max that all the witnesses will be gone if they run away. Max smiled when he heard Paul's plan. He realized that their reputation will be safe if there are no witnesses. He quickly ordered the rest of his squad to run away. The team did not understand what Max was talking about. They wanted to ask for an explanation, but Max and Paul ran away before they could get one. Miles, who was looking at Paul and Max through his window, was shocked by their betrayal. As the demonic beasts attacked their carriage, Miles realized that he made a terrible choice by trusting the Tarek squad. As the leader of the demonic beasts broke his carriage, he realized that he should have never abandoned the face mercenaries. The giant monkey picked up one of the merchants with a smile on its face. Miles was horrified to see this smile. He realized that he was going to die. As the monster was about to eat the merchant, it hears the voice of a human. When it looked up, it saw Helmut running towards it with a sword covered in vis. Helmut asked the demonic beast to drop the merchant. Helmut used his sword to attack the giant monkey. The giant monkey used its hand to block the attack. Helmut used his sword to push the demonic beast away from the carriage. With a horrifying look on his face, Helmut asked the demonic beast to drop the merchant. The demonic beast was horrified to see the look on Helmut's face. It threw the merchant at Helmut. Before Helmut arrived at this place, Fien had asked him to first check the situation before the rest of the team arrived. Fien told Helmut that he has a bad feeling about the Tarek squad. He told Helmut that the Tarek squad might stand a chance if they are together, but they easily betray one another. He told Helmut that the Tarek squad can also betray the merchants. Upon hearing Fien's worries, Helmut accepted Fien's request. Helmut was surprised to see that Fien was right. He realized that all the merchants would be dead if he had arrived later. He decided to face the giant monkey now that his vis had fully returned. He jumped off the carriage and used his sword to attack the demonic beast. The giant monkey used its demonic energy to block Helmut's attack. It screamed and called out for its minions. This did not faze Helmut. He used his sword to turn the minions into mincemeat. The leader of the demonic beast was annoyed to see this. It screamed in anger. This demonic beast is the strongest one Helmut has faced since he stepped out of the Forest of Roots. But Helmut was still certain that he could defeat it. He strengthened his vis and rushed to attack the giant monkey. He carefully aimed his sword at the demonic beast's face. The demonic beast was able to stop the attack with its two hands. Helmut used his strength to continue pushing his sword at the demonic beast. The giant monkey began to panic. It realized that it might die. It released a large amount of demonic energy and pushed Helmut back. Helmut was surprised to see that the monkey's demonic energy was increasing. He realized that the demonic beast was absorbing demonic energy from the corpses of the other demonic beasts. Helmut was not bothered by this fact. He was more focused on the fact that the face mercenaries will soon arrive. He realized that the mercenaries will be in danger if they try to help him. He decided to become serious and end the fight. The giant monkey began to glow after it absorbed the demonic energy around it. It immediately attacked Helmut after it transformed. Helmut dodged the attack by jumping. While in the air, he decided to attack the demonic beast. Unfortunately for him, the giant monkey easily brushed off his attack. The demonic beast looked at Helmut arrogantly after blocking his attack. Helmut was surprised to see that his usual strength would not work on the demonic beast. He covered his sword with more vis and decided to attack with more power. The demonic beast was surprised to see this. The moment Helmut landed his attack on it, the demonic beast quickly used its strength to hold Helmut back. Helmut was surprised by the reactions of the beast. He realized that the demonic beast had become faster. The moment Helmut landed on the ground, he realized that the demonic beast claws had become stronger. He realized that he had to kill the giant monkey in one slash if he wants to end the fight. The giant monkey and Helmut began to launch different attacks on each other. When Helmut pushed the demonic beast back, he noticed that the giant monkey has torn his clothes. He was sad to see this because he only has one pair of clothing. He decided to buy some clothes when he gets to the next village. The demonic beast was annoyed to see that Helmut was not taking it seriously. It gathered all its energy into its body. A bright light shined and its eyes began to glow. A green eye opened up in the chest of the demonic beast and it transformed into a larger and more horrifying form. Helmut was not bothered to see the new form of the giant monkey. The demonic beast jumped up and got ready to attack Helmut. While the demonic beast was in the air, Helmut noticed something about it as the giant monkey got closer. Helmut became certain that he had seen a similar pattern of attack before. He smiled when he realized that the demonic beast was using the same technique as Naho. Helmut took a stance and released a large amount of vis. Before he attacked the giant monkey, he told it that it is still much weaker than Naho. Helmut jumped up and used his sword to tear the giant monkey apart. Immediately, Helmut defeated the giant monkey. The face mercenaries arrived at the location. Finn asked Helmut if he is all right. Fien was shocked to see Helmut standing next to the giant monkey. He asked Helmut if he defeated the monkey on his own. Helmut told him that he did. He told Fien that the mercenaries were already dead by the time he arrived. Fien quickly realized that the Tarek squad were killed by the demonic beast because they broke their formation. When he looked at the bodies of the Tariq mercenaries, Fien noticed that they were overpowered by the demonic beasts. He realized that the Tariq mercenaries were killed because they did not have a captain to order them. He was sad to see that both Paul and Max betrayed their teammates. Tanya was shocked to see this. She could not believe that Paul and Max didn't have any form of loyalty to their squad. While the mercenaries were looking around, Maros found Miles unconscious in some rubble. Fien was surprised to see this. He could not believe that almost everyone died, but their client was still alive. He ordered his team to check for more survivors. He told them to be quick about it. He wanted them to leave the demonic beast territory. After leaving the scene of the incident, the mercenaries placed Miles on the ground and woke him up. Miles carefully opened his eyes. He believed that he had arrived at the afterlife. The first thing Miles saw when he opened his eyes was Fien. Miles was shocked to see Fien. He began to cry. He begged Fien to forgive him. He told Fien that he never wanted to leave him and his squad. He told Fien that Paul threatened him. Miles was happy that he was able to apologize to Fien in the afterlife. Fien told Miles to stop panicking. He told him that they are not dead yet. Miles was shocked to hear this. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by the face mercenaries. Miles was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. He was certain that he was killed by the giant monkey. He asked Fien about the giant monkey. Fien told him that the monkey is dead. He told Miles that he can forget about death for now. Helmut was surprised to see that Fien did not go into details about the monkey. He was happy to see that Fien kept his secret. Miles began to thank God for his life. While he was praying, Fien told him that they need to talk about their compensation. Upon hearing the word compensation, Miles became certain that he was still alive. Fien gave Miles a paper. Miles was shocked to see what was on the paper. He could not believe that Fien wanted to take 80% of his profit. Fien told Miles that he is only requesting 80% because Miles also suffered losses. He told Miles to be thankful that he is only asking for 80% after he betrayed them and left them to die. He reminded Miles that they also saved his life. Miles asked Fien if he could give him 70%. He told Fien that he still needs to pay compensation for people who died. Fien told Miles that other people's business is not his problem. He told Miles to settle it by himself. He told Miles to leave if he does not want to take their offer. He told Miles that his squad will keep the goods that he wants to deliver. Miles was shocked to hear this. He realized that there was no way he could win the negotiation. He accepted Fien's offer. After closing the deal, Fien asked Miles about the goods which they're transporting and the place which they are headed to. With a serious look on his face, Miles told Fien that the Butin Merchant Association will be destroyed if people find out about the goods they are transporting. Fien told Miles that his squad will not let any information leak. He told Miles not to worry about it. With a look of fear on his face, Miles told Fien that his squad will not be safe if they find out about the goods. He asked Fien if he still wants to know. Fien was annoyed to hear this. He told Miles that he should have told them about severity of the mission before he commissioned them. Upon hearing this, Miles accepted Fien's request. With a serious look on his face, Miles told Fien that they are taking the goods to a mage called Antiol. Maros was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that the goods belonged to Grand Mage Antiol. Fien was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that such a distinguished person like Antiol would ask a mercenary squad and a merchant association to transport some goods across the territory of demonic beasts. He asked Miles if Antiol was not able to hire a swordsman family to fulfill his request. Miles told him that the goods which they are transporting comes from a place which mages are not allowed to enter. He told Fien that the package comes from the Temple of Lumen. Miles told the mercenaries that the temple's power and influence is beyond one's imagination. He told the mercenaries that while the Temple of Lumen defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, they are no longer pure and innocent. The temple used to be a group that protected the world from demonic energy. Now they are evil and corrupt people who possess a lot of power. They have been gathering power and sacrifices in the name of protection. Most of the kingdoms have submitted to their rule in return for receiving the temple's divine power. While the temple is powerful, they were unable to control Antiol. Miles revealed to the mercenaries that the temple is always looking for a chance to get their hands on mages. In the midst of the temple's conflict, Antiol found the temple's item with the purpose of research in mind. Miles told the mercenaries that the Butin Merchant Association will be destroyed if the temple finds out they are transporting their item. Fien was shocked to hear this. With a nervous look on his face, Miles told Fien that the temple will destroy and erase everyone involved. Miles told Fien that they never wanted to accept the mission, but Antiol once saved their leader's life, so they had no choice but to return the favor. Helmut asked the mercenaries if Antiol is quite famous. Maros told Helmut that everyone knows Antial. He told Helmut that the divine barrier was almost destroyed a few years ago. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Maros told Helmut that the temple deployed a barrier over the large city in order to stop demonic beasts from entering it. The problem the barrier had was that it could sense the mana of mages. Thanks to this, the temple were able to discover and control the mages. The barrier was fine since it was able to stop the demonic beasts from entering the city, but the mages became angry because they had their freedom taken from them. Thanks to this, Antial almost destroyed the city's divine barrier. Maros told Helmut that the temple is always trying to hide the truth about the incident. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that a mage was strong enough to affect the temple's barrier. Helmut knew that the temple was not able to get rid of his seed of darkness, so they threw him into the forest of roots. He wondered if he could remove his seed of darkness with magic instead of divine power. Of course, Helmut had never seen any magic that would impress him. The only magic he had seen was done by the black mage Erugo. Helmut hoped that Antial was much better than Erugo. After moving for a while, the mercenaries came out of the territory of the demonic beasts. Fien asked his group to set up their camp because it was already sunset. Fien walked up to Helmut and told him that he wants to speak to him. He stretched his hand out and gave Helmut a pill. Helmut asked Fien about the pill. Fien told him that swordsmen eat the pill when their vis or stamina is depleted. He told Helmut that the pill is very expensive. Fien was not certain if the pill will be useful to Helmut because Helmut heals very fast. After swallowing the pill, Helmut noticed that his body was becoming very warm. Fien asked Helmut about how he is feeling. Helmut told Fien that he is feeling better. He told Fien that the pill is effective. He asked Fien about why he gave him such a valuable medicine. Fien thanked Helmut for protecting his squad. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that his teammates and their client would be dead if he had not saved them. He told Helmut that he gave him the pill to thank him for saving them. Fien believed that the pill was not good enough as a thank you, but he did not have any other thing to give Helmut. With a smile on his face, Fien swore to help Helmut if he ever needs his help while searching for his memories. Fien wanted to continue talking, but Helmut interrupts him by stretching his hand out. He told Fien that he helped them because they are comrades which he can trust. Fien was happy to hear this. He shook Helmut's hand and told him that they are definitely comrades. The next day, Miles and the mercenaries continued their journey. While the carriage was moving, Miles noticed something from his window. He asked the mercenaries to stop the carriage. He told Fien that they have arrived at their destination. Fien did not understand what was going on. When he looked at the map, he realized that Miles was correct. He did not understand how Antial planned on receiving the package when they had not even arrived at a village. Miles told Fien that they are taking the items to Antial's house. Tanya was surprised to hear this. She asked Miles if they are currently at Antial's hideout. Miles brought out a shiny blue pendant and told Tanya that he cannot explain to her. He told her that she will understand once she sees it herself. Miles stepped out of his carriage and walked up to a tree. The moment the pendant got close to the tree, it began to glow. Tanya and the rest of the mercenaries were shocked to see this. The tree opened a portal that swallowed the mercenaries and Miles. Fien could not believe what he was seeing. He could not believe that they were leaping through space. Fien had only heard rumors about people leaping through space. He could not believe that an archmage was powerful enough to do such a thing. Helmut moved close to Fien and asked him about how he is certain that they are moving through space. He told Fien that they could be experiencing an illusion. Fien assured Helmut that they are not seeing an illusion. He told Helmut that the temperature is dropping too fast for it to be an illusion. He told Helmut that they must be traveling to an entirely different place for there to be such a change in temperature. After they step out of the portal, Tanya spots someone standing in front of a tower. When they got close to the tower, an old man with a blue robe and staff welcomed them. The old man, who appears to be Antial, thanked Miles for bringing all the things he asked for. Antial's staff moved close to a carriage and began to hit it. Antial told Miles that there are traces of human life force leaving the carriage. He asked Miles if several people died while they were on their way to his house. Miles told Antial that many people died in the hands of demonic beasts that attacked them. He told Antial that only a third of the original members made it to his house. Antial was surprised to hear this. He realized that he could sense a large amount of demonic energy in their carriage. He asked Miles if the energy is coming from the corpses of the demonic beasts. Miles told him that it is. He told Antial that they have already processed the corpses. He told Antial that he wants to sell the bodies to him. After thinking about it, Antial told Miles that he will buy it. He told Miles that he will pay 150,000 marks for his package and the corpses. Finn was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that someone could pay such a large amount of money for a mission. Uter had heard that archmages have an immense amount of wealth, but he never expected it to be on such a high level. Antial asked Miles to unload the items and the bodies. He told Miles to take the carriages because he had no use for them. Helmut was surprised to see Antial. He instinctively knew that Antial was powerful. He knew that Antial was on a level which Erugo could only dream of. What was more shocking to him was the fact that Antial was completely concealing his mana. While Helmut was staring at Antial, Antial turned and looked Helmut in the eyes. Antial was surprised to see Helmut. With a serious look on his face, Antial told Helmut that mages can see into the truth from time to time. He told Helmut that a mage of his level can see the truth hidden deep within. Helmut immediately realized that Antial was talking about a seed of darkness. He asked Antial to shut his mouth. Antial was impressed with Helmut's confidence. He asked Helmut if he seriously needs to keep it a secret. He raised his hand and his wand released a large amount of mana. Helmut quickly placed his hand on his sword. The mana formed a barrier that covered Helmut and Antial. Antial told Helmut that he is a mage who has learned many of the world's secrets. While the face mercenaries were calling for Helmut outside the barrier, Antial told Helmut that the space inside and outside of the barrier are completely segregated. He moved close to his staff and told Helmut that no one will ever find out about his secret. To prove his point, he swore on his name. Immediately he did this, magical chains came out of his staff and tied him up. Helmut was surprised to see the chains. He told Helmut that the chain is a mana oath. Antial told Helmut that mages lose a huge amount of mana if they break their promises while under a mana oath. He called Helmut a special boy and told him to ask him any question he wants. Helmut was surprised to see that Antial would place such a restraint on himself. He realized that Antial is much different from Erugo. He decided to trust Antial. Helmut told Antial that he wants to ask him something very important. Antial asked Helmut if he wants to ask him about a seed of darkness. Helmut asked Antial if he knows a way to remove a seed of darkness. With a serious look on his face, Antial told Helmut that it is impossible to remove a seed of darkness. He told Helmut that his seed of darkness has an intimate connection with his life. The seed of darkness, which possesses the power of a demon, usually dwells in babies who are supposed to die. Thanks to the seed, the children are brought back to life and are forced to live as its host until they die. Antial told Helmut that the seed of darkness is no different from his heart. He told Helmut that he will die if he removes it. Helmut was sad to hear this. He believed that an archmage would know a way to remove a seed. Antial told Helmut that he is not a god. He told Helmut that it is his first time seeing someone that has control over his seed of darkness. Helmut did not understand what Antial was talking about. Antial told Helmut that the seed of darkness normally demands demonic energy from its host. The more one tries to resist demonic energy, the more their mind is devoured and the more evil they will become. He told Helmut that people usually go insane because their mind cannot handle the seed of darkness, or they become engulfed by the demonic energy they absorb and turn into beings similar to demonic beasts. Antial told Helmut that his case is unique. Antial knew that it is possible to suppress the seed with a different energy. He realized that Helmut was using mana or vis. Antial knew that one needs to have immense talent to train either vis or mana. He told Helmut that a seed that does not receive demonic energy will attack the mind much faster. He could not believe that Helmut was able to train his vis while taking just enough demonic energy for him to not go berserk. He was more surprised by the fact that Helmut was not discovered by the temple while he was training. Helmut was surprised to see the excitement in Antial's eyes. He was surprised to see that Antial did not guess that he came from the Forest of Roots. Antial told Helmut that even the priests of the temple will find it hard to detect his seed. He told Helmut that he was only able to sense his seed because it reacted to the thick demonic presence in his house. He told Helmut that he would not have noticed it if he was not paying attention. Helmut decided to avoid areas with demonic energy. Antial told Helmut that he does not have a bright future. He told Helmut that he will become a powerful individual if he can avoid the temple while training. He told Helmut that he will eventually be devoured by a seed of darkness, just like everyone who possesses a seed. He told Helmut that his sword will destroy the world and countless lives will be obliterated by his hands. With a serious look on his face, Helmut told Antial that such a thing will not happen because he is a human. Antial laughed when he heard this. He realized that humans are capable of changing their fates. He told Helmut that he is very interested in him. He told Helmut that he will stop him if he cannot overcome his seed. He pointed at his staff and began to lower the barrier. While lowering the barrier, He told Helmut that if he reaches a realm that surpasses his own, even the darkness will bend to his will. The scene shifts and we see Fien give Helmut a bag full of gold. The bag contained 3/4 of the reward money. Fien apologized to Helmut for not giving him more money. He told Helmut that he wants to reward the other members of the team for their efforts. He looked into their carriage and brought out a bag. He told Helmut that he found the bag when he was looking through their luggage. He realized that the bag had no owner. He assumed that the bag must belong to Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see the bag. The bag contained the things Helmut brought out of the forest of roots. Helmut assumed that he lost the bag. He never expected Fien to have found it. He thanked Fien. Fien told Helmut to not worry about it. He told Helmut that he wanted to give him earlier, but he completely forgot thanks to the things that happened. He told Helmut that their mercenary group owes a debt to him. He wished Helmut a safe journey. Immediately Fien said this, Finn came to meet Helmut. He told Helmut that he will show him their mercenary group headquarters since their mission is over. He told Helmut that he will see a lot of cool things that will surprise him at the headquarters. With a sad look on his face, Helmut told Finn that he is not going to follow them to their headquarters. Finn was sad to hear this. He asked Helmut to at least check out their headquarters once. Tanya hit Finn's head and told him to stop disturbing Helmut. Tanya told Helmut that he is allowed to keep using his temporary certificate. She told him that his temporary certificate can only be raised to rank 3, so they cannot go higher. Helmut told Tanya that rank 3 is enough for him. With a smile on her face, Tanya asked Helmut if what he wants to do is more important than his memories. Helmut nodded his head to answer her questions. With a bright smile on her face, Tanya asked Helmut to take care of himself. Helmut picked up his bag and thanked the mercenaries for everything they did for him. With a smile on their face, the mercenaries wished Helmut a safe journey. With tears in his eyes, Finn asked Helmut to visit them. Helmut told Finn that his meals were delicious. Finn was surprised to hear this. He stopped crying and began to wipe his eyes. Tanya asked Finn to pull himself together. She told him that Helmut is not going to die. Finn told Helmut to visit them anytime he needs their help. He assured Helmut that he will keep his promise to him no matter what happens. Upon saying his goodbyes, Helmut turned around and began to walk away. As he walked forward, he realized that his heart was feeling the same way it did when Darien died and when he had to leave Alaga's side. Helmut realized that he will continue to face demonic beasts as long as he is a mercenary, and his seed of darkness will continue to absorb demonic energy every time he faces a beast. Helmut never expected his seed of darkness to sprout in the forest. He did not know what would have happened if the seed had completely taken over him. Helmut was not certain if he will be able to stop Antial's predictions for him. He realized that there is only one way for him to overcome his fate, and that is for him to get stronger to the point where he can overpower his seed of darkness. The scene shifts and we see Paul and Max drinking in a tavern. Paul regrets ever accepting the mission. He told Max that he would have not taken his brother on the mission if he had known how dangerous it would be. Max told Paul that he cannot change the past. He told Paul that they need to rebuild their mercenary group. He told Paul that the face mercenaries have been annihilated, so they won't have much competitions in the mercenary field. He told Paul that they need to find capable warriors to join them. While Max was talking, he noticed something outside their window. He asked Paul to look outside. When Paul looked outside, he was surprised to see the face mercenaries. He did not understand what was going on. He did not understand how the face mercenaries were able to survive. Max told him to stop thinking. He told Paul that they need to hide. While the two men were talking, Finn hears their voice. He turned around, but he did not see anyone. Tanya asked Finn about why he stopped walking. Finn told her that he had a weird feeling. After the face mercenaries had walked forward, we see Paul and Max hiding under their table. Max realized that they were screwed. The two men moved to another location to discuss their next step. Max told Paul that the face mercenaries must have been able to kill the demonic beasts after finding their weakness. Paul told Max that they should have killed the face mercenaries themselves. Max did not know what to do. He knew that the face mercenaries were going to report them to the guild. This will make them fugitives. Max realized that they can no longer become mercenaries. He never expected a rank 2 mercenary such as himself would have to worry about life. Paul realized that he and Max were still rank 2 mercenaries. He turned around and asked Max to follow him. Max asked Paul about what he wants to do. Paul told Max that it is better for them to become thieves than to starve to death. The scene shifts and we are taken to a tavern. At the tavern, we see some men drinking. The men were discussing about how they beat up some people. We see Helmut sitting opposite the drunk men. Helmut was looking at the necklace which he brought out of the forest of roots. He hoped to find some clue about what he needs to do. Helmut had been going around random villages since he left the group. He realized that he needed to find some employment while he moves around the world. After leaving the group, Helmut realized that the world is vast. He opened his bag to check the money which Fien gave to him. Helmut did not know the value of the money given to him. When Helmut opened his bag, we see 2 bags of gold. One was left for him by Darien, and the other was given to him by Fien. Helmut was surprised to see that he earned more money than what Darien gave to him. While looking through his belongings, Helmut saw a letter. He wondered if Fien wrote the letter. When he opened the letter, he realized that Darien wrote it. In his letter, Darien told Helmut that his life has probably come to an end for him to be reading the letter. Darien knew that Helmut would have a hard time adjusting to the outside world because of the life he has lived. He told Helmut that it is not his fault that he is different. Darien told Helmut to go to a place called Baden if he is roaming around without a clear goal. He told Helmut that there is a place called Greta Academy in Baden. He told Helmut that children his age attend Greta Academy. He asked Helmut to learn more about being human at the academy. He told Helmut that both nobles and commoners attend the academy. He assured Helmut that no one will try to find out where he came from. He told Helmut that he cannot enroll in the academy on his own. He asked Helmut to meet a man called Ethan Kudrow. He told Helmut to show Ethan the sword he gave him. This will allow Ethan to know that Helmut is Darien's disciple. Darien assured Helmut that Ethan will help him. He told Helmut that he and Ethan made an oath with each other. Darien told Helmut that the human world is a more dangerous and terrifying place than he thinks. He told Helmut that he will not be able to solve all his problems with his strength. He told Helmut that he will survive in the world since he survived his harsh training. He asked Helmut to take care of himself. Helmut noticed that Darien's handwriting was shaky. He realized that Darien barely had enough energy to write. He thanked Darien for his thoughtful letter. Helmut was confused about his next step of action. He was happy that he read Darien's letter. After putting his letter into his bag, the waiter came to give Helmut his food. He told Helmut that the food cost 15 marks. Helmut brought out a gold coin to pay the waiter. The waiter was shocked to see the gold coin. He screamed and told Helmut that he gave him 1,000 marks. The men who were drinking next to Helmut were surprised to hear the money which Helmut paid. Helmut told the waiter that he also wants to pay for his lodging with the coin. After the waiter left Helmut, Helmut counted the coins Fien gave to him. He realized that he received 90,000 marks. He decided to sleep at the tavern for the night and leave the next day, while Helmut was organizing his belongings. The leader of the drunk men approached Helmut. He told Helmut that he has a lot of money. The leader and his boys looked at Helmut with a disgusting look in their eyes. The leader told Helmut that he wants to get some drinks. He told Helmut to give him 20,000 marks. Helmut declined the man's request. He did not understand why the man was behaving in such a stupid way. The man was annoyed to hear this. He pushed away Helmut's food and told Helmut to not talk back to him. Helmut asked the man for his identity. The man was annoyed to hear this. He decided to attack Helmut with his fist. Helmut easily blocked the man's attack with his hand. He asked the man to leave him alone. The man was surprised to see how strong Helmut was. The man's underling was surprised to see Helmut holding his boss's hand. He rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut dodged the attack and used his fist to destroy the man's face. The man and his gang were shocked to see this. The man asked Helmut for his identity. Helmut told the man that he is a mercenary. Immediately he said this, he used his table to smash the man's face. While the man was on the ground, Helmut told him to go away. The man stood up with the help of his friends and told Helmut that he will regret disobeying them. He told his friends to leave with him. As he was leaving, the man told Helmut to watch his back at night. He told Helmut that he can get stabbed anytime. After the men left the tavern, Helmut realized that humans like Caleb exist everywhere. The waiter walked up to Helmut and told him to leave the town immediately. He told Helmut that the men he beat up belonged to the Black Hawk. Helmut asked the waiter to explain. The waiter told Helmut that the Black Hawk are thieves that dominate the underworld. They will kill anyone as long as they can make money. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He decided that he needed to fight the Black Hawks immediately. Helmut realized that his room will be dirty once he is done fighting the members of the Black Hawk. He decided to fight the men in another location. The waiter told Helmut that he needs to run away. He told Helmut that he will return his lodging fee to him. Helmut asked the waiter if the members of the Black Hawk will return. The waiter told Helmut that they will. Helmut told the waiter to tell the men that he went to the forest out back. Helmut was interested to see how a fight against humans would be. The waiter did not understand what was going on as Helmut walked towards the door. He told the waiter to have his room ready for when he returns. The scene shifts and we see one of the man's underling talking to the man. He asked the man if he really wants to fight Helmut. The man told his subordinate that Helmut disrespected them. He told his friend that one's pride is very important in their business. The man's underling told the man that Helmut is very strong and he is also a mercenary. The man was annoyed to hear this. He asked his subordinate if he wants to run away. The man told his underling to return to their headquarters. Immediately the man said this. Another one of his underling comes to deliver a message. He told the man that he found out where Helmut went to. The man told him to talk. The underling told the man that Helmut ran into the forest. The underling told the man that Helmut ran away because he was scared of dying. The man laughed when he heard this. He believed that Helmut was stupid for running into the forest. The man's underling told the man that they can easily track Helmut in the forest because they know every part of it. The man's teammates put on their equipment and stood by his side. The man told his men to show Helmut that the Black Hawk is more terrifying than anything in the world. The scene shifts and we are taken to the forest. We see Helmut looking down on the fake camp he set up from a tree. While on the tree, Helmut realized that there are certain humans who act like demonic beasts and there are other humans who protect others while risking their own lives. Helmut never expected humans to be so complicated. Helmut remembered that Darien told him that he cannot solve all his problems with his strength. While Helmut understood what Darien was talking about, he did not know any other way of solving a problem other than with his strength. As the Black Hawks approached him, Helmut picked up his bow and moved to their location. He revealed himself to the Black Hawk. The men were surprised to see this. The only thing Helmut had learned is that humans who act like demonic beasts need to be trained like demonic beasts. With a deadly look in his eyes, Helmut told the men that he will kill them because they tried to ambush him. After taking care of the members of the Black Hawk, Helmut decided to head out of the forest. On his way out, Helmut thinks about how weak the members of the Black Hawk are. He could not believe that the members of the Black Hawk would be so weak. He jumped on a tree and began to move at a high speed. While running, Helmut contemplates on the fact that the Black Hawk members were much weaker than Tanya. Helmut realized that Tanya is considered to be a strong human. He realized that he needed to fight more humans in order to know how powerful other humans are. Helmut decided to head back to the inn in order to get some rest. While he was running, he gets a heart attack. The heart attack was caused by his seed of darkness. Helmut froze in midair and fell to the ground. While on the ground, Helmut began to tremble in pain. Helmut did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why his seed of darkness was acting up. He remembered that his seed only reacts when he is near demonic energy. Helmut was certain that there was no demonic energy in the area and he had not killed any demonic beasts. While trembling in pain, Helmut tried to think about the cause of his problem. He realized that he had killed some humans. He did not understand why the death of humans would affect him because humans do not possess demonic energy. Helmut quickly realized that his seed of darkness grew due to the murders he committed. While trying to use his fist to suppress his seed, Helmut realized that he has gotten himself in a bigger problem. Helmut knew that the other members of the Black Hawk would hunt him down once they find out that he killed some members of their group. Thanks to this, Helmut would have no choice but to kill more people. Helmut realized that he was foolish to think that he could fight against humans. He decided to avoid the members of the Black Hawk as much as possible. While suppressing his seed, Helmut decided that he needed to go to Baden. The scene shifts and we are shown a heavily guarded building. Inside the building, we see a man reporting to his superior. The man tells his superior that everyone is dead. The man tells his superior that they will be able to know the location of their targets if they keep tracking them. The superior was not thrilled to hear this. He tells his subordinate to keep chasing their targets. The subordinate accepted the order. While the man was discussing with his subordinate, another subordinate steps in to inform the man about some guests. The subordinate called the man's name, which is Anton, and told him that the guests have arrived. When the guests stepped in, Anton was surprised. Anton heard that two rank 2 mercenaries wanted to join their group. He never expected the mercenaries to be Paul and Max. Anton welcomed Paul and Max to their group. He was happy to see that 2 skilled people wanted to join their group. He told Paul and Max that their group currently has an issue, so he cannot allow them to join without any condition. Paul and Max were surprised to hear this, with a serious look on his face. Paul asked Anton to explain himself. Anton told Paul that he is not doubting their skills, while skillfully moving his knife. Anton told Paul and Max that their group is different from the normal mercenary group. He told them that their group engages in a lot of illegal stuff. He threw his knife and told Paul that he does not want some mercenaries to mess up their work because of their sense of justice. Paul was surprised to see how Anton accurately hit the dummy in front of him. He completely understood Anton's intentions to intimidate them. He turned around and looked at Anton with a serious look on his face. Anton told Paul that he has a job that can help them prove their loyalty. Paul realized that Anton was trying to see if they are suited to join the Black Hawk. Anton brought out a paper and told Paul that the job he has for them is not difficult for mercenaries of their level. According to the paper, 5 of their members went missing. This members got into a fight with a mercenary, which is Helmut. The other members of the Black Hawk found the bodies of their fellow members in a neighboring village forest. The members were killed with a single stab, and there was no traces of weapons. Max was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that 5 people were defeated by one person, and there was no use of weapons. He asked Anton if he has a description of the culprit. Anton told the men that the culprit has black hair and black eyes, and he is probably 15 years old. He told the men that Helmut has the skills of a rank 3 mercenary. Max asked Anton if he wants them to kill Helmut. With a smile on his face, Anton told the men that they will be able to join the Black Hawk after they complete their mission. He told them that they will be able to take more difficult missions once they join. With a serious look on his face, Anton told the men that they will be well taken care of once they join them. Paul asked Anton for Helmut's location. Anton told him that the last time they saw Helmut, he was in the neighboring village inn. Due to the fact that the incident happened last night, Anton was certain that Helmut could not have gone far. The scene shifts and we see Helmut in another town. Helmut goes to the front of a guild building. Helmut never expected that he would have to take another request, but he knew that he needed to accept another request in order to be able to move freely without drawing attention to himself. Helmut opens the door and steps into the guild building. In the building, he saw different mercenaries checking for jobs. Helmut walked up to the receptionist in order to get a job. The receptionist calls Helmut a little boy and welcomes him to the guild. She asked Helmut about what he wants. Helmut brings out his identification paper and tells the receptionist that he wants to find a request. The receptionist was surprised to see that Helmut is a rank 3 mercenary that belongs to the Face mercenary group. Helmut asked the receptionist if there is any problem. The receptionist told Helmut that there is no problem. She told Helmut that there are not many young people who are rank 3 mercenaries. She asked Helmut about the type of request he wants. Helmut told her that the reward does not matter to him. He told her that he needs a mission that he can do on his way to Baden. The receptionist told Helmut that Baden is a metropolis. She told him that tons of people want to go to Baden, so there are a lot of escort and transportation requests. The receptionist brought out a paper to show Helmut a request. Helmut asked her to explain the mission to him. The receptionist told him that the mission is an escort request from a noble lady. The reward is 800 marks. The receptionist told Helmut that the mission is very good. She told Helmut that there is a condition that he needs to fulfill before getting the mission. Helmut asked the receptionist to tell him the condition. With a smile on her face, the receptionist told Helmut that the mercenary needs to be the noble lady's type of man. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He had never heard anything so stupid. The scene shifts and we see Helmut step into a clothing store. While walking around the store, Helmut remembers what the receptionist said. The receptionist told Helmut that image is very important when dealing with a noble. Even if the mercenary is famous and gives off a strong impression, the attire needs to be decent. The receptionist told Helmut that his face already gives him a good qualification for the mission. That is why she suggested the mission to him. The receptionist asked Helmut to return to the guild after he gets some good clothes. She told Helmut that she will have the request ready before he is back. At the store, Helmut tells a blonde man that he wants some good clothes. The blonde man, who was enthusiastic, told Helmut that he has the perfect high-quality cloth for him. The man brought a shiny black overalls. The man told Helmut that the overalls was made by the most famous artisan in Baden, and the materials used for the clothes are top-grade fabrics. The man told Helmut that a demonic beast will look like a noble once it wears the overalls. Helmut became silent after he heard the man's presentation. He had never heard anyone describe a cloth in such a unique way. The man was surprised to see that Helmut was silent. He decided to tell Helmut more about the cloth. He told Helmut that the fabrics are so light that he won't feel anything. Helmut immediately cuts the man off and asks the man about the price of the cloth. After looking at the tag on the cloth, the man told Helmut that the cloth cost 2,000 marks. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He remembered that the reward for the mission was only 800 marks. He began to wonder if he should have just chosen a different request. The scene shifts, and we see the receptionist in shock when she sees Helmut's new clothing. She told Helmut that he gives off a completely different impression. She tapped Helmut and called him honey. She told him that he is quite handsome. Helmut did not know how to take a compliment, so he assumed that the receptionist made a mistake in pronouncing his name. He told the receptionist that his name is not Honey. He told her that his name is Helmut. The receptionist apologized for the mistake. She told Helmut that she called him Honey because he is so cute. The receptionist told Helmut that she sent his information to the noble lady. She told Helmut that he has a good chance of getting the mission because he is from the Face mercenary group. She told Helmut that there are not many mercenaries that fit the lady's taste, so he has a good chance of passing. Immediately the receptionist said this. A man stepped into the guild building. The receptionist was surprised to see the man. She welcomed the man to the guild. Helmut turned around to see the man's face. The receptionist asked the man if he is from the House of Zaringen. The man told her that he is. The man told the receptionist that he came to check the mercenary who accepted their request. The man looked at Helmut and asked the receptionist if Helmut is the mercenary. The man was happy to see that Helmut was tall and had a good posture. He told the receptionist that Helmut is okay for the request. The man asked Helmut to follow him. Before following the man, Helmut turned around to see the receptionist. The receptionist waved her hand at Helmut and told him to come again. Helmut bowed his head as a sign of appreciation. After doing this, he stepped outside with the man. After stepping outside, we see a man spying on Helmut from a tree next to the building. The moment Helmut passed by, the man disappeared. On their way to the noble lady, the man introduced himself as Gilton. He told Helmut that he is a butler for the Zaringen family. Gilton asked Helmut if he has heard anything about Marquis Zaringen. Helmut told Gilton that he has never heard anything about the Marquis. Gilton told Helmut that the Marquis is a person of high status. He advised Helmut to act cautiously around the Marquis. Gilton asked Helmut if he has ever escorted anyone before. Helmut told Gilton that he has done a transportation request before. Gilton told Helmut that there is little difference in transportation and escort request. He told Helmut that he needs to guard a human instead of an item in an escort request. He told Helmut that he should just follow the knight's order if the mission is difficult. He told Helmut that the family will pay him more money once the mission is over. Helmut accepted Gilton's advice. Gilton was surprised to see how easily Helmut took his advice. He told Helmut that silence is an important virtue when escorting. When Helmut and Gilton arrived at their destination, Helmut was surprised to see how beautiful the building was. Gilton told Helmut that this is the inn which the Marquis's daughter stays in. Helmut was surprised to see the wealth of the high-class people. A knight welcomes Gilton back to the inn. The knight was surprised to see that Helmut was the mercenary Gilton hired. He told Gilton that Helmut looks young. Gilton told the knight that Helmut was verified by the mercenary guild. He assured the knight that Helmut is perfect for the job. He told the knight to teach Helmut anything he does not know. The knight shook hands with Helmut and introduced himself as Cedric. Helmut also introduced himself to the knight. Gilton asked Cedric about the location of their young miss. Cedric told Gilton that the young lady is in the cafeteria. He told Gilton that it is better for him to meet her. The scene shifts, and we see the young lady sitting in the cafeteria with a man by her side. The young lady seemed to be infatuated with the man. The young lady told the man that she cannot eat the food in the cafeteria. She told the man that her house chef makes food that is much better than the one served to them. She tells the man, who she calls Lord Aaliyah, to visit her manor in order to try their food. While the young lady was trying to get Aaliyah's attention, Helmut and Gilton stepped into the cafeteria. Gilton calls his young lady, whose name is Lady Xenia. Xenia was not happy to see Gilton. She quickly changed her mood and asked him about what he wants. Gilton introduced Helmut to Xenia. With a cold gaze in her eyes, Xenia told Gilton that she is not interested in any mercenary. She told Gilton that she is fine with any decision he makes regarding the mercenaries. Immediately she said this, she turned around and looked at Aaliyah with love in her eyes. She was about to talk to Aaliyah, but Aaliyah cuts her short by telling her that he needs to get some rest before they begin their journey. Xenia was shocked to hear this. She told Aaliyah that will be better for him to eat some more. Aaliyah ignores her and walks towards the exit. The moment Aaliyah passed by Helmut's side, Helmut senses something weird about him. As Aaliyah walked towards the exit, Helmut continued staring at him. Helmut was certain that there is something different about Aaliyah. Xenia stood up from her table and told Gilton that she wants to return to the guest room. Immediately she said this, she ran after Aaliyah. When Xenia left the room, Helmut asked Gilton if Aaliyah is also a guard. Gilton told Helmut that Aaliyah is Xenia's guest. He told Helmut that Aaliyah is a popular student of Greta Academy. Gilton told Helmut that he accidentally came across Aaliyah and his young lady recognized him immediately. Xenia asked Aaliyah to travel with them. Helmut asked Gilton if Xenia is also a student of the academy. Gilton told Helmut that Xenia wants to write the entrance examination of the academy. That is why they are heading to Baden. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Xenia and her guards are heading to the same place as him. Gilton realized that they only had 2 hours left before they start their journey. He asked Helmut to get a horse from the stable. He told Helmut to prepare for their departure. He asked Helmut to stay near the closest carriage once he is done with his preparation. He told Helmut that he also has to prepare some personal things. He asked Helmut to meet Cedric if he needs anything. Helmut accepted the orders and thanked Gilton. The scene shifts and we see Helmut riding a white horse. Helmut really hated the horse due to its behavior. When Helmut went to get the horse caused a lot of trouble due to its stubborn nature. The owner of the stable apologized to Helmut for the horse's behavior. He told Helmut that the horse likes to show off a lot. Helmut remembered how calm and docile the face mercenary horses were. He could not believe that a horse could be so annoying. While Helmut was moving next to a carriage, he hears someone call Aaliyah's name. The person asked Aaliyah to join her in her carriage. When Helmut turned to see who was speaking, he was not surprised to see that it was Xenia. Aaliyah walked towards Xenia's carriage with a grim look on his face. When Aaliyah passed by Helmut's side, Helmut understood what was weird about Aaliyah. Helmut noticed that Aaliyah's body was covered with mana. He realized that Aaliyah was a mage. The scene shifts and we see the group moving in a forest. While they were moving, Helmut thinks about Aaliyah. Helmut finally understood why things felt strange to him the moment he met Aaliyah. Helmut did not know what type of magic Aaliyah cast on himself. He also did not understand why Aaliyah would cast a spell on himself. Helmut became quite curious about Aaliyah. He decided to keep an eye on him. Inside the carriage, we see Xenia talking to Aaliyah. Xenia asked Aaliyah if he is the top student of the magic faculty. Aaliyah told her that he is. Xenia was happy to hear this. She believed that no test could bother Aaliyah. With a smile on her face, Xenia told Aaliyah that she is quite nervous about the examination. She told Aaliyah that she does not know how to prepare well. With an unbothered look in his eyes, Aaliyah told Xenia that she will do well if she has prepared enough. Xenia, who was lost in her fangirl fantasy, told Aaliyah that she prepared well, but she is still nervous. Aaliyah told Xenia that they will arrive at Baden early. He told Xenia to review and revise her work once they arrive. Xenia told Aaliyah that she will need someone to teach her. Aaliyah told Xenia that Greta Academy is a place that encourages individual learning. He told Xenia to get used to reading alone. With fake tears in her eyes, Xenia told Aaliyah that she needs to first pass the examination before she can worry about individual learning. She told Aaliyah that she cannot send any bad news to her home. Aaliyah was not moved by Xenia's fake tears. He knew that she wanted him to tutor her. He told her that he will introduce her to a suitable tutor who specializes in entrance examination. Xenia was shocked to hear this. With a shy look on her face, she asked Aaliyah if he can be her tutor. Aaliyah told her that it will be hard for him to do it. Xenia asked Aaliyah about why he cannot do it. Aaliyah told her that it is a new semester, so he has to prepare as well. Aaliyah decided to cut their conversation short. He told Xenia that their journey is going to be tiring. He asked Xenia to rest. Xenia realized that the situation was already becoming awkward. She decided to take Aaliyah's advice. The scene shifts and we see Helmut listening to Xenia and Aaliyah's conversation from his horse. Helmut spied on them in order to get some useful information. He was annoyed that he was not able to find out anything useful. He regretted wasting his time. As he slowly moved away from the carriage, he realized that only Finn would do something like this. The scene shifts and we see the members of the Black Hawk discussing. Anton's subordinate tells him that they have gotten Helmut's location. He told Anton that they can easily catch up to Helmut if they hurry. He told Anton that Helmut is in a group that has a few knights and mercenaries. Anton was surprised to hear this. He realized that Helmut must be working for a noble in order for him to be moving with knights. Anton didn't like the fact that a noble was involved with Helmut. He asked his subordinate to eliminate Helmut only. Paul was surprised to see that Anton was going through such lengths just to get a single mercenary. He told Anton that he is quite tenacious. Anton laughed when he heard this. He told Paul that he likes to be cautious. With an evil look on his face, Anton told Paul that it is the philosophy of the Black Hawk to tear their enemies apart piece by piece until they are dead. He told Paul and Max that they need such a mindset if they want to join them. With an evil look on his face, Paul told Anton that he likes their mindset. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and his group arrive at an inn. Xenia was annoyed to see such a low-class inn. She asked Gilton if he cannot get them a better place. Gilton told Xenia that there is no other inn in the area. He asked Xenia to manage the inn for one night. The village chief comes to greet Xenia and Gilton. He welcomes them to his village. Gilton thanked the chief for allowing them to stay for the night. He told the chief that they will reward him later. The chief was happy to hear this. He told Gilton that the inn is a small house owned by their small village. He asked Gilton to rest well. The scene shifts and we see Helmut training in the forest next to the inn. After practicing for a while, Helmut stopped training. Helmut realized that his vis had become much better than before. Although Helmut had gotten much stronger, he still felt like something was blocked in his body. Helmut realized that he has not had enough time to train his muscles and vis regularly. He wonders if he will be able to focus more on his training once he gets to Greta Academy. He hoped that he will be able to find a clue about his seed of darkness at the academy. While Helmut was thinking, he feels someone watching him. When he looks up, he sees a clear sky. Helmut was surprised to see this because he was certain that someone was watching him. He noticed that there was an owl in the area. The scene shifts, and we see Aaliyah cancel his skill, which is called Eyes of an Eagle. Aaliyah was surprised that Helmut was able to notice that he was spying on him. He realized that Helmut would have caught him if he continued spying. He could not believe that Helmut was able to detect his magic. He was certain that average humans cannot sense such a skill. He became curious about Helmut's identity. Aaliyah had seen countless mercenaries before, but he has never met one that was able to see through his skill. He found it odd that Helmut was a rank 3 at such a young age. Although rank 3 was already a high position for someone as young as Helmut, Aaliyah believed Helmut could rank higher. While Aaliyah was thinking, Xenia comes to knock on his door. Aaliyah did not answer the door. Xenia began to bang the door like a crazy person. She told Aaliyah that she knows he is not asleep. While she was banging Aaliyah's door, her maids come to get her. The maids grabbed Xenia and told her that she needs to sleep before 9 p.m. in order to rejuvenate her skin. They told her that she must sleep because her father has strictly ordered it. While the maids were dragging Xenia away, Xenia told them that she simply wants to speak to Aaliyah for a minute. She asked the maids to let her go. The maids noticed that Xenia was wearing makeup. They could not believe that their young lady would be so bold. Aaliyah was tired of Xenia's drama. He was thankful that the maids came to save him. The next day, the group continued their journey. After moving for a while, the group decided to rest because it was almost mealtime. One of the knights sees a spring in front of them. He told the group to rest at the spring. When the men arrived at the spring, Cedric comes down from his horse to check the spring. Gilton could not believe that a spring would be in the forest. Cedric told him that the spring is a place of rest for those who are traveling to Baden. Cedric tastes the water and tells Gilton that it is as refreshing as booze. Gilton was happy to hear this. He told the group that they can eat there. Immediately he said this. We see different maids bring out different dishes. The knights were shocked to see this. They could not believe that someone could eat so lavishly in the middle of the forest. The knights could not believe that the nobles were eating salad and meat while they were only given a piece of bread and a beef jerky. One of the knights believed that they will spend an entire day in the area if the nobles try to eat all their food. The knights were sad that their status was so low. As Helmut ate his bread, he wished that Finn was around to cook for him. When Helmut drank the water, he noticed that there was something odd about it. Helmut wondered if the water was poisoned. He looked around and noticed that everyone was drinking the water. Helmut wondered if he was mistaken about the water. While Helmut was staring at his cup, the knight next to him tells him that he wants to take a nap. After everyone was done with their meals, Gilton suggested that they prepare to leave. Immediately he said this. He noticed that he was a bit tired. Gilton looks at Xenia's carriage and tells her that they are going to depart very soon. Gilton noticed that Xenia did not respond to him. He opened her carriage and found her lying unconscious. Gilton was horrified to see this. When he carefully looked at Xenia, he noticed that she was just sleeping. While sleeping, Xenia drools and says that she will spend a night with Aaliyah. Gilton was relieved to see Xenia talking in her sleep. He used his handkerchief to clean his sweat. The moment he did this, he began to feel dizzy. The maids and the knights also began to feel dizzy. Before losing consciousness, Gilton calls out for Cedric. When Gilton looked around, he noticed that Cedric was already unconscious. Gilton did not understand what was going on. He lost consciousness before he could understand the situation. Everyone in the group lost consciousness except for one person. That person is Helmut. Seeing that everyone around him had lost consciousness, Helmut poured his water away. Immediately he did this. The Black Hawk members came out of hiding. Paul believed that it was a stupid thing for them to put a sleeping potion in the water. The man who used the sleeping potion told Paul that they needed to do it in order to not accidentally kill a noble while fighting. The man told Paul that the sleeping potion is untraceable. While the man was talking, he noticed that Helmut was still awake. The man did not understand what was going on. Paul was surprised to see Helmut. He remembered that Helmut was working with the face mercenaries. He asked Helmut if he was the one who killed the members of the Black Hawk. Helmut was also surprised to see Paul. He remembered that Paul was a rank 2 mercenary of the Tarek squad. He remembered that Paul ran away while the demon monkey killed and ate his squad members. Helmut called Paul and Max traitors. Max was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to attack Helmut. Paul stops him and tells him to calm down. Paul told Helmut to watch his mouth. As the Black Hawk members surrounded Helmut, Paul told Helmut that he is their prey. Paul unsheathed his sword. With a disgusting look on his face, he told the Black Hawk members to begin the hunt. Helmut places his hand on his sword. While thinking of what to do, Helmut realized that the enemies were too much. Before Paul could take a step forward, someone attacks him with magic. Paul used his sword to block the attack. Paul was surprised to see this. He did not know that there was a mage in the group. Helmut was not surprised to see the attack. He already knew who attacked Paul. When Paul looked at who attacked him, he saw Aaliyah. With mana all around his body, Aaliyah told Paul to drop his sword and get lost. Paul was annoyed to see Aaliyah. He could not believe that they paid a large amount of money to buy the sleeping potion, and yet it did not work on everyone. Helmut was also surprised to see that Aaliyah was not asleep. He carefully looked at Aaliyah with curiosity in his eyes. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. He called Helmut a bastard crow and asked him to stop staring at him. He told Helmut to focus on the opponent in front of him. Paul was annoyed with the situation. He put his sword to the throat of the man who poisoned the water. He asked the man about what went wrong. The man who was scared for his life told Paul that he did not know that there was a mage in the group. Paul used his sword's hilt to hit the man on his head. As the man fell to the ground, Paul told the man to stop making excuses. Paul believed that he was a fool for thinking that the Black Hawk were competent. He told the man that he will take care of the situation himself. He told the man to clean up the area once he is done. Paul called Helmut a dingy-looking brat and told the man that he is going to have a conversation with Helmut. Immediately he said this, he rushed to attack Helmut. With a look of anger on his face, Paul told Helmut that he will kill him. Helmut easily used his sword to parry Paul's sword. Paul was surprised to see this. He decided to attack Helmut with more strength. While Paul and Helmut were fighting, Max walks up to Aaliyah. He tells Aaliyah that he will give him a painless death if he stays still. Aaliyah believed that Max was stupid for saying this. He tells Max that a mage who is still is a dead mage. Immediately he says this, he activated his magic. The scene shifts and we see Paul and Helmut fighting. Paul pushed Helmut further into the forest with his strength. While pushing Helmut back, Paul laughs at Helmut. He asked Helmut about why he is no longer confident. While Helmut was getting pushed back, he did not listen to a word Paul said. He was more focused on how lucky he was. Helmut knew that it would have been hard for him to deal with 2 rank 2 mercenaries and the other members of the Black Hawk. Helmut was happy that Aaliyah was awake. After pushing Helmut back for a while, Paul decided to kill Helmut. With a blue energy surrounding his body, Paul activated his vis and fired it at Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see the attack. When the attack hit Helmut, an explosion occurred around him. Paul was annoyed to see this. He believed that Helmut was too weak. He asked Helmut about why he is no longer arrogant. Helmut told Paul that their fight is just getting started. Paul was shocked to hear Helmut's voice. When the dust in the area cleared up, Helmut came out of the attack unharmed. Paul was shocked to see that Helmut was completely fine. With an ominous energy surrounding him, Helmut thanks Paul for following him into the forest. Paul was annoyed to hear this. He asked Helmut if he is insane. He told Helmut that he is the one who has him cornered. He told Helmut to not confuse their situation. Helmut covers his sword with his vis and tells Paul that he is not worthy enough to face him. Paul was shocked to see Helmut controlling vis. He calls Helmut a bastard and covers his sword with vis. With a look of anger on his face, Paul calls Helmut a rank 4 trash. Paul could not believe that a rank 4 mercenary wanted to fight a rank 2 mercenary. He used his sword to charge at Helmut. Helmut easily dodged Paul's attack. Before Paul could make another move, Helmut was already in the air. Paul could not believe that the version of Helmut he was looking at was an afterimage. Paul quickly turned around in order to block Helmut's attack. Unfortunately for him, before he could make any move, Helmut had launched a devastating attack with his vis. Paul was horrified to see Helmut's strength. He quickly realized that there was no way for him to beat Helmut. When Helmut's attack landed on Paul, it buried Paul in the ground. With blood gushing out of his mouth, Paul screamed in pain. When Helmut landed on the ground, Paul tried to pull himself together. Paul asked Helmut about how he is able to use such a large amount of vis. Helmut used his sword to hit Paul's head. He told Paul that it is none of his business. He told Paul to leave with the rest of the Black Hawk. He told Paul that he will let him live. Helmut turned around and decided to walk away. As Helmut was walking, Paul laughed at him. He asked Helmut if he wants him to beg for his life. He told Helmut to kill him. He told Helmut that he would rather die than be humiliated. With a serious look on his face, Helmut reminded Paul that he ran away and deserted all his comrades. Helmut told Paul that he was already humiliated the moment he left his comrades. Paul was shocked to hear this. Immediately he said this, Helmut walked away. As Helmut moved forward, Paul began to laugh like a crazy person. While walking, Helmut remembers something important. He remembered that Aaliyah was fighting the other Black Hawk members. He hoped that Aaliyah was able to manage. The scene shifts and we see some members of the Black Hawk lying on the ground. Max and some other members were injured and struggling to move. Max asked Aaliyah about what he is. While controlling different rocks with his magic, Aaliyah told Max that he is a mage. One of the members of the Black Hawk calls Aaliyah a bastard and rushes to attack him. Aaliyah used one of his rock to crush the man. He told Max that he is not interested in what they came to do. He told Max that he will destroy them because they interfered in his business. Immediately Aaliyah said this. He used his magic to knock out another member. Max was annoyed to see this. He called Aaliyah an arrogant bastard. He picked up his spear and covered it with vis. Immediately he did this. He rushed to attack Aaliyah. Aaliyah believed that Max was pretending to be tough. He decided to break Max's spirit. He launched a huge attack on Max. Max was surprised to see the scale of the magic. He quickly realized that he could not block the attack. The moment the attack touched Max, Max got pushed back and slammed into a boulder. The other members of the Black Hawk gathered to help Max. Aaliyah told the men that they will be going to Baden with him. He told them to stay still. Immediately he said this. He used his magic to create a ring of light. The members of the Black Hawk were shocked to see this magic. One of the men told the other members that Aaliyah is creating a restraining spell. He told the other members to run away. Before the members of the Black Hawk could take a step, Aaliyah began to restrain them. Seeing that their fellow members were getting captured, the other members decided to run in different directions. Aaliyah created multiple rings of light and began to capture the other men. By the time Aaliyah captured the men close to him, the other members of the Black Hawk had ran away. Aaliyah was annoyed to see that some men got away. While Aaliyah was annoyed that he was not able to capture the other men, he believed that it was enough for him to have captured Max. When Aaliyah turned around to check on Max, Max was no longer resting on the boulder. The scene shifts and we see Max hiding behind a boulder. Max, who was breathing heavily, was struggling to put himself together. Max could not believe that Helmut was the person which the Black Hawk wanted to kill. He was more surprised to see that Helmut was traveling with such a powerful mage. While resting on the boulder, Max wondered about when things began to go wrong. While Max was trying to gather his thoughts, he senses the presence of someone in the surrounding. Max quickly hides himself. When Max takes a look at the person who was in the area, he was surprised to see that it was Helmut. Max did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why Helmut was not injured. He wondered about what happened to Paul. Max quickly realized that Helmut must have defeated Paul. He did not understand how such a thing was possible. It did not make sense to him that a rank 2 mercenary would lose to a rank 4 mercenary. As Helmut walked forward, he sensed Max's presence behind the boulder. Helmut decided to not do anything. He was quite surprised to see that Aaliyah was able to defeat Max. He realized that Aaliyah is very strong. When Helmut walked forward, Max fell on his knees and began to regret his choice. When Helmut returned back to the spring, Aaliyah was surprised to see him. He could not believe that Helmut was still alive. He gave Helmut a rope and asked him to tie up the members of the Black Hawk. Helmut did not understand why Aaliyah wanted to tie the men up. He told Aaliyah that the men are already restrained with magic. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is going to toss the members of the Black Hawk into prison once they arrive at Baden. He told Helmut that he does not want to waste his mana on Black Hawk members. Helmut was surprised to hear the word prison. He realized that Darien had once talked about prison before. Darien told Helmut that prison is a place where all those who have committed evil acts are taken to. Helmut could not believe that there was a solution to his problem. He realized that he could have locked Paul and Max in prison. He felt bad for letting them get away. While Helmut was thinking, Aaliyah asked him about how he did not fall asleep. Helmut was surprised to hear this question. He told Aaliyah that he never drank the water from the spring. Aaliyah carefully used his magic to attack Helmut. With a horrifying look in his eyes, Aaliyah told Helmut that he saw him when he drank the water. Helmut asked Aaliyah about why he did not fall asleep. He told Aaliyah that he saw him drink the water. Aaliyah told Helmut that he can purify the potion because he is a mage. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he was able to purify the potion with the magic that surrounds his body. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. He asked Helmut if he could see his magic. Helmut told Aaliyah that he cannot see the magic. He told him that he can only sense it. Aaliyah asked Helmut about why he never said anything despite the fact that he could sense it. While restraining the members of the Black Hawk, Helmut told Aaliyah that he is not very curious about his secret. He told Aaliyah that he is not interested in discussing other people's secrets. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was not questioning him. He turned around and began to walk away. While walking, Aaliyah calls Helmut an irritating bastard. The scene shifts and we see that Gilton and the rest of the group have regained consciousness. Gilton was shocked to hear what happened. He could not believe that they were almost ambushed. Gilton thanks Aaliyah for his help. He asks Aaliyah about how he can repay him. Aaliyah told Gilton that he does not want anything in return for his help. He told Gilton that he helped them because they are his fellow travelers. Aaliyah pointed at Helmut and told Gilton that Helmut helped him in fighting the Black Hawk. He told Gilton that he does not know why Helmut did not fall asleep. Helmut told Gilton that medicine and potions do not affect him. Gilton was surprised to hear this. He remembered hearing that certain individuals have immunities to potions. Gilton thanked Helmut for his service. With a smile on his face, Gilton told Helmut that he will give him more money than the promised wage. While Gilton was talking, we see fangirl Xenia run to meet Aaliyah. With her eyes blinded by love, Xenia grabs Aaliyah's hand and tells him that it is fate that he save her. While squeezing Aaliyah's hand, Xenia told Aaliyah that she would like to repay her debt in any way possible. Xenia asked Aaliyah to marry her. Immediately she said this, Aaliyah told her that he is betrothed to someone in his town. He told her that he is going to marry his betrothed once he graduates from the academy. Xenia's entire life crumbled when she heard this. She did not know what to say. Both Cedric and Gilton were shocked to hear this. Cedric was embarrassed for Xenia. After recovering from her shock, Xenia began to cry. Gilton begged her to not cry outside. He did his best to console her. After Xenia was done with her drama, Cedric ordered his men to move out. The scene shifts and we see Gilton holding his hand up to cover his face from the sun. Gilton was surprised to see that the group was able to reach Baden without any troubles. The group was happy to have finally arrived at their destination. Helmut comes down from his horse and gets a good look at Baden's gates. Before Helmut could take another step, he is stopped by Gilton. Gilton walked up to Helmut. He thanked Helmut for his efforts. He told Helmut that he will give him a good review at the Mercenary Guild. Gilton put his hand into his pocket and brought out a bag full of marks. He told Helmut that there is 10,000 marks in the bag. He told Helmut that the money is not his promised fee. He told Helmut that the money is a token of their gratitude. Helmut accepted the money and thanked Gilton. While looking around, Helmut noticed that Aaliyah was about to leave. He decided to tell Aaliyah something. Helmut picked up his bag and walked to Aaliyah's front. Aaliyah did not understand why Helmut was standing in front of him. Helmut thanked Aaliyah for his help. He turned around and told Aaliyah that he helped him in a lot of ways. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. Due to the fact that Aaliyah wanted to act tough, he ignored Helmut. After thanking Aaliyah for his help, Helmut walked forward. He decided to head into the academy. When Helmut stepped into Baden, he saw different things. Helmut found this thing strange. Helmut noticed that Baden was much bigger than any village he had ever been to, and there were more people in the area. Helmut was surprised to see the vast difference between a village and a city. After searching for a while, Helmut finally arrived at the gates of Greta Academy. Helmut had a hard time finding the academy because the city is quite big. When Helmut stepped into the academy, he saw large buildings which he had never seen before. Inside the buildings, there were many students on uniform who were smiling and happy. While the buildings were amazing, Helmut was not quite interested in them. He was more focused on finding the man called Ethan Kudrow. Helmut noticed that there was a receptionist in the building. He decided to ask about Ethan Kudrow. He walked up to the receptionist to get some information. When Helmut arrived at the receptionist's desk, she did not look at him. She was more focused on the book in front of her. Helmut bangs the receptionist's table to get her attention. The receptionist screamed when she heard the sound of Helmut's hand. After regaining her composure, the receptionist asked Helmut about what he wants. Helmut told the receptionist that he is looking for Ethan Kudrow. The receptionist immediately recognized the name. She asked Helmut if he is looking for Sir Ethan Kudrow, the swordsmanship instructor. Helmut told her that he is. He told the receptionist that he is an acquaintance of Ethan Kudrow. He asked the receptionist if he can meet Ethan. The receptionist asked Helmut for his name. Helmut told her his name. The scene shifts, and we see the receptionist guiding Helmut through the hallway. When they arrived at Ethan's door, the receptionist brought out a blue card that was created with magic. She placed the card on Ethan's door, and a magic circle appeared. She asked Helmut to wait for a minute. Helmut was surprised to see the magic that she was using. After the receptionist used her magic on the door began to slowly open. As the door slowly opened, Helmut became curious about Ethan Kudrow. He believed that Ethan must be special for Darien to mention him. When the door fully opened, the receptionist asked Helmut to step inside. When Helmut stepped inside the room, he sees a man with black hair. This man is Ethan Kudrow. Ethan told Helmut that he has never heard of his name before. With a serious look on his face, Ethan told Helmut to state his business. Helmut was surprised to see Ethan. He immediately realized that Ethan was very strong. Ethan was not as strong as Darien, but he was the strongest human that Helmut has ever met in the human world. Helmut has never met a rank 1 mercenary, but he was certain that Ethan was as strong as a rank 1 mercenary. Ethan was surprised to see that Helmut was staring at him. He did not know why Helmut was not speaking. He decided to ask Helmut to explain himself again. He asked Helmut about the reason for his visit. Upon hearing Ethan's voice, Helmut stopped staring. He placed his hand on his sword and drew it out of its sheath. Ethan was surprised to see this. He did not understand why Helmut would draw out his sword. He asked Helmut about what he is doing. Helmut told Ethan that he expected him to recognize the sword. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He decided to look at the sword. Ethan noticed that the sword was poorly crafted, but after carefully looking at it, he realized that the sword was tough and well-balanced. Ethan was certain that this is one of the best swords in the world. Ethan immediately recognized the sword. He realized that the sword belongs to Darien Depert. Helmut was surprised to see that Ethan recognized the sword. He could not believe that Darien was right. Ethan asked Helmut if Darien is still alive. Helmut told him that Darien is dead. Ethan was shocked to hear this. Helmut told him that Darien lived out his final days recently. Ethan could not believe what he was hearing. He could not believe that a man like Darien would actually die. Ethan's body trembled when he heard the news. Ethan quickly put himself together and accepted the news that he got. He told Helmut that it has been 20 years since Darien went missing. He told Helmut that he wanted to repay Darien for saving his life. He told Helmut that he vowed on his name and his family that he would help Darien anytime. Due to the fact that Helmut was holding Darien's sword, Ethan realized that Helmut is Darien's last apprentice. He asked Helmut about why he came to see him. Helmut told Ethan that he wants to enroll in the academy. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He realized that Darien asked Helmut to meet him because he wanted Helmut to have a guardian. He asked Helmut about his current age. Helmut told Ethan that he does not know his age. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut lived his whole life without knowing his age. Helmut, who was doing his best to count his age, told Ethan that he is probably 14 or 15. Due to Helmut's body build, Ethan told Helmut that he is not 14. Due to the fact that Helmut was not 14, Ethan believed that Helmut could not enroll as a freshman. He told Helmut that he is probably 15. He told Helmut that he will take the exams as a transfer student. Ethan picked up a book in order to share more information about transfer students. Before he could say anything, Helmut asked him if he needs to take the exam. Ethan realized that Helmut was right. He knew that the apprentice of the Divine Swordsman did not need to take the Swordsmanship Department enrollment exam. He told Helmut that he will be allowed to transfer immediately if he reveals that he is the apprentice of Darien the Divine Swordsman. He revealed to Helmut that Darien's name is enough to prove his skill. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He looked at his sword and held it tightly. He could not believe that Darien was able to help him even in the human world. He was very grateful that Darien had been helping him since they were in the Forest of Roots. Immediately Helmut thought of this. He realized something weird. He realized that Darien was in the Forest of Roots. Yet Ethan claimed that Darien has been missing for 20 years. Helmut did not understand what was going on. It did not make sense to him that even Darien's acquaintances did not know where Darien was. Helmut was certain that Darien did not come to the Forest of Roots on his own free will. Helmut realized that someone must have sent Darien to the Forest of Roots and hid the information from everyone. He realized that the people who sent Darien to the Forest of Roots must not find out that he is Darien's last apprentice. He was certain that this people will not care about his seed of darkness. He knew that he would get sent to the Forest of Roots if he ever reveals that Darien is his master. Helmut told Ethan that he cannot tell people that he is Darien's apprentice. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut about why he did not want people to find out. Helmut told Ethan that he cannot tell him everything. He told Ethan that his life will be in danger if people ever find out that he is Darien's apprentice. Ethan was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that someone would try to hurt Darien's apprentice. With a look of anger on his face, Ethan asked Helmut to tell him who wants to hurt him. Helmut told Ethan that he will tell him everything in time. He asked Ethan to be patient with him. After regaining his composure, Ethan accepted Helmut's decision. He realized that Helmut and Darien have special situations that cannot be revealed. He told Helmut to meet him anytime he requires assistance. He reminded Helmut that Darien placed him under his care. He told Helmut that they need to prepare for the transfer examination. He assured Helmut that he will take care of the required documents. While walking, he told Helmut that he needs to test his skills. As Ethan walked forward, Helmut noticed that Ethan clenched his fist. He realized that Ethan was not happy with the news he heard. Ethan took Helmut to a training ground. He told Helmut that the room is his personal training ground. He told Helmut that he knows he is strong because his master is the divine swordsman. He told Helmut that he still needs to test his skill level for the transfer examination. Ethan brought out a large log of wood. He asked Helmut to try to cut the wood. Helmut quickly took a stance and got ready to cut the wood. Before he could do anything, he is stopped by Ethan. Ethan asked Helmut to use one of the wooden swords behind him. Helmut picked one of the wooden sword. He skillfully swung the sword to get a good feel for it. The wood which Ethan asked Helmut to cut is a white birch. This wood is harder than most wood. Ethan believed that it will be incredible for someone of Helmut's age to leave a mark on the wood. Although Ethan knew that Helmut was young, he could tell that Helmut was not an ordinary boy. The moment Helmut took a stance, he activated his vis. Ethan was surprised to see this. He could not believe that Helmut was already able to use vis. He wondered about how proficient Helmut would be in using vis. While Ethan was thinking, Helmut swung his sword. Helmut made a clean cut on the wood. He used his vis to cut the wood into two. Ethan was shocked to see this. He could not believe that someone so young could be so powerful. Ethan told Helmut that he is definitely going to pass the practical aspect of the examination. Thanks to what Helmut just showed him, Ethan became certain that Helmut is the apprentice of Darien Depert. Helmut asked Ethan if he can enroll in the academy. Ethan told him that he can. He told Helmut that he simply needs to pass the examination. Due to how strong Helmut was, Ethan believed that Helmut must be extremely intelligent. Helmut was surprised to hear about a written examination. The scene shifts and we see Ethan shaking in fear after seeing Helmut's test result. Ethan gave Helmut a written test to test his intelligence. He could not believe Helmut was only able to score 4 in most of his subjects. He was certain that someone who guesses the answers would score higher than Helmut. He could not believe that Helmut was so poor academically. Ethan did not know what to do. The examination was going to take place in 10 days. Ethan told Helmut that he cannot enroll in the academy with his current scores. He told Helmut that he cannot get him a personal tutor because there is not enough time to study. Helmut asked Ethan if he could teach him. Ethan told Helmut that he can't. He told Helmut that faculty members are not allowed to privately tutor entrants. He told Helmut that it is better for them to not break the rule because they do not know what problem it may cause in future. He revealed to Helmut that students of the academy usually tutor entrants. But due to the fact that the examination is so close, the elite tutors have already been taken. Ethan could not think of a solution to Helmut's problem. Both he and Helmut became silent. While standing, Helmut remembers what Gilton said to him about Aaliyah. He remembered that Gilton told him that Aaliyah is a popular genius of the academy. Helmut asked Ethan if he has ever heard of a boy called Aaliyah. Ethan told Helmut that he knows Aaliyah. He told Helmut that Aaliyah enrolled with honors at the top of his class because he had a perfect score in the examination for the first time in the history of the academy. Ethan asked Helmut about why he asked about Aaliyah. Helmut did not know what it meant for someone to be an honors student, but he was certain that Aaliyah must be intelligent. Although Helmut did not want to burden Aaliyah, he did not know any other students. He told Ethan that he will ask Aaliyah to tutor him. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut was going to ask Aaliyah. He knew that Aaliyah was skilled enough to help Helmut, but he did not know how Helmut was going to convince Aaliyah to help him. He asked Helmut about how he knew Aaliyah. When he looked around, he noticed that Helmut was no longer in his office. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah talking to Helmut. Aaliyah could not believe that Helmut came to meet him for a ridiculous request. He did not understand why Helmut came to meet him. He told Helmut that he never had an agreement to meet him again. Aaliyah told Helmut that he hates teaching stupid bastards, especially swordsmen who are empty-headed. Aaliyah believed that Helmut came to Baden because of his commission. He could not believe that Helmut wanted to enroll in the academy. He told Helmut to study on his own. He told Helmut that he has no intention of tutoring him. Helmut revealed to Aaliyah that he simply wants to pass the examination. He told Aaliyah that he is not expecting any amazing scores. He told Aaliyah that people said that he is a qualified tutor. Aaliyah was not moved by Helmut's words. He told Helmut that he does not want to tutor him. Aaliyah turned around and decided to return to his room. He asked Helmut to leave. He told Helmut to not waste his time. Before Aaliyah could open the door, Helmut tells him that he will pay him to tutor him. Aaliyah stops moving when he heard this. Helmut told Aaliyah that he will pay him because he believed that money can change the behavior of humans. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he wants to purchase his intelligence with money. He asked Helmut to tell him how much he wants to pay. Helmut asked Aaliyah about how much he wants. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. He told Helmut that he wants 100,000 marks. He told Helmut that he wants the entire money up front. Helmut accepted the deal. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was actually going to give him 100,000 marks. Helmut told Aaliyah that they will start their class tomorrow. Aaliyah thought that Helmut was joking. He reminded Helmut that he is asking for 100,000 marks. Helmut had received 90,000 marks when he worked with the Face Mercenaries, and he got 10,000 marks from the mission he just completed. He was certain that he could afford the tutoring fee. With a serious look on his face, Helmut told Aaliyah that they need to start the tutoring tomorrow because there is not enough time left. Aaliyah was shocked to hear that someone was actually willing to pay 100,000 marks. He told Helmut to pay this amount in order to scare him. He did not expect Helmut to be serious about it. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he should meet him at his dormitory. Aaliyah told Helmut that he will not teach him if he cannot provide the money. He turned around and told Helmut to meet him at his dormitory in the morning. He warned Helmut that he will cancel the class if he is not serious. After saying this, Aaliyah rushed into his dormitory. When Aaliyah went into his dormitory, we see a boy with an odd creature on his head reading a book. After Aaliyah left him, Helmut was happy to see that he had found a tutor. He turned around and decided to leave. The boy with the odd creature on his head watches Helmut as he walked away. The boy assumed the Helmut was Aaliyah's friend. He was surprised to see that Aaliyah had such an unique friend. The next day, we see the sun rise at the beautiful academy. Helmut returned to Aaliyah's dormitory just like Aaliyah asked him to. When he arrived at the dormitory, Aaliyah was already waiting for him. Aaliyah was surprised to see that Helmut actually came. He asked Helmut about the money. Helmut put his hand into his pocket and brought out a bag full of money. He handed the bag to Aaliyah. He told Aaliyah that he put exactly 100,000 marks in the bag. Aaliyah accepted the money. He reminded Helmut that he has never tutored anyone before. He told Helmut that he will not refund his money if he fails. Helmut told him that it doesn't matter. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. He believed that Helmut would be scared once he heard that he could not get a refund. He realized that he should have just told Helmut that he will not tutor him. He did not feel happy receiving so much money from Helmut. He only asked for the money because of his pride. Seeing that Helmut was serious, Aaliyah took a deep breath and decided to teach Helmut. He asked Helmut to wait outside the dormitory. He told Helmut that he needs to get something. While Aaliyah was not thrilled with the idea of tutoring someone, he believed that it will not be hard to tutor a person. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Aaliyah in the school library. While teaching Helmut, Aaliyah stared intensely at Helmut. He realized that Helmut was more problematic than he thought. He did not understand why it was so hard to teach Helmut. Aaliyah found Helmut to be quite unusual. He realized that Helmut's ability to learn was much more outstanding compared to any student of the magic department. He asked Helmut if he has been living in a forest for his whole life. Helmut's body shook when he heard this. He could not believe that Aaliyah figured out his secret. Helmut became more certain that Aaliyah is not an ordinary mage. He realized that he had to be more cautious around Aaliyah. He asked Aaliyah to tell him the reason why he asked the question. Aaliyah told Helmut that his focus and memorization skills are amazing. He told Helmut that he also has the ability to focus on his work. Aaliyah clenched his fist and banged the table out of anger. He asked Helmut about why he does not know any of the most basic ethics and common knowledge despite having such good qualities. Aaliyah told Helmut that his score from his ethics test was horrible. Helmut did not know what to say. He did not know how to defend himself. In one of the tests which Aaliyah gave Helmut, he asked Helmut to tell him what he will do if someone tries to mess with him. Helmut wrote that he will threaten the person with his father's authority. Aaliyah could not believe that someone would actually write such an answer. He told Helmut that they need to finish other subjects quickly in order for them to focus on his ethics study. He told Helmut to pay attention to him. He told Helmut that 100,000 marks is an enormous amount of money. He told Helmut that he cannot pay such an enormous amount of money and still fail the examination. He told Helmut that he is being tutored by the top student of the academy, so he must enroll in the academy no matter what. Aaliyah knew that Helmut must not fail. He believed that Helmut's failure would affect his honor and image in the academy. With a serious look on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that he must enroll in the academy. Helmut could not believe that Aaliyah was tutoring him because of his honor. He was certain that Aaliyah is a crazy human. At night, we see Helmut and Aaliyah still studying in the library. Aaliyah asked Helmut a question. He told Helmut that his classmate has stolen something that belongs to him. He asked Helmut to tell him the correct thing to do in this scenario. He told Helmut to think about the most wholesome and ethical solution. Helmut placed his hand on his chin and carefully thinks about the answer. He was certain that the answer does not involve violence. After carefully thinking, Helmut told Aaliyah that he has gotten the answer. Aaliyah told him to tell him his answer. Helmut told Aaliyah that the best solution is to steal it back quietly. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. He did not know what to say. He could not believe that Helmut could be so stupid. He told Helmut that his answer is wrong. Helmut did not understand why his answer was wrong. He told Aaliyah that he did not fight. He told Aaliyah that he resolved the issue quietly. Aaliyah could not believe that Helmut actually thought that he was right. He realized that Helmut thinks exactly like a swordsman. He told Helmut that his classmates will not learn their lesson and they will steal his belongings again. He told Helmut that the best solution is for him to converse with his classmates in order to let them repent for their wrongdoings and realize the weight of their actions. Aaliyah advises Helmut to forgive the person but not the sin. He told Helmut that this is how the academy defines justice. Helmut found this logic to be very complicated. He realized that humans are more difficult than he expected. Helmut realized that he has to learn ethics and common sense in order to live in the human world. Helmut did not like the fact that he started learning these basic things very late in his life. Although Helmut did not like the complicated things, he knew that he had to solve these complicated problems in order to become the type of person which Darien talked about. Helmut realized that he was going to need more time to study. Helmut and Aaliyah continued their lesson. Aaliyah asked Helmut what he would do when someone assaults him. Helmut said that he would kill the person. Aaliyah was disappointed to hear this. He yelled at Helmut and told him to get a security guard to solve the problem. A few days later, we see students stepping out of the library. Outside the library, we see Aaliyah standing. Two girls hiding behind a bush were excited to see Aaliyah. They did not know what their beautiful Lord Aaliyah was doing in the examination center. They could not believe that Aaliyah is still as handsome as always. They became curious about who Aaliyah was waiting for. One of the girls tells her friend that Aaliyah is probably waiting for the person he tutored for the past 1 week. Immediately the girls said this. Helmut came out of the library. Helmut immediately went to meet Aaliyah. Aaliyah was surprised to see that Helmut was already done with his exam. He asked Helmut about why the academy held the examination in the library. Helmut told him that it is probably because the library is quiet. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that the question was rhetorical. Aaliyah told Helmut that he left his books in the library because he was tutoring him. He told Helmut that he had to wait until he was done with his exams. He asked Helmut if he did well in his exams. Helmut nodded his head to Aaliyah. Aaliyah was certain that Helmut would not have any issues with the practical examination. He told Helmut that their tutorials are over as of today. He walked past Helmut and wished him good luck in his practical examination. As Aaliyah walked forward, Helmut thanked him for his help. Aaliyah turned around and looked at Helmut. He told Helmut that he does not need to thank him. He told Helmut that he received payment for his service. He advised Helmut to work hard. After saying this, he left Helmut. Helmut was still thankful to Aaliyah for his help. Seeing that he was done with his written examination, Helmut decided to take his practical examination. Helmut went to the hall where the transfer students of the swordsmanship department waited in. When Helmut stepped into the hall, he is told to follow his instructor to his group once his name has been called. When Helmut looked around, he noticed that there was a lot of entrants in the hall with him. He sat down and decided to wait for his turn. While sitting, Helmut wondered about what he should do after his examination is over. Ethan had told Helmut to rest once he is done with his examination. Helmut realized that it has been a while since he had some training. He decided to train with his free time. While Helmut was thinking, someone tried to get his attention. Helmut did not hear anything until the person waved his hands in front of him. The boy who waved at him asked Helmut about what he was thinking of. With a smile on his face, the boy introduced himself as Sabbat Rugel, the second son of the Rugel family. Sabbat stretched out his hand and asked Helmut for his name. Helmut did not understand what was going on. He was certain that Sabbath did not approach him without any intentions. Sabbath did not understand why Helmut did not respond to him. He asked Helmut if he is not speaking because of the academy regulations. He told Helmut that the regulations do not affect them because they are not yet enrolled in the academy. Helmut did not know what Sabbat was talking about. He had never heard of any academy regulations. Helmut scared Sabbat to tell him why he approached him. Sabbat told Helmut to not have his guard up. He told Helmut that he is simply trying to make friends with other transfer students. Sabbat wanted to become friends with Helmut because he found out that Aliyah hung out with Helmut. Sabbat assumed that Helmut was a lower-class noble. He believed that it will be advantageous for him to get to know Helmut. Helmut told Sabbat his name. Sabbat was surprised to hear Helmut's name. He believed that it was an unusual name. He asked Helmut to tell him his last name. He told Helmut that he wants to know the family he is from. The word family came as a surprise to Helmut. Sabbat told Helmut that it will be good for them to know each other before they are enrolled in the academy. He told Helmut that they will need to get along with everyone. The family name Helmut knew was the one he found in his pendant. This family's name is Margaret Irene. Due to the fact that Helmut was sent to the Forest of Roots, he believed that it will be better for him to not mention Margaret's name. Helmut told Sabbat that he does not have a family name. Sabbat was horrified to hear this. He asked Helmut if he is a commoner. Helmut told him that he is. Sabbat began to laugh when he heard this. Sabbat could not believe that he offered his hand to a commoner. With a disgusting look on his face, Sabbat asked Helmut about why he was acting confident despite being a commoner. Sabbat's friend asked him about why Helmut would enroll in the academy despite being a commoner. With a smile on his face, Sabbat called Helmut a bastard. He told his friend that Helmut has no shame. He told his friend that Helmut was not able to learn shame in his tutorials. With a disgusting look on his face, Sabbat asked Helmut about how he was able to get tutored by Aliyah. While Sabbat was talking, a huge man appeared at his back. The man placed his hand on Sabbat's shoulder. Sabbat's friends were shocked to see the man. With a forced smile on his face, the man told Sabbat to keep his voice down. He told Sabbat that there are several students who have not written their examinations. He reminded Sabbat that it is strictly forbidden to discriminate in the academy. He told Sabbat to not judge anyone based on their class and gender. The man called Sabbat applicant 15. He advised Sabbat to be cautious of his comments. Immediately after saying this, the man left Sabbat alone. He told the other applicants that they will provide an explanation of the examination in 5 minutes. The man asked the other applicants to sit down. Sabbat cleaned his shoulder after the man left him. After cleaning his shirt, Sabbat told his friends to follow him. When he walked forward, he stopped by Helmut's side and turned. With a disgusting look on his face, Sabbat told Helmut to keep his head down if he is a commoner. He told Helmut that he should not hang out with people who are above his class. He told Helmut that he is confusing other people. Helmut was not bothered with what Sabbat said. He simply ignored him and went to sit down. The scene shifts and we see an instructor addressing the applicants. The instructor commended the applicants on their efforts in the written examination. He advised the applicants to do well in their practical examinations. He told the applicants that the practical examinations will be done in groups. These groups will have to go through 2 separate tests. While the instructor was talking, Helmut noticed something odd. He realized that the other applicants were staring at him. He realized that they were looking at him the same way Sabbat was. He realized that the human world was not different from the Forest of Roots. Monsters and humans both have a hierarchy among themselves. Although power in the human world is not based on strength alone, it is determined by other factors. Helmut realized that family is one of those important factors. Helmut wondered if family is more important than strength. Helmut decided to learn everything that is important in the academy. While Helmut was thinking, the instructor asked his group to step into a room. When it was Helmut's turn, the instructor told him that he needs to cut the blackwood tree. He told Helmut that he must use a wooden sword to cut the tree. He told Helmut that he is allowed to use any swordsmanship he wants. He told Helmut that he is also allowed to use vis. The instructor picked up a wooden sword and stretched his hand out to Helmut. He told Helmut that he needs to cut the wood 5 minutes after he gets his sword. He told Helmut that he will be disqualified from the exam if he is not able to cut the tree in 5 minutes. He told Helmut to begin if he is ready. Helmut accepted the wooden sword. He was surprised to see that the test was so simple. Helmut placed his hand on the tree to feel its toughness. While this tree is hard, it was not strong enough to receive Helmut's attacks. Helmut picked up his sword and activated his vis. Helmut swung his sword once and split the tree apart. The instructor was shocked to see this. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. He could not believe that an applicant was able to split the blackwood tree in half with one attack. Even the instructor has to strike the blackwood multiple times before he can cut it. Helmut asked the instructor if the examination is over. The instructor quickly regained his composure. He told Helmut that he has passed the first stage of the examination. The scene shifts and we see Sabbat talking to his friends. While Sabbat was talking, Helmut stepped out of the test room. Sabbat was annoyed to see Helmut. With an annoying look on his face, he asked Helmut if he was given rotten wood instead of blackwood. He told Helmut that he will speak to the supervisor. Helmut did not understand why Sabbat was saying nonsense. While thinking, the instructor appears at his back. The instructor told the applicants that he came to explain the next stage of the examination. He told the applicants that the next stage of their examination is sparring. He told the applicants that they will have a one-on-one duel with each other, and they will be allowed to use their swordsmanship on their opponents for 8 minutes. He told the applicants that the instructors will be observing their duel. He told the applicants that their final acceptance will be decided upon careful evaluation. While the instructor was talking, Sabbat stared at Helmut. The instructor told the applicants that their opponents will be chosen randomly. He told the applicants that their acceptance will be determined by the level of their skills and not by winning the duel. The instructor advised the applicants to show their best skill in their duels. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He believed that the examination is unfair. He told his friends that anyone who gets to duel with Helmut will receive an automatic pass. Helmut was annoyed to hear this. He glared at Sabbat. Sabbat was surprised to see that Helmut heard him. While staring at Sabbath, Helmut became annoyed that Sabbat kept irritating him without knowing his place. Helmut wondered if he should shut Sabbat up. Sabbat was annoyed to see that Helmut was staring at him. With a smile on his face, Sabbat told Helmut to hit him if he has a problem with him. With an annoying look on his face, Sabbat asked Helmut to try to hit him. Helmut did not understand why Sabbat was irritating him. He wondered if Sabbat would leave him alone if he hit him. Helmut clenched his fist out of anger. Before Helmut could do anything, the instructor called out his name. Both Sabbat and Helmut were surprised to hear the instructor's voice. The instructor also called out another applicant whose name is Andro. The instructor asked Helmut and Andro to step forward. Sabbat was annoyed to see that the instructor interrupted him. He told his friend that he would have trampled on Helmut. Sabbat's friend told Sabbat that Andro is a lucky applicant. He could not believe that Andro got to fight a commoner. Helmut turned around and glared at Sabbat when he heard what he said. Helmut decided to not do anything to Sabbat. He was certain that he would have other opportunities to discipline Sabbat. The scene shifts, and we see Helmut and Andro step into another room. A man who appears to be an instructor was happy to see the first applicants that will be dueling with each other. Ethan welcomed the applicants to the stage. The instructor who took Helmut and Andro to the room bowed his head when he saw the instructors in the room. He told the instructors that he wants to begin the second stage of the examination. While the instructor was speaking, Andro stared at Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see that Andro was staring at him. He did not understand why Andro was doing it. Helmut was surprised to see that Ethan was among the judges. One of the judges asked Ethan if Helmut was the applicant he recommended. Ethan told the man that Helmut is. He told the man that he and the other instructor will have to evaluate Helmut because he is not allowed to evaluate someone he recommended. The instructor was surprised to hear that Ethan recommended an applicant. He realized that this was Ethan's first time recommending anyone. He asked Ethan if Helmut is special. Ethan told the instructor that he will understand why he recommended Helmut after he sees Helmut fight. The instructor who brought Helmut and Andro into the room told them that the duel lasts a total of 8 minutes. The duel will be conducted in 2 rounds. Each round will last 4 minutes. The instructor told the boys that the duel will end once an applicant is unable to wield his sword or the applicant is unable to continue the match. The instructor reminded the boys that the objective is not to win the duel. He asked the boys to do their best. After explaining the rules to the applicants, the instructor stepped back and asked the applicants to begin their fight. Andro took a deep breath and took a stance. He remembered hearing that Helmut was a commoner. Andro gripped his wooden stick with force. Andro was certain that Helmut was talented since Helmut was able to cut the blackwood tree. Although Andro knew that Helmut was talented, he believed that Helmut is a commoner who did not receive any formal training. While Andro was thinking, Helmut took a stance and got ready to attack. Andro was certain that he could defeat Helmut with the swordsmanship he has trained since childhood. Before Andro could take a step, Helmut disappeared in front of him. Andro did not know when he fell to the ground. The 2 instructors who were meant to judge Helmut were shocked to see what Helmut did. Ethan smiled with confidence when he saw Helmut's attack. Helmut moved close to Andro and put his sword in Andro's face. Andro did not understand what was going on. Helmut asked the instructors if the fight is over. The instructor who acted as a referee quickly came in between Helmut and Andro. He told Helmut that Andro is unable to continue the duel. Andro's body began to shake with fear. Andro did not understand what happened. He did not know how he lost. He was very annoyed to see that he lost to a commoner. The female judge was surprised to see Helmut's swordsmanship. She told her fellow instructors that Helmut's blade is quick and powerful. She could not believe that someone of Helmut's age would possess such a powerful swordsmanship. The other judge could not believe that Helmut and Andro would have such a drastic difference in talent despite being in the same age group. The man realized that they will not be able to distinguish the skill level of both Helmut and Andro. This is because Helmut was too powerful. The instructor did not know what to do. Ethan was shocked to see how strong Helmut was. He already knew that Helmut was strong, but he did not know that he would be so skillful. Helmut picked up his sword and took a stance. He remembered that there are 2 rounds in the match. He realized that he only had 1 round left. The female instructor did not know what to do. She knew that Helmut possessed outstanding skills, but she had no way of evaluating Andro's skill level. Although Helmut had gotten in position, Andro struggled to stand up. The other instructor agreed with the female instructor. He told the female instructor that they will not be able to know Andro's actual skills. Upon hearing this, Ethan told Helmut to do something else. He told Helmut to spar with Andro as if he is teaching him. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Ethan to explain more. Ethan told Helmut to teach Andro the same way he was taught. The moment Helmut heard this, he remembered how he and Darien used to spar. He remembered how he learned to wield a sword. Helmut told Ethan that he understands what he's saying. Ethan called Andro's name. Ethan told Andro to forget his status and family name. He told Andro that he will benefit a lot from sparring with an opponent whose level is more advanced. Ethan told Andro that he is not lacking in skills when compared to people his age. He asked Andro to show them his skills with confidence. Andro accepted Ethan's advice. He took a stance and wielded his sword confidently. Andro apologized to Helmut for looking down on him because of his status. He told Helmut that he won't be defeated easily in this round. Immediately he said this, Andro rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut easily blocked the attack. He told Andro to attack faster. He told Andro that it is easy for him to block his attack when he makes such large movements. Andro was shocked to see that Helmut blocked his attack. Before Andro could make another move, Helmut used his sword to skillfully hit Andro's hands. Helmut told Andro that his center of balance is off. He told him to not focus too much on attacking because it shifts his gravity to the front. Andro was annoyed to see Helmut tutoring him. He rushed to attack Helmut in anger. Helmut easily dodged the attack. While moving away from Andro, Helmut told him to not attack head-on. He told Andro that it will be hard for him to change directions when he attacks head-on. He warned Andro to always watch his side. Helmut used his sword to strike Andro in his back. He told Andro that he has lost his balance. He advised Andro to distance himself if he cannot block an attack. Helmut asked Andro to get up. He told him to not swing his sword aimlessly. Ethan was surprised to see Helmut teaching Andro. He recalled a particular event. In this memory, we see a younger Ethan lying on the ground with blood all over him. Ethan seemed to have been injured by a demonic beast. As the beast moved closer to him, Ethan realized that he was going to die. As the demonic beast was about to grab him, Ethan smiled while holding his sword. Before the demonic beast could do anything, a bright light shined and the beast got cut into pieces. The person who cut the beast called Ethan a brat and told him that he will die if he keeps lying down. Ethan was shocked to see who was talking. He could not believe that he was saved by the divine swordsman Darien Depert. Darien asked Ethan to get up. As Helmut was teaching Andro, Ethan realized that Helmut was exactly like Darien. With a smile on his face, Ethan realized that Darien had returned. The scene shifts and we see the instructors discussing about the applicants. The man tells his fellow instructors that the applicants of this year have different skill levels. The female instructor told the other instructors that she has high hopes for a particular applicant. She wondered how strong the applicant would become. Ethan looked at a picture of Helmut and told the woman that Helmut will soar. A week later, we see Helmut walking around Baden. Helmut seemed to be searching for something. After walking for a while, Helmut found the place he was looking for. Helmut was searching for the mercenary guild. When Helmut stepped into the mercenary guild, he is greeted by a young boy who had a bright smile. The boy asked Helmut if he came to submit a request. Helmut told the boy that he came to take a request. The boy was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut if he is a mercenary. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Due to how well-dressed Helmut was, the boy assumed that Helmut is a child of a renowned family. He asked Helmut to tell him the mercenary corps he belongs to. Helmut brought out a paper and handed it over to the boy. He told the boy that he belongs to the Face Mercenary Corps. He told the boy that he has been to this guild before. The boy checked Helmut's details. He confirmed to Helmut that the details are correct. He apologized to Helmut for the misunderstanding. He told Helmut that he is new to the guild. The boy asked Helmut to tell him what kind of request he wants. He told Helmut that he will do his best to find a suitable one. The moment the boy said this to Helmut, Helmut remembers how Ethan reacted when he told him how much he paid Aaliyah. Ethan banged his hand on the table when he heard that Helmut paid Aaliyah 100,000 marks. Ethan knew that Aaliyah scammed Helmut. He told Helmut that the money he paid was too much. He asked Helmut to tell him where he got such a large amount of money. He asked Helmut if he borrowed the money from someone. While eating a steak, Helmut tells Ethan that he saved up the money while working as a mercenary. Ethan was relieved to hear this. He asked Helmut if he still has some money saved up. Helmut told Ethan that the 100,000 marks was his entire savings. Ethan realized that Helmut had so much to learn. He decided to start teaching Helmut about finances. Ethan told Helmut that he is currently his guardian. He told Helmut that he does not need to worry about money for now. Ethan revealed to Helmut that money is not something which he will always have an excess of. He told Helmut that he does not know when he will need money. With a serious look on his face, Ethan told Helmut that a human who cannot make money will live the life of a beast. Upon hearing this, Helmut realized that he needs to make money. Ethan told Helmut that he has a month before the academy resumes. He told Helmut to do whatever he likes with his free time. Helmut told Ethan that he will fulfill some requests with his free time. Ethan told Helmut that he cannot take any dangerous or long-term missions. After remembering what Ethan said, Helmut told the boy that he wants a request that takes place within Baden. When the boy heard this, he climbed his desk and began to search for a request like that. Helmut told the boy that he wants a request that he can complete before the end of the month. He told the boy that he wants a request that has a high reward. The boy was surprised to hear how specific Helmut was. He began to search for such a request. After searching for a while, the boy found a request that fit Helmut's requirements. When the boy looked at the location of the request, he told Helmut that the location is a bit strange. He asked Helmut if he will still take the request. Helmut asked the boy for the location of the mission. The boy showed Helmut the paper that contained the mission. Helmut was surprised to see that the location of the request was the academy. According to the details of the request, there has been reports of a ghost in the academy. The ghost usually appears in the night, but it appears in various places, so no one knows what it looks like for sure. There is no evidence that a ghost actually exists in the academy, but the students have filed a request to avoid potential dangers that may occur. Helmut was asked to find the identity of the academy ghost. He was asked to report and eliminate the ghost if he finds it. Helmut accepted this request because he wanted to familiarize himself with the school surroundings. While Helmut accepted this request for this reason, he quickly realized that this request was very different from the other request he has taken. Helmut wondered if he made a mistake by accepting the request. While Helmut was thinking, someone calls his name. Helmut turns around and asks the person for their identity. With a bright smile on his face, a boy pointed at Helmut and told him that he must be Aaliyah's pupil. This boy turns out to be the boy who saw Helmut when he was negotiating with Aaliyah. The boy was surprised to see that Helmut actually transferred to their academy. Helmut did not understand what the boy was talking about. He asked the boy to explain himself. The boy told Helmut that he is the first person who Aaliyah has ever hung out with. This was a big deal because Aaliyah is the idol of the Department of Magic. The boy told Helmut that the relationship between he and Aaliyah is a hot topic. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Helmut asked the boy if he is a mage like Aaliyah. The boy told Helmut that he is a mage that is slightly different from Aaliyah. Immediately the boy said this. He created a magic circle. Helmut was surprised to see the magic the boy was using. Helmut had never seen such a bright spell. The boy faced his magic up and a creature came out of it. The creature screamed Rattan when it came out. Helmut was surprised to see the creature. He believed that the boy summoned a demon. The creature rushed towards Helmut at a crazy speed. Helmut assumed that the creature wanted to attack him. He clenched his fist and tried to punch the creature. To Helmut's surprise, he was not able to hurt the creature. The creature passed through his hand. The creature was annoyed to see that Helmut wanted to punch it. It came out of Helmut's hand. Helmut was shocked to see this. He did not understand why his attack went through the creature. The boy laughed at Helmut when he saw how Helmut tried to punch his creature, which is called Rattan. He told Helmut that he is the first person to ever try to punch Rattan. Rattan moved close to Helmut and began to check his body. Helmut asked the boy about what Rattan is. The boy told Helmut that Rattan is a spirit of light. Rattan stuck out his tongue to show his dislike for Helmut. The boy told Helmut that Rattan is mischievous, but he is not harmful. He told Helmut that he will not be able to block Rattan's attacks physically if Rattan wanted to harm him. He told Helmut that he will not be able to block the attack because spirits do not possess physical bodies. The boy told Helmut that only a select few mages are able to control spirits. The boy introduced himself as Sion and told Helmut that he is one of the few mages that can control a spirit. Sion told Helmut that he is the only elemental mage at the academy. While Sion was talking, Helmut was focused on Rattan. Helmut was certain that he could capture Rattan. Sion did not know what to say. He did not know why Helmut was staring at Rattan. He asked Helmut to say something because things felt awkward. Helmut believed that Sion was a fun person. While Helmut wanted to get to know Sion, he knew that he had things to do. He told Sion that it was good to see him. Helmut turned around and told Sion that he is trying to fulfill a request. He told Sion that he needs to go. Sion was surprised to hear that Helmut was fulfilling a request. He realized that Helmut is a mercenary. Sion immediately knew that Helmut was trying to find the Academy's ghost. He knew that this was the only request available at the Academy. He asked Helmut if he is trying to find the Academy's ghost. Helmut was surprised to see that Sion knew about the Academy's ghost. Sion told Helmut that he knows a lot about it. He told Helmut that he is very interested in the case. With a smile on his face, Sion told Helmut that he can help him. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Sion arrive at a haunted building. Sion told Helmut that the ghost was last seen in the building. Rattan was terrified to see the inside of the haunted building. Sion told Helmut that the building is an ordinary building for the swordsmanship department. The moment the ghost appeared in the building becomes empty when the sun goes down. As Helmut and Sion were exploring, we see a mysterious being appear in a hallway. When Helmut and Sion got close to where the entity was, it ran away. Helmut asked Sion if a ghost is a scary being. Sion told him that it is not. He told Helmut that a ghost is only scary when it is a malicious spirit that has been enchanted with black magic. He told Helmut that if such a dangerous thing appeared in the academy, the professors would have stepped in immediately they sensed its presence. Sion assured Helmut that the ghost is not dangerous. Helmut was relieved to hear this. He told Sion that it is better for them to split up. Sion was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut wanted to leave him in such a creepy building. Helmut told Sion that it will be more efficient for them to search separately. Sion immediately disagreed with Helmut. He told Helmut that it is better for them to search together. As the boys walked forward, Sion asked Helmut about what he will do when he finds the ghost. Helmut told Sion that he will eliminate it. As Helmut and Sion walked forward, the mysterious being reappeared in the hallway. In the next scene, we see Helmut and Sion searching a room in the building. Sion told Helmut that the ghost might have already moved to another building. Helmut decided to continue searching the room. While searching the room, Helmut realized that they are not getting anywhere with their search. He realized that there was no sign that the ghost was in the building. Helmut decided to ask Sion for advice. When Helmut turned around, he saw Sion looking at something on the ground. Sion was quite focused on what he was looking at. Helmut asked Sion if he found something important. Sion told Helmut that he did not find anything important. He told Helmut that they should check the next classroom for signs. When Helmut and Sion were stepping out of the room, Sion asked Helmut about how much time he has to complete the mission. Immediately Sion said this. He saw something that shocked him. Helmut told Sion that he has 10 days left to find the ghost. Helmut noticed that Sion stopped moving. He asked Sion about why he stopped walking. While trembling in fear, Sion told Helmut to look in front of him. When Helmut looked in front of him, he saw a mysterious entity walking towards them. Helmut believed that this being was the ghost. He quickly placed his hand on his sword and got ready to attack. As the entity got closer to them, Sion gasped when he saw its face. The being removed its cap, and we see that the mysterious entity is Aaliyah. Aaliyah asked Helmut and Sion about what they were doing in the building. Helmut and Sion could not believe that Aaliyah was the face behind the mysterious being. Helmut gave Aaliyah his request paper and told him that he came to the academy to fulfill a request. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. Sion told Aaliyah that Helmut wants to find the academy's ghost. He told Aaliyah that he is assisting Helmut in searching for the ghost. Aaliyah read Helmut's request paper. He noticed that the reward for finding the ghost was 3,000 marks. Aaliyah was surprised to see this. Aaliyah assumed that Helmut was rich because Helmut easily gave him 100,000 marks. He asked Helmut about why he is doing such a mission when he is already rich. He told Helmut that he should have stayed at home after he was accepted by the academy. Helmut told Aaliyah that he accepted the mission because he had some time to kill. Sion knew that he and Helmut had a reason to be in the building. He did not understand what Aaliyah was doing in the building. He asked Aaliyah about what he is doing in the building. Aaliyah told Sion that he also received a request. Sion was shocked to hear this. He pointed at Aaliyah and asked him if he is also a mercenary. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. He hit Sion's hand and told him that he received the request directly from the academy. Sion told Aaliyah that his hand is strong. Sion assumed that Aaliyah was not interested in such matters. He asked Aaliyah if the academy is giving him a very good reward. Aaliyah told Sion that he does not need to know the reward. He told Sion that he accepted the request because he is curious about the case. Helmut was surprised to find out that the academy submitted a separate request to Aaliyah. He wondered if the case called for such an emergency action. Upon hearing that Aaliyah was also on the case, Sion asked Aaliyah to join him and Helmut. He told the boys that it will save more time if they search together. Helmut and Aaliyah glared at Sion when they heard this idea. Sion immediately realized that he should have not shared his idea. With a nervous look on his face, Sion told Aaliyah that they can continue their search separately. Aaliyah told Sion that it will be better for them to look together. Sion was happy to hear this. He believed that a fellow mage would see from his point of view. He asked Helmut if he is okay with Aaliyah joining them. Helmut accepted Sion's idea. The scene shifts, and we see the three boys in a room. Aaliyah cast a spell called Illusion. This spell showed the structure of the building. According to the report, the ghost had appeared at the lecture hall, the swordsmanship training ground, the professor's lounge, the gym, and the sparring grounds. The three boys were currently in the lecture hall. Aaliyah told Helmut and Sion that the buildings which the ghost appeared in all have one thing in common. When Aaliyah said this, Sion immediately understood what Aaliyah was saying. He told Aaliyah that the ghost has only appeared in the swordsmanship department. Aaliyah told the boys that the ghost did not appear in the magic department for unknown reasons. Helmut asked Aaliyah if the ghost was made by another mage. Sion told Helmut that somebody will have heard the mage cast the spell if the ghost was made with magic. He told Helmut that the mage would have to use silent spells. Aaliyah told Sion that a high-ranked mage who can use silent spells would never have wasted their time to use magic for such an elementary prank. Aaliyah believed that a human would not create a ghost. He told the boys that it is reasonable for them to assume that the ghost is avoiding mages. Sion immediately understood what Aaliyah was saying. He told Aaliyah that the ghost must be avoiding mages because it is weak against spells. Helmut told the boys that the ghost is staying in the swordsmanship department because it cannot be harmed by physical attacks. Aaliyah and Sion were shocked to hear this from Helmut. Aaliyah asked Helmut about how he knew such a thing. Helmut did not know why the boys were so surprised. Helmut had told Ethan about his request. Ethan quickly remembered hearing about a ghost in the academy. Helmut asked Ethan if he knows anything about the case. While drinking tea, Ethan told Helmut that there was a brave student who encountered the ghost. He told Helmut that the student rushed to attack the ghost when he saw it. Unfortunately for the boy, his attack passed through the ghost. Sion was surprised to hear what Helmut said. He could not believe that they were actually searching for a real ghost. Helmut smiled when he saw the boys thinking about what to do. Helmut realized that this was his first time sharing an opinion as an equal. When Helmut was having conversations in the forest, he was usually scolded by Alaga or he was yelled at by Darien. Although Helmut spoke to the face mercenaries, he and the mercenaries never put their heads together to think about something. Helmut realized that they each had separate knowledge, but when they combined their knowledge together, they got new answers. Helmut realized that this is what it means for people to communicate. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he can use Vis on the ghost since physical attacks do not work. Aaliyah remembered that Helmut was good at using Vis. Helmut was surprised to hear Aaliyah's suggestion. He unsheathed his sword and released a small amount of Vis. He told Aaliyah that he will test it out if he ever encounters the ghost. Sion became scared when he saw Helmut unsheath his sword. Sion told the boys that he can no longer think. He told them that they should survey the other buildings in the swordsmanship department. He told them that he cannot think because he is too tired. Sion stood up and told the boys that he is going to get some rest. He told the boys to stay safe. Immediately Sion said this, he left. After Sion left, Helmut stared at Aaliyah. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he has any ideas. Helmut told Aaliyah that he does. Helmut already had an idea of what they were looking for. Helmut remembered that the ghost did not have a physical form. It avoids mages, and it is very mischievous. Helmut immediately realized that the ghost they were searching for was a spirit like Rattan. Helmut asked Aaliyah to tell him how they can find a spirit. Aaliyah was happy to see that Helmut understood what was going on. He told Helmut that he learnt well. Aaliyah snapped his fingers and told Helmut that he is not an elemental mage. He told Helmut that it is not easy for him to detect spirits. Helmut asked Aaliyah about what they should do. Aaliyah looked at the window and smiled. He reminded Helmut that they have a skilled elemental mage. Immediately Aaliyah said this, we see Sion running somewhere. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Aaliyah running. While running, Helmut asked Aaliyah about where Sion is heading to. Aaliyah told Helmut that Sion is chasing after the spirit. He told Helmut that Sion should be able to sense the spirit. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He did not understand how Sion was able to sense the spirit so quickly. Immediately Helmut thought of this. He remembered that Aaliyah joined them without much arguments. Helmut remembered that Aaliyah asked him if he could use Vis to fight the ghost. Helmut realized that Aaliyah already knew that the ghost was a spirit. He told Aaliyah that he simply wanted to trigger Sion into moving. Aaliyah told Helmut that he had no choice but to trick Sion. When Helmut and Aaliyah came out of the building, Aaliyah stopped running. Helmut did not understand why Aaliyah stopped running. He asked Aaliyah about why he stopped moving. He reminded Aaliyah that they need to catch up to Sion. Aaliyah told Helmut that they simply need to know the direction which Sion is headed in. Immediately Aaliyah said this. He got on his knees and placed his hand on the ground. When Aaliyah's hand touched the ground, Aaliyah activated a spell called Search. Immediately he activated the spell. Sion footprints began to reveal themselves. Aaliyah told Helmut that the footprints lead to the training ground of the swordsmanship department. Aaliyah got up and dusted his hand. He told Helmut that Sion will not be able to pinpoint the exact location of the spirit. With a smile on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that they will need to find the spirit before Sion. Helmut had a strange feeling about Aaliyah when he heard this. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah use a spell to break a lock. When they stepped into the training ground, Aaliyah told Helmut that not everyone can enter the training grounds of the swordsmanship department. He told Helmut that the students of the swordsmanship department are very serious about their ranks. Due to this, students' training grounds are separated into individual grades and levels. Aaliyah told Helmut that the spirit will probably hide in a place that is not frequently used. He told Helmut that the spirit might be hiding in the training rooms of higher grade students with scholarships. He told Helmut that they need to search the higher grade students' training grounds. When Aaliyah turned around to look at Helmut, he noticed that Helmut was not listening to him. He asked Helmut about what he is thinking of. Helmut remembered that Ethan had a personal training ground in his estate. He walked up to Ethan's training ground. Aaliyah was surprised to see Helmut standing in front of Ethan's training ground. Helmut told Aaliyah that no one will be using Ethan's training grounds because no one other than Ethan has access to it. Helmut opened the door of Ethan's training ground. Aaliyah asked Helmut if they are allowed to enter Ethan's personal training ground. Helmut told Aaliyah that he is trying to fulfill a request. He told Aaliyah that Ethan would understand. Immediately Aaliyah stepped into the training ground. He sensed the power of something similar to Sion. With a smile on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that the spirit is definitely in the room. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he really received a request from the academy. Aaliyah smiled when he heard this. He realized that he no longer needed to lie to Helmut. With a smile on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that he does not like the fact that there is only one elemental mage in the academy. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he is going to capture the spirit and use it for research. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is. He told Helmut that he will also be fulfilling his request if he helps him. Immediately Aaliyah said this. He snapped his fingers and activated a spell called Silence. Aaliyah told Helmut that he has wiped out any traces of himself with the spell. Aaliyah did this in order to not allow the spirit to sense his presence. Aaliyah sat on the ground and told Helmut that he has to become bait for them to draw out the spirit. Helmut asked Aaliyah about what he will do if he refuses to be bait. Aaliyah told Helmut that he still owes him for the examination. While Helmut and Aaliyah were talking, an odd substance began to sip through the walls of the training grounds. While Aaliyah was talking, Helmut senses the presence of the odd substance. When Helmut turned around, he saw the thing coming into the training ground. Aaliyah did not understand why Helmut was no longer talking. He looked up and asked Helmut about why he stopped talking. When Aaliyah looked carefully, he saw a spirit standing in front of Helmut. Helmut told Aaliyah that the academy's ghost has come out of hiding. Aaliyah was happy to see the spirit. He rushed in front of Helmut and told him that he will be the first to greet the spirit. Aaliyah activated a spell called Walls. This spell allowed Aaliyah to conjure magical walls. Aaliyah used the walls to attack the spirit. The spirit carefully evaded the attack. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. He activated a large-scale spell. He told Helmut that the spell is a sealing spell that will not allow the spirit to leave the training ground. He told Helmut that he cannot move while he is using the spell. He asked Helmut to weaken the spirit. He asked Helmut to weaken it to the point that it cannot move. He told Helmut that it will be bad for him if he kills the spirit. While Helmut and Aaliyah were speaking, the spirit was trying to run away. After hearing what Aaliyah said, Helmut unsheathed his sword. Helmut remembered that regular attacks cannot hurt the spirit. He decided to activate his vis. Upon drawing his sword, Helmut rushed to attack the spirit. When Helmut got close to the spirit opened its mouth and tried to swallow Helmut. Helmut used his sword to cut through the spirit. Helmut was happy to see that vis works on spirits. Seeing that the spirit was down, Helmut wondered if he had weakened the spirit. The moment Helmut thought of this, the spirit stood up and got ready to attack Helmut. Helmut was happy to see that the spirit could still fight. Helmut took a stance and decided to use more vis in his attack. Immediately he took his stance. Helmut and the spirit rushed towards each other. The moment Helmut and the spirit got close to each other, a bright golden light shined. Helmut was surprised to see the light. The light created a barrier that separated Helmut and the spirit. Immediately the barrier appeared. Sion also appeared in a different form. Sion asked Helmut about what he is doing. Helmut was shocked to see Sion in a different form. Sion asked Helmut about why he is provoking the spirit. Sion revealed to Helmut that the spirit is the spirit of darkness. He told Helmut that the spirit is very self-conscious. He told Helmut that they need to take a more delicate approach if they want to subdue it. Sion told Helmut that he has blocked the spirit with a curtain of light. He told Helmut that neither he nor Rattan will be able to hold the spirit down for long. When Helmut heard what Sion said, he realized that the spirit actually seemed upset. Aaliyah asked Sion about what they need to do in order to capture the spirit. Sion was shocked to hear this. He turned around and asked Aaliyah if he wanted to experiment on such a cute little spirit. Aaliyah was shocked to see the look on Sion's face. He told Sion that he does not want to do anything to the spirit. Aaliyah told Sion he would not have tried to capture a spirit if Sion had cooperated with his research. He reminded Sion that he is the only elemental mage in the academy. With a look of anger on his face, Sion told Aaliyah that he did not allow him to perform experiments because Aaliyah only wanted to perform scary experiments. Sion told the boys that the spirit will go into hiding if it escapes from them. He told them that losing the spirit will be dangerous. He asked Aaliyah to maintain his sealing magic. He asked Helmut to stall the spirit. He asked Helmut to not attack the spirit while he is stalling it. Sion told Helmut that he will try to calm the spirit down. Helmut accepted Sion's request. He jumped through the curtain of light and ran towards the spirit. As Helmut ran towards the spirit, he told Sion that he is not sure about how long he can fight the spirit without attacking it. When Helmut got close to the spirit screamed and brought out some tentacles. It used its tentacles to destroy the curtain of light. The spirit used its tentacles to attack Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see how fast the spirit was. While the spirit was fast, it was not fast enough to overpower Helmut. Helmut easily used his vis to cut off the spirit tentacles. The spirit regenerated its tentacles and continued attacking Helmut at a frightening speed. Sion realized that Helmut was doing his best to hold the spirit down. He decided to hasten his spell. Seeing that Helmut was able to block its attacks, the spirit put its tentacles together and turned them to a giant drill. The spirit used the drill to attack Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see the attack. He realized that taking the attack head-on would be dangerous. Helmut decided to dodge the attack by jumping. Helmut realized that the spirit knew that he was not going to kill it. Helmut jumped and spun in the air. Helmut put more vis into his sword. He decided to scare the spirit with his next attack. Before Helmut attacked the spirit, Sion called his name. He told Helmut to not use such a powerful vis on the spirit. While Helmut was distracted by Sion, the spirit attacked him. Helmut was surprised to see the attack. He realized that he could not block the attack. When the attack landed on Helmut, Helmut got slammed to the wall. Sion apologized for stopping Helmut. He told Helmut that the spirit has become a lot weaker. He told Helmut that it would have been dangerous for him to land the attack. Helmut was surprised to hear that the spirit had become weaker. He could not believe that a weak spirit would still possess such a large amount of energy. Sion told Helmut that he no longer needs to interfere. He told Helmut that he can handle the rest. Immediately Sion said this, he moved closer to the spirit with a magic circle in front of him. The spirit became worried when it saw Sion coming closer to it. It began to hit the seal which Aaliyah placed around the room. Aaliyah began to shake when the spirit hit the seal. He told Sion that the spirit is trying to break the seal. He asked Sion to do something. When Sion heard this, he realized that the spirit was wary of them. He understood that the spirit fears his elemental magic. Seeing that it was not able to break out, the spirit faced Sion and the boys. The spirit rushed to attack Aaliyah. Sion was shocked to see this. He quickly called out to Helmut. Helmut quickly jumped in front of Aaliyah. Helmut realized that he had to take the fight serious in order to save Aaliyah. He used his sword to release a large amount of vis. The spirit dodged the attack and went behind Helmut. Aaliyah was terrified to see the spirit coming close to him. He quickly created a barrier with his magic. The spirit smiled when it saw the barrier. It split its body apart and went behind the barrier. Aaliyah was surprised to see this. Sion told Helmut that the spirit is running away. Helmut quickly ran in front of the spirit. He jumped up and got ready to attack the spirit. The spirit was terrified to feel Helmut next attack. It immediately knew that it would perish if it received the attack. Helmut activated a large amount of vis and got ready to attack. While Helmut was in the air, he told Sion to do what he has to do. Immediately Helmut said this. He launched his attack on the spirit. The spirit could only shake in fear as Helmut's sword got close to it. Before Helmut's sword could touch the spirit, Helmut stopped his attack in midair. The spirit trembled in fear when it saw Helmut so close to it. Sion commended Helmut on his action. Immediately he did this. He activated several magic circles and moved close to the spirit. The magic which Sion was using was a bright light magic. Sion told the spirit that it needs to go back to normal. Immediately Sion said this. He used the magic circles to attack the spirit. Helmut and Aaliyah were shocked to see Sion's magic. After Sion attacked the spirit with his magic, the area got covered in dust. When the dust cleared up, we see Sion holding something in his hands. This thing turns out to be a smaller version of the spirit of darkness. While holding the spirit, Sion told the boys that only an elemental mage can handle spirits. Aaliyah was relieved to see that Sion had captured the spirit. The scene shifts and we see Sion showing the spirit of darkness to the receptionist of the mercenary guild. The receptionist was surprised to hear that the spirit was the ghost that terrified the students. The receptionist asked Sion about the reason why a spirit was in the academy. Sion was very thrilled to hear this question. He told the receptionist that there are several reasons why a spirit would appear at the academy. He told the receptionist that the forces of the earth could have been distorted for a moment, and there could have been small traces of the forces of darkness. Sion told the receptionist that these possibilities are very low. He told the receptionist that they do not need to focus on why the spirit appeared at the academy. Sion told the receptionist that Helmut would have not been able to defeat the spirit without his help. Aaliyah tapped Sion's head and asked him to stop talking. He told Sion that he does not need to explain everything to the receptionist. After sorting themselves, Helmut and the boys stepped out of the mercenary guild. Sion did not understand why the guild would not give them the reward immediately. It did not make sense to him because he already showed them the spirit of darkness as evidence. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. He decided to remind Sion about what the receptionist said. The receptionist told Helmut that he needs to ensure that the ghost would not appear again in the academy. He told Helmut to return in 3 days after they are done with the verifications. Aaliyah asked Sion why he is so focused on the reward. He reminded Sion that Helmut is the one getting the reward. With a smile on his face, Sion told Aaliyah that he is worried about their friend. Helmut was surprised to hear this word. Sion asked Helmut if he is their friend. He told Helmut that they now have a mutual relationship. He told Helmut that they were destined to become friends. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He never thought of their relationship in such a different way. Sion stretched his hand out and told Helmut to take care of him. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He remembered the relationship that he had with Finn. Helmut realized that he had already gotten one friend before. He was happy to see that he was getting another set of friends. Helmut gladly shook Sion's hand. Sion turned around and asked Aaliyah to shake hands with them. Aaliyah was annoyed to see Helmut and Sion shaking hands. He called them fools and walked forward in anger. Sion told Helmut that they should ask their wealthy friend Aaliyah to buy some food for them. Aaliyah told Sion that he does not want to be involved in their madness. He told Sion that they do not have the time to eat. He reminded Sion that they have somewhere they need to clean up. Immediately Aaliyah said this. Sion remembered that they have to clean the training ground which they destroyed. The scene shifts and we see Helmut reading his admission letter. According to the letter, Helmut was to live in the 3rd floor in Unit 301. Helmut did not understand what this meant. He asked Ethan to explain it to him. Ethan told Helmut that Unit 301 is the dorm assigned to him. He told Helmut that all students of the academy are required to live in the dormitory. He asked Helmut if he is prepared to start the term. Helmut told him that he is. Ethan told Helmut that the entrance ceremony is tomorrow. He told Helmut that it is better for him to check out the place he will be staying in. In the next scene, we see Helmut at the academy. Helmut was surprised to see how rowdy the academy was. He remembered how silent the academy was a few days ago. While Helmut was looking around, a student tells people to meet him if they have been assigned a dorm. He told the people in the area that they will sort their luggage with him. Helmut realized that he needed to speak to the boy. Helmut walked up to the boy and gave him his letter. The boy welcomed Helmut with a smile on his face. When the boy saw the room which Helmut was assigned to, his face became grim. The scene shifts and we are taken to a student's room. The student says that they are tired. The student wonders if they worked too hard in the last few days. The student said that they never wanted to make friends. This student turns out to be Aaliyah. Aaliyah placed a ring on the table and says that he has been involved in too many bothersome things in the last few days. Aaliyah sat on the bed and says that most of his problems are caused by Helmut. While Aaliyah was thinking, Helmut climbed the stairs to his assigned dorm. After walking for a while, Helmut finally arrived at his assigned dorm. Inside Aaliyah's room, we see Aaliyah let down his hair. Aaliyah complains about how his life has gone wrong since the moment he met Helmut. He said that he does not want to see Helmut once the term begins. While Aaliyah was thinking, Helmut placed his key into the keyhole. It turns out that Helmut was assigned to the same dorm as Aaliyah. As Helmut slowly turned the key, we see Aaliyah wearing her pajamas inside the dorm. It turns out that Aaliyah is a girl. The scene shifts and we are taken to an alley. In the alley, we see Max looking like a madman. Max was threatening two men. Max took out a short sword and told the men that the Black Hawk is not a joke. One of the men who was terrified told Max that the security in Baden is very tight. Max was annoyed to hear this. Someone taps Max's shoulder and told him to kill the men. The person turns out to be Paul. Paul told Max that they need to follow the regulations of the Black Hawk. Max, who seemed to have lost his mind, was quite thrilled with the idea of killing the men. Max remembered that commanders are allowed to execute members who disobey them. As Max was about to attack, he and the other men hear someone ask them about who they want to kill. Max and Paul were terrified to hear the person's voice. The person asked Max and Paul about why they are harassing innocent people. He reminded the two men that they failed to kill one child. The person told Max and Paul that it was easy to track them down. Immediately the person said this. We see a man dressed in black clothing appear behind Max and Paul. The man told Max and Paul that people who claim to be Black Hawk members are usually losers who have ruined their lives. Paul was annoyed to hear what the man said. He used his sword to attack the man. Paul's sword passed through the man. When Max turned around to see what happened, some blood got into his eyes. When Max carefully looked at Paul, he noticed that Paul was missing his head. Max was horrified to see this. He began to panic and swing his sword carelessly. He told the man to stop hiding. He asked the man to come out. Immediately he said this. A black smoke appeared above him. Before Max could take a step, the man appeared at his back with a knife to his neck. The man told Max that he is the coward who is hiding. Immediately the man said this. He beheaded Max. The other two men were horrified to see this. The man could not believe that Max and Paul would continue using their group's name even after failing their mission. The man was surprised to see that Max and Paul survived for a while. After killing Max and Paul, the man remembered that he had something he wanted to ask them. With a creepy smile on his face, the man asked the other men if they will give him the answers he needs. The two men were horrified to hear this. They began to scream in fear. The scene shifts and we see Helmut step into his new room. Helmut stops at the door and looks around his new room. He was not particularly impressed with his room. He believed that his new room was much smaller than the one he had in Ethan's mansion. While Helmut was not interested in the room, he believed that it was better than staying in the woods. While Helmut was looking around the room, he realized that he had come a long way in his journey. After leaving the Forest of Roots, Helmut joined the Face Mercenaries and now he has gotten admitted into Greta Academy. Helmut clenched his fist. He realized that he has finally reached the starting line. He decided to focus on building his strength in the academy. While Helmut was thinking, he noticed a shadow in a corner of his room. Helmut quickly took a stance and tried to draw his sword. When Helmut placed his hand down, he noticed that he did not bring his sword to the room. Helmut decided to attack with his hands. When he turned to the corner, Helmut saw Aaliyah ready to attack him. Aaliyah was surprised to see Helmut. She did not know how to react. Helmut was relieved to see Aaliyah. He asked her if she is his roommate. Aaliyah did not understand what Helmut was saying. She asked Helmut to tell her how he was able to get into her room. She told Helmut that she almost attacked him with her magic. Helmut told Aaliyah that he was assigned to room 301. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She believed that Helmut was spewing nonsense out of his mouth. She told Helmut that it is impossible for him to be assigned to the same room as her. Helmut did not understand what Aaliyah was saying. He asked Aaliyah if there is a reason why he cannot be assigned to the same room as her. Aaliyah did not know how to explain to Helmut. She looked around and noticed that there are 2 beds in the room. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. She wore a robe and got ready to leave the room. Helmut asked Aaliyah to tell him where she is going. Aaliyah told Helmut that he does not need to know where she is going. Aaliyah turned around and warned Helmut not to touch anything. With a serious look on her face, Aaliyah told Helmut that she will blow him up if he touches anything. She asked Helmut to stay in the room and not go anywhere. Helmut did not know what to say. He did not understand why Aaliyah hated him so much. The scene shifts and we are taken to an office. Inside the office, we see a middle-aged man drinking tea. This man is Liam Weiss. He is the dean of Greta Academy. While Liam was enjoying his tea, Aaliyah barged into his office and screamed his name. Liam spat out his tea in shock. Aaliyah asked Liam to tell her what happened. Liam did not understand what Aaliyah was saying. He asked her to explain herself. Aaliyah asked Liam to tell her why he allowed a roommate to be assigned to her room. Aaliyah reminded Liam that she was granted the right to a private room as the highest achiever of the magic department. Liam, who seems to know about Aaliyah's gender, realized that Aaliyah had heard about her roommate. He never expected Aaliyah to hear about it so early. Liam apologized to Aaliyah for not telling her about her roommate. He told Aaliyah that the academy has fewer rooms because they have started a renovation. He asked Aaliyah to be understanding. Aaliyah told Liam that he should have kept his promise regardless of what happened. She told him that the reason she uses a private room is to hide the fact that she is a girl. She asked Liam to tell her what to do if Helmut finds out about her gender. Liam understood why Aaliyah was worried. He told Aaliyah that she simply needs to be cautious. He reminded Aaliyah that she is almost as strong as an archmage. He assured Aaliyah that a student of the swordsmanship department will not be able to find out about her secret. Aaliyah told the dean that she does not want to take any risk. She reminded Liam that her enemy is very dangerous. Liam understood why Aaliyah was worried. He told Aaliyah that allowing her to have a private room when there is no room left is extreme favoritism. He told her that he purposely gave her a roommate who is familiar with her. Liam asked Aaliyah to manage with Helmut for 1 semester. Aaliyah was shocked to hear what Liam said. She could not believe that Liam thought that she was close to Helmut. Liam reminded Aaliyah that she tutored and hung out with Helmut. Aaliyah was surprised to hear what Liam said. She told Liam that she tutored Helmut because he paid her. Aaliyah grabbed her hair out of frustration. She told Liam that she has not known Helmut for long. She told him that she and Helmut do not meet often. Immediately she said this, Aaliyah remembered how she and Helmut have been involved with each other since the day they met. Liam told Aaliyah that it is his responsibility as an educator and guardian to help her make friends. He promised Aaliyah that he will give her a private room again if she gets along with Helmut for the semester. Aaliyah was surprised to hear Liam's offer. After Aaliyah left his office, Liam took a deep breath. He wondered if Aaliyah believed what he told her. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah return to the dorm. Aaliyah took off her robe as she stepped into the room. Upon seeing the expression on Aaliyah's face, Helmut told Aaliyah that things must have gone wrong for her. Aaliyah told Helmut that he must be enjoying the fact that he is clever. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he really wants to share a room with her. Helmut did not understand what Aaliyah was saying. He told Aaliyah that he is sharing a room with her because it is necessary. Aaliyah told Helmut that she has always had a private room because she is the highest achiever in the magic department. She could not believe that she is forced to share a room with another person. She told Helmut that she is not happy about the current situation. She told Helmut that she can magically transport him to school. Helmut told Aaliyah that Ethan would not allow such a thing. He told her that the school will eventually find out about it. Aaliyah told Helmut that she is quite picky. She told him that living with her will be very uncomfortable for him. She asked Helmut if he really wants to stay with her. Helmut told Aaliyah that he prefers staying with her because he knows her better than anyone else. He told her that he is also the best option for her. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. Helmut believed that it was better to stay with Aaliyah because he has actually spoken to her. He believed that it will be better for him to stay in this dorm than to share a room with the students of the swordsmanship department. Helmut imagined that the students of the swordsmanship department would be strong gym guys with crazy body builds. Aaliyah became shy when she heard what Helmut said. She believed that she made a mistake by helping Helmut pass his exam. Days later, we see some carriages heading into the academy. Helmut stepped out of one of the carriage with a bag. Helmut had already moved most of his stuff into the room. On his way to his room, Helmut realized that Aaliyah must have already decided on how they will share the room. When Helmut arrived to his dorm, he asked Aaliyah if she has decided on how they will be sharing the room. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is already looking at their new space. When Helmut looked around, he noticed that Aaliyah had used a curtain to separate their space in the room. Aaliyah walked up to the curtain and grabbed it. She told Helmut that the space behind the curtain belongs to her. She told him that he cannot complain because he was given more space. She revealed to Helmut that the curtain has a warning spell on it. She told him to not try to cross to her side. Aaliyah told Helmut that she will cast a soundproofing spell on the curtain. She asked Helmut to not be loud at night. Aaliyah decided to lay down some ground rules. She told Helmut to always take a bath and keep the restroom clean. She asked him to never bring anyone into the room, especially those from the magic department. She asked Helmut to call her name if he needs her. Helmut accepted Aaliyah's rules without any complaints. After stating the rules, Aaliyah told Helmut to do whatever he wants. Before Aaliyah stepped into her space, Helmut told her that he hopes to get along with her. In the next scene, we see some nobles talking. The nobles were discussing about how Helmut got accepted into the academy. One of the boys told his friends that Helmut is receiving backings from Ethan. Another boy was surprised to hear this. He believed that Helmut became delusional because he was receiving help from a noble. The boy told Sabbath that he will deal with Helmut once he gets his hand on him. Sabbath smiled when he heard this. He told his friends that Helmut will soon understand the gap between commoners and nobles. He told his friends that they can make an example of Helmut during tomorrow's class. In the next scene, we see Helmut step out of his room with his new school uniform. Helmut was surprised to see how free the uniform was. He expected the uniform to restrict his movement. While looking at his uniform, Helmut remembered what Aaliyah told him. Aaliyah told Helmut that he will not have a lot to do in class at the start of the semester. Helmut decided to head into a private training room once he is done with class. While Helmut was looking at his body, Sion calls out his name. While trembling, Sion asked Helmut if he just came out of room 301. Helmut did not understand why Sion was reacting in such a weird way. He asked Sion if there is any problem. Sion asked Helmut if he is sharing a room with Aaliyah. Helmut told Sion that he is. Sion did not understand what was going on. He told Helmut that Aaliyah uses a private room because she is the top student of the magic department. Sion asked Helmut if Aaliyah agreed to such an arrangement. Sion did not understand what was going on. He believed that Aaliyah favored good-looking people like Helmut. As the two boys walked down the stairs, Sion told Helmut that he will have a tough semester living with Aaliyah. Sion remembered that the swordsmanship department was having their first class today. He told Helmut to not get in trouble in class. He warned him to not get involved with the crazy dog of the swordsmanship department. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Sion if the swordsmanship department have a dog. Sion could not believe that Helmut asked him such a stupid question. He told Helmut that Crazy Dog is someone's nickname. The Crazy Dog is the top student of the second-year class. His name is Asuka. According to Sion, Asuka knocked out everyone who picked a fight with him. One student even dropped out because he got his ear ripped off by Asuka. After this incident, no one wanted to get involved with Asuka. Helmut was surprised to hear what Asuka did. He asked Sion if a student is allowed to do things like that. Sion told Helmut that no student is allowed to do such things. He told him that Asuka only got a suspension because he is a skilled student. Sion told Helmut to do his best in class. He told him that he stays in room 307. He told Helmut that he can visit him anytime he is having issues with Aaliyah. After saying this, Sion left. In the next scene, we see students gathered at a field. While the students were sitting around, an instructor comes to see them. The instructor ordered the students to assemble in a 4-row formation. Immediately the man said this. The students lined up. Helmut did not know what to do, so he copied the other students. The instructor asked the students if they had a good vacation. He told the students that they will start with foundational physical training because it is the first class of the semester. The man told the students that they cannot use their vacation as an excuse to become lazy. He ordered the students to run 20 laps around the field. The man screamed at the students and asked them to start running. While running, the students began to complain. They could not believe that they were running 20 laps even though they just resumed the semester. Helmut did not understand why the students were complaining. He believed that 20 laps was too little for a warm-up. Among the boys who were running, one of the boys who hated Helmut was running next to him. The boy was annoyed to see that he was put near a commoner. The boy was angry to see that Helmut looked quite elegant even though he was running. The boy got an idea. He decided to push his foot forward. He was certain that Helmut would trip on his foot. The boy wanted to welcome Helmut to the academy by making him taste dirt. When the boy pushed his leg forward, Helmut easily dodged it. The boy was surprised to see this. He was certain his idea was brilliant. The boy decided to try again. Each time the boy pushed his leg forward, Helmut easily jumped over his leg. The boy was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that Helmut was avoiding his attack. He believed that Helmut was being arrogant. The boy decided to attack Helmut with more strength. The moment the boy's leg got close, Helmut hit his leg with a lot of force. The boy lost his balance and fell on the floor. The instructor asked the boy to tell him why he is resting on the floor. The boy stood up and told the instructor that he twisted his foot. Helmut turned around and glared at the boy. The boy was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that a commoner was glaring at him. After running for a while, the instructor told the students that they can take a short break. He told the students that he needs a volunteer to assist him in bringing some things back. A boy raised his hand up and offered to assist the instructor. After the instructor left, the boy who tried to trip Helmut walked up to him. Helmut asked the boy if something is wrong. The boy tried to grab Helmut, but Helmut easily avoided the boy's hand. The boy asked Helmut to tell him why he tripped him. Helmut reminded the boy that he also tried to trip him. The boy was annoyed to see Helmut talking back. He told Helmut that he will be sorry if he acts up. The boy moved close to Helmut's face and told him that the academy cannot keep him safe. He told Helmut to know his place as a commoner. Sabbat told the boy whose name is Aaron to stop wasting his time. He told Aaron that he will not be able to get through to Helmut. Sabbat told his friend to pay back Helmut when they spar. Upon hearing what Sabbat said, Aaron left Helmut alone. Before leaving, Aaron told Helmut that he will punish him later. Helmut did not understand why Aaron was so proud over a status he did not secure himself. Helmut did not understand how weak humans like Aaron were able to rise in status. Helmut clenched his fist and circulated his vis around his body. He wondered if he should just take care of Sabbat and his friends right now. Before Helmut could do anything, a boy with blue hair asked Sabbat and his friends if they mentioned anything about a commoner. With a smile on his face, the boy asked Sabbat and his friends if they were talking about him. Aaron did not understand what the boy was saying. He asked the boy for his name. The boy was surprised to hear that Aaron did not know him. He realized that Aaron is a transfer student. The boy told Aaron that he also doesn't know him. The boy walked up to Aaron and told him that he heard him mention a commoner. With a smile on his face, the boy asked Aaron if he has a problem with him. Sabbat was annoyed to see how the boy was talking. He did not understand why the commoners of the swordsmanship department were so confident. He told the boy that he can no longer put up with him. The boy smiled when he heard this. He told Sabbat that he does not like to put up with nonsense. The boy moved close to Sabbat's face. He told Sabbat that he does not need to put up with him. Sabbat was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to hit the boy in his face. Sabbat's friend quickly stopped him before he could do anything. He revealed the boy's identity to Sabbat. Sabbat was shocked to hear who the boy was. He turned around and told the boy that commoners like to help each other. Sabbat could not believe that the boy in front of him was Asuka. He decided to walk away. Helmut realized that he had heard the name Asuka before. He remembered that Sion warned him not to get involved with Asuka. Helmut was surprised to see that the boy in front of him was the top student of the department. In the next scene, we see that the instructor has returned to the field. The instructor brought some wooden swords with him. He asked the students to come out in the order he calls them. He told them to take a sword. The instructor noticed that Asuka had arrived to the field. He asked Asuka to tell him why he was late. Asuka told the instructor that he was receiving advice from Instructor Patricia. He told the man that he forgot about the class while talking to Instructor Patricia. The man told Asuka that Instructor Patricia has taken a day off. Asuka felt stupid when he heard this. The instructor told Asuka to put more efforts into his lies. He asked Asuka to run 30 laps round the field as punishment for his tardiness. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He believed that 30 laps was too much. The instructor asked Asuka if there is any issue with the order. Asuka told the man that he does not have any problems. Upon seeing how the instructor acted, Helmut realized that Asuka has a pretty bad reputation. Helmut was not surprised to see this because he could tell that Asuka had a troublesome behavior. The instructor asked the other students to begin their personal training once they receive their swords. He told the students that he will monitor them as they train. He warned them to not slack off. After saying this, the instructor began to call out the students' names. In the next scene, we see Helmut training. Helmut accurately swung his sword without any openings. The instructor was surprised to see how skilled Helmut was. He immediately took his eyes off him and focused on other students. After swinging his sword for a while, Helmut realized that there was something he was missing. Helmut hoped that he will be able to understand this thing in the next few years. While Helmut was thinking, Asuka walked up to him. He asked Helmut if he is not going to thank him. He told Helmut that he stopped him from getting into a fight. Helmut told Asuka that he never asked for his help. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He expected Helmut to be grateful to him. With a smile on his face, Asuka stretched out his hand and told Helmut that he is also a commoner. He asked Helmut to get along with him. Helmut noticed something odd about Asuka's hand. He realized that Asuka covered his hand with vis. Helmut decided not to shake him. Asuka was surprised to see that Helmut was able to sense his vis. He told Helmut that he has a good intuition. Asuka placed his hand on Helmut's shoulder and told him that he wants to give him a warning. He moved close to Helmut and told him not to be clingy. He told Helmut that they don't need to get along just because they are commoners. He told him that he hates it when people cling to him for help. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Asuka thought that he was going to depend on him. As Asuka walked past Helmut, he told him that they do not need to get along too much. The scene shifts and we see Helmut in his room. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he looks like someone who can be bullied easily. Helmut asked Aaliyah this question because he noticed that different people have been challenging him. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this question. She told Helmut that he does not look like such a person. Upon hearing what Helmut said, Aaliyah asked Helmut if he had a rough first day. While brushing her teeth, Aaliyah told Helmut that the people who are challenging him are probably idiots who are trying to hold their status on a high pedestal. She told Helmut that he can solve his problem when he proves himself. Helmut told Aaliyah that Ethan advised him to never pick a fight first. Aaliyah told Helmut that it depends on the manner which he picks the fight. She told Helmut that it will be good for him if he can get his opponent to make the first move, then he will have a justification for the fight. She told him that it is better for him to fight a lot of opponents at once. Helmut asked Aaliyah if there are any other methods. Aaliyah told him that the only legitimate way is for him to fight his enemy during the sparring lessons. She told Helmut that he needs to wait until the sparring lessons begin. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Aaliyah stared at Helmut. She noticed something different about him. Helmut realized that Aaliyah was staring at him. He asked her if something is wrong. Aaliyah told Helmut that he has become more mature. She told him that the version of him she knew before would have already beaten up the boys. Aaliyah was happy to see that Helmut listened well in her ethics class. Helmut realized that Aaliyah was right. He asked Aaliyah if the top student of the department is allowed to punish people who offend him. Aaliyah did not know how to answer Helmut's question. She believed that the question did not make any sense. Helmut told her that there is a student he cannot understand. The scene shifts and we are taken to a hallway. In the hallway, we see Sabbat and his friends walk past Asuka. The two enemies glared at each other as they walked past themselves. The moment Asuka passed Sabbat's side, Sabbat told Asuka that he must be happy to gain a friend who is a commoner. With a smile on his face, Sabbat told Asuka that he will turn him from a mad dog to an obedient dog very soon. He told Asuka that his grades in the academy will not be able to save him. Asuka turned around and smacked one of Sabbat's friend on the head. The boy was annoyed to see this. He asked Asuka to tell him why he hit him. Sabbat was surprised to see that Asuka hit the boy. With a mischievous smile on his face, Asuka apologized to the boy. He told the boy that he was too excited so his hand acted on its own. Asuka told Sabbat that he can turn him into an obedient dog right now. At Greta Academy, there is no discrimination of status when it comes to learning. However, there is no way a single rule can reverse a century-old social norm. The nobles cannot stop their acts of condescending treatments and bullying. Although the bullying of the commoners was a common act in the academy, the nobles did not try to mess with Asuka. This is because Asuka is the top student who is known as a mad dog. With a creepy smile on his face, Asuka asked Sabbat to come at him. Sabbat told Asuka that he heard about what he did last year. Asuka asked Sabbat if he is too scared to attack him. Sabbat noticed that Asuka has been laying low after he returned from suspension. With an annoying look on his face, Sabbat asked Asuka if another suspension will get him in trouble. Asuka was annoyed to see that Sabbat had an idea of what was happening. Sabbat moved close to Asuka and asked him to punch him in the face. With a confident look on his face, Sabbat told Asuka that he will destroy him with his skills if he oversteps his boundaries. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He did not know what to do. Sabbat knew that Asuka could not hit him because it would make the instructors believe that Asuka was the one who started the fight. Sabbat looked at his friends and told them that the mad dog has become calm. Sabbat's friends laughed alongside Sabbat when they heard this. While Sabbat was laughing, Asuka moved close to him and got ready to destroy Sabbat's face. Fortunately, Asuka and Sabbat were hit by a wooden sword before they could fight. The two boys fell to the ground in pain. The person who hit the boys was Instructor Patricia. The instructor asked the two boys to tell her why they are behaving like thugs. She told the boys that they have a lot of courage for them to fight in groups while they are on school grounds. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He pointed at Sabbat and told the instructor that Sabbat started the fight. Asuka told the instructor that they are not fighting in groups. He told her that he is alone. The instructor hit Asuka on the head. She asked him to keep quiet. She reminded Asuka that he cannot solve all his problems by swinging punches at others. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand why the instructor only hit him on the head. Instructor Patricia told Sabbath that he is not better than Asuka. She warned him not to judge a student based on their status. She told him that people judge each other on the basis of skills at the academy. Sabbath realized that the instructor heard what he said to Asuka. He told her that he will remember her advice. Instructor Patricia told Sabbath that the next class is starting soon. She told Sabbath to get ready for the class. She pointed at Asuka and asked him to follow her. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He asked her to tell him why. The instructor asked Asuka to simply follow her. Sabbath stood up and fixed himself up. He asked his friends to follow him. After Sabbath left the hallway, Instructor Patricia became relieved. She used her hand to smack Asuka on his back. Asuka screamed in pain. He asked the instructor to tell him why she hit him. He did not know what he did to deserve such a heavy hit. Instructor Patricia called Asuka an idiot. She asked him if he is trying to cause trouble again. She reminded him that he just finished his suspension. She asked Asuka if he did not learn from his first suspension. She told him that he only got away with suspension the first time because he is the top student of the second-year class. She told Asuka that she will not defend him for a second time. Instructor Patricia understood that it is hard for Asuka to withstand such bullying. She told Asuka that he will receive his acknowledgement as the year goes on. She advised Asuka to not lose any opportunities because of such little things. Asuka knew that Instructor Patricia was correct. Patricia told Asuka that Helmut went through his first class without any trouble. Asuka did not know who Helmut was. He asked Patricia to tell him who she is talking about. Instructor Patricia told Asuka that Helmut is a commoner like him. She asked Asuka to be nice to Helmut. She told him that he and Helmut will get along since they are in the same situation. Immediately, Instructor Patricia said this. Asuka realized who Helmut was. Instructor Patricia asked him if he has met Helmut. While walking forward, Asuka told the instructor that he is not interested in getting along with anyone. He told her that Helmut will be fine in the department because he is a rude bastard. The scene shifts and we see the students lined up in a classroom. Instructor Patricia hit her sword on the table and told the students that she wants to start the class. She asked the students if anyone is absent. A student raises his hand up and tells the instructor that Helmut is not in the class. This boy is one of Sabbath's friend. The instructor asked the boy whose name is Jerome if he told Helmut where the class is. Jerome told her that he did. Instructor Patricia asked one of the students to look for Helmut. Jerome decided to go. Jerome came back with Helmut a few minutes later. Instructor Patricia asked Helmut to tell her why he is late. Helmut told the instructor that he did not know that she had changed the assembly location. Instructor Patricia asked Helmut if he was properly informed about the assembly location. Jerome told Instructor Patricia that he told Helmut about the change of location. The instructor told Jerome that she was not asking him the question. She asked Helmut if he was properly informed about the location change. Helmut immediately understood what was going on. He looked Jerome in the eye. Jerome glared at him. The other students laughed at Helmut. Upon seeing how the students were behaving, Instructor Patricia realized that Helmut was not informed about the location change. She told Helmut that he can answer her honestly. Helmut told the instructor that he made a mistake in hearing the message. He apologized for being late. Instructor Patricia was shocked to hear this. She did not understand why Helmut took the blame. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut could not defend himself. Jerome smiled when he heard this. He believed that Helmut was scared of him. Upon hearing what Helmut said, Instructor Patricia told him that he will run 10 laps around the field at the end of the class. She told Helmut that he is receiving this punishment for delaying the class. Helmut stood next to Asuka. Asuka was annoyed to see Helmut standing next to him. He believed that Helmut was not different from other commoners. Instructor Patricia decided to start the class. She picked a ball from a box containing balls. She told the students that they will spend some time working on their endurance. She told them that endurance is directly related to the stability of their swordplay. Instructor Patricia told the students that they will each receive an almond ball. She instructed the students to keep the ball on the tip of their swords. She told them that they need to do their best to stop the ball from falling. According to Instructor Patricia, students who are able to keep their balls from falling for 30 minutes will be allowed to leave. After explaining the rules to the students, Instructor Patricia asked Helmut to help her pass the balls to the students. Asuka was annoyed by how Helmut behaved. Asuka looked at Helmut as he passed the balls from the stage. Asuka never expected Helmut to be a coward. When he first met Helmut, he believed that Helmut was a stubborn guy with no fear. He never expected that Helmut would eventually bow to authority. As Asuka received his ball, he told himself that he is different. He assured himself that he would never bow his head to any noble even if he is dying. After passing the ball to almost everyone, Helmut realized that he needed to pass the ball to Jerome. Helmut took a stance and threw the ball with a terrifying strength. Jerome looked in fear as the ball came towards him. The ball hit Jerome in his stomach and crushed his abdomen. Instructor Patricia and Asuka were shocked to see this. Jerome fell to the ground and began to scream. Helmut apologized to Jerome. He told him that he was too far away. Asuka could not believe what he was seeing. He realized that Helmut might be crazier than he expected. In the next scene, we see someone training with a wooden sword. The person training turns out to be Sabbat. While Sabbat was training, Jerome looked at his bruised stomach in a mirror. The moment Jerome saw his stomach, he realized that it will take a while for him to heal. Jerome was annoyed to see the state of his body. He could not believe that a commoner had the guts to injure him. Sabbat told Jerome that he is overreacting. Jerome was annoyed to hear this. He told Sabbat that the ball felt like a stone. He told Sabbat to try to receive a ball from Helmut next time. Jerome was annoyed to see that the commoners in the department were acting up. He asked Sabbat if he is not going to do anything about it. Aaron told them that it is natural for Asuka to act up. He did not understand why Helmut was overstepping his boundary. He told his friends that the commoners are forgetting their place. Sabbat used a towel to dry his sweat and threw it on the ground. He asked his friends to stop being short-tempered. He told them to be nice to Helmut and Asuka the next time they see them. Aaron and Jerome were shocked to hear this. Sabbat picked up his sword and took a stance. He wanted to continue training. His friends yelled at him. They asked Sabbat if he is joking. They told Sabbat that they cannot get along with lowly commoners. Sabbat told the boys that they are stupid. The two boys were surprised to hear this. Sabbat told them that he never asked them to get along with the commoners. With an ominous energy surrounding him, Sabbat told his friends that they won't be seeing Helmut and Asuka very soon. He asked the boys to behave nice to them while they are still around. The two boys were shocked to hear this. Jerome asked Sabbat to tell him his plan. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He told his friends that they will find out later. Immediately he said this, he took a stance and swung his sword. The scene shifts, and we see Sion barge into Helmut's room. With a smile on his face, Sion told Helmut that he heard he got into trouble. Sion came to visit Helmut in order to find out why he got into trouble 2 days after he transferred into their academy. Contrary to Sion's expectation, Helmut had a bright smile on his face. He told Sion that it is unfortunate that he got into trouble. Sion was shocked to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut did not look sad. While Helmut was radiating positive vibes, Sion asked Aaliyah if something happened to Helmut. Aaliyah was annoyed to see Sion. She asked him to tell her why he came into the room. Sion rested his hand on Helmut's shoulder and told Aaliyah that she is acting mean to him. With a confident look on his face, Sion told Aaliyah that he came to see Helmut. He asked Aaliyah to stop making a fuss. Aaliyah told Sion that she never permitted him entry into the room. Sion reminded her that Helmut also owns the room. He told her that Helmut allowed him to visit. Sion decided to interrogate Aaliyah. He asked her to tell him why she accepted a roommate despite staying alone for a long time. He asked her if she chose Helmut because of his looks. Sion believed that Aaliyah did not have any other reason for having Helmut as a roommate. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear Sion's questions. She picked up her pillows and used it to attack the boys. She asked them to get out of the room. A pillow hit Helmut in the face. Sion was able to run out before anything could touch him. When they got outside, Sion told Helmut that Aaliyah is too antisocial. He told Helmut that he does not know what Aaliyah is thinking. He apologized to Helmut for getting him chased out of the room. When Sion looked at Helmut's face, he noticed that Helmut was still smiling brightly. Sion did not understand why Helmut still had the same expression. He asked Helmut to stop making such a face. He told Helmut that it does not suit him. As they walked in the hallway, Sion asked Helmut if something good happened to him. Helmut told Sion that he feels proud of himself. Helmut knew that he could not stop his bullies simply because he threw a ball really hard. Helmut was proud of the fact that he took care of the issue in an humane way and no one got badly hurt. Sion did not understand what Helmut was proud about. He warned Helmut to not turn into Asuka. Helmut told Sion that he does not plan to act senseless, especially since it will be embarrassing for Ethan. Sion was relieved to hear this. Helmut revealed to Sion that he does not plan to watch as he gets bullied. He told Sion that he will take care of the issue with his skills. He told him that he will make it clear to them through their sparring classes. Sion was surprised to hear this. He decided to change the topic. Sion asked Helmut if he is going out during the weekend. He asked Helmut to follow him downtown. Helmut told Sion that he is going to Ethan's mansion. He told him that he will eat and chat with Ethan. Sion was sad to hear this. He did not know what to do. While thinking, Sion gets an idea. With a bright smile on his face, Sion asked Helmut if he can follow him to Ethan's mansion. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Sion about what he wants to do at Ethan's house. Sion was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that it is natural for a friend to visit another friend's house. He told Helmut that smooth-sailing personal relationships are very important. He assured Helmut that Ethan would be happy if he brought a friend along. Helmut believed that Sion was making sense. He decided to think about it. After thinking for a while, Helmut accepted Sion's request. Sion was happy to hear this. As he walked away from Helmut, Sion told Helmut that he will check for him during the weekend. He asked Helmut to not leave without him. As Sion walked away, Helmut wondered if he made the right choice. At night, we are taken to a well-guarded building. A man wearing a coat which covered his face stepped into the building. The man who is the branch manager is greeted by his subordinate. The subordinate gave the branch manager the request letters which they received for the day. When the branch manager sat down, he began to look through the letters. Among the numerous letters which he had, the man noticed that a young master of the academy placed a request. The man was annoyed to see the request because it was written by a young master who is oblivious about the real world. The man told his subordinate that they must fulfill the request since they have received the money. The man took off his hoodie, and we see that the branch manager is Anton. Anton tells his subordinate that some people were extorting money by impersonating the Black Hawks. Anton believed that people must now see them as area riffraff. Anton was not happy with the fact that people were not taking them serious. Anton told his subordinate that he will review the requests. He told him that he will choose the important ones among them. He asked his subordinate to leave. The subordinate bowed his head and decided to leave. Before the man could leave, Anton stops him. Anton showed the man whose name is Chromo a letter. He asked the man if he recognizes the name on the letter. Chromo carefully looked at the paper. He told Anton that he does not recognize it at all. He asked Anton if anything is wrong. Anton felt something was off. He told Chromo to take care of the first request. He asked him to set aside the current request he is holding. He asked Chromo to do a background check on the name in the paper. He told Chromo to report to him once he gets any information. Chromo accepted Anton's order. When Chromo left his office, Anton stared at the name. He was certain that he recognized the name. The name which Anton was looking at was Helmut. Anton had a bad feeling about the name which he was looking at. Anton had forgotten that it was Helmut who killed most of his members. During the weekend at the academy, the students usually go downtown for outings. After most of the students are gone, the academy becomes incredibly quiet. While Helmut was waiting for Sion, he looked around the academy. He was surprised to see how quiet it was. While Helmut was looking around, Sion comes to meet him with a bag on his shoulder. Sion asked Helmut if he is not packing anything. Helmut told Sion that he is all right. Sion was shocked to hear this. He reminded Helmut that they will be gone for almost 2 days. Sion could not believe that Helmut would travel so lightly. Helmut was surprised to hear what Sion said. Helmut was used to traveling light because it increased his survival while he was in the Forest of Roots. Helmut realized that he still had the same habits as before. As they stepped into their carriage, Sion asked Helmut if Aaliyah is in the room. Helmut told him that she is. Sion told Helmut that he rarely sees Aaliyah outside. He told him that the only time he sees Aaliyah outside is when she is downtown of the city. Sion revealed to Helmut that Aaliyah has never visited her home before since she arrived at the academy. He told Helmut that even though his house is very far, he does his best to visit once every 3 months. Sion wondered if Aaliyah goes home during vacations. With a nervous smile on his face, Sion asked Helmut to not misunderstand him. He told Helmut that he has never stalked Aaliyah. He told him that he only knows some things about Aaliyah because Aaliyah is his rival. He told Helmut that chasing boys is not his hobby. Helmut did not know how to react to Sion's weird explanation. With a cold look in his eyes, Helmut asked Sion if he wants him to ask Aaliyah about his family. Sion immediately realized that he messed up. He asked Helmut to not do anything. The scene shifts and we are taken to a market in the city. In the market, we see Asuka eating meat from a stick. Asuka was happy to be out of the suffocating academy. As Asuka walked around the market, he wondered why the stupid nobles were testing him even though they could not fight him. Asuka did not understand why their pride was so important to them. Asuka wondered if there was something wrong with his method of doing things. Asuka quickly removed this thought from his head. He told himself that he would rather die than to bow his head to the nobles. While thinking, Asuka thought about Helmut. He did not understand Helmut's behavior. Asuka noticed that Helmut was good at groveling sometimes, and other times he would stand up to nobles. Asuka could not comprehend Helmut's behavior. He wondered if Helmut was simply good at enduring. Asuka no longer hated Helmut. He was proud of Helmut for making Jerome roll on the floor. Asuka was very amused when he saw Jerome choking on the floor. He believed that it will be better for him to give Helmut a chance. He told himself that he does not want to be friends with Helmut. He said that he simply wants to chat with Helmut. As Asuka walked forward, he noticed something odd. He stopped walking and turned back. Asuka felt that something was off. As Asuka continued walking, several people began to watch him from different places. After walking for a while, the men who were watching him approached him in a corner as he ate his final meat. Asuka asked the men to tell him who sent them. As he looked around, Asuka realized that the men have blocked the surrounding. He immediately realized that the men led him to this place on purpose. Asuka told the men that he already knows who sent them. Asuka tried to grab his sword with his hand. Unfortunately for him, he left his sword at a forge for repair. Asuka told the men that they should not be meddling in children fights. He told them that he does not know the family they come from. He told them that their family must have a lot of time on their hands. The men ignored Asuka and brought out their weapons. Asuka was surprised to see that the men brought their weapons. He became nervous. Asuka looked in front of him and waved to Instructor Allen. The men were surprised to see this. They quickly turned back to see if there was an instructor behind them. With his body radiating a blue energy, Asuka closed the gap between himself and the men. The men noticed that Asuka was not waving to anyone. They quickly turned around. When the men turned around, they saw Asuka in front of them. Asuka used the stick which he used to hold his meat to stab one of the men in his shoulder. When the man's comrades saw this, he tried to use his sword to cut Asuka. Unfortunately for him, Asuka pushed himself up by using the body of the man he stabbed. The moment Asuka landed on the ground, he began to run. The men were shocked to see how fast Asuka was. They quickly put themselves together and chased after him. While Asuka was running, he saw something in front of him. Asuka quickly stopped moving. When Asuka looked in front of him, he saw more men coming out of different corners. Asuka realized that it will not be easy to escape. He decided to fight them. At Ethan's mansion, the maid served Helmut and Sion multiple dishes. Ethan thanked Sion for joining them. He asked Sion if he is enjoying the food. Sion placed his hand on his chest. With a polite look on his face, Sion praised Ethan's food. He told Ethan that the dishes were excellent. He told Ethan that his mansion is as beautiful as he expected. Ethan was quite pleased to hear this. He asked Sion to stop being formal. He told him to simply call him instructor. Helmut did not understand what was happening. He had never seen Sion behave so politely. Ethan was happy to see that Helmut brought a normal friend home. He always assumed that Helmut was antisocial. Ethan was quite pleased with Helmut. Helmut could not understand why humans change their attitude so easily. He decided to ask Sion later. Sion decided to annoy Helmut. He asked Helmut if he wants to visit the downtown part of the city. Helmut declined Sion's offer. He told Sion that he has to train. Before Helmut could say anything else, Ethan cuts in. He told Sion that Helmut would love to see the city. Ethan asked Sion to show Helmut all parts of the city. After Helmut and Sion left Ethan's mansion, Helmut wondered if he made the right choice by allowing Sion to follow him. Helmut told himself that Darien would want him to do such things as a student. Sion looked at Helmut and asked him if he is going through a tough time. Sion believed that Helmut must hate leaving such a nice mansion in order to stay at the school's crappy hostel. He told Helmut that he is amazing for living with such a temperamental roommate. Helmut revealed to Sion that Aaliyah does not bother him. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He summoned Rattan. He told Helmut that Aaliyah has been harassing him to her heart's content. He revealed to Helmut that Aaliyah wakes him up at the crack of dawn in order to do her research. He told Helmut that Aaliyah has made him summon more spirits than he has ever summoned. Helmut told Sion that he has gotten better at summoning spirits thanks to his constant training. Sion cried when he heard this. He thanked Helmut for his acknowledgement. Sion believed that Aaliyah listens to Helmut. He asked Helmut to help him talk to Aaliyah. Immediately Sion made this request. Someone appeared next to him. The person turns out to be Asuka. Asuka was heavily injured and tired. Sion noticed that someone was next to him. He screamed and moved close to Helmut. Although it was dark, Helmut immediately recognized Asuka. Asuka was happy to see Helmut. He asked Helmut to give him a hand. Immediately Asuka said this. The men who were chasing him came out of the shadows. Sion was shocked to see the mysterious men. He asked Asuka for their identities. Helmut noticed something about the men. Helmut saw the pin which the men used to hold their coats. Helmut realized that the men belonged to the Black Hawk. Asuka was annoyed to see that the men ambushed him when he did not have his sword. Sion was shocked to hear that someone assaulted an academy student in the middle of Baden. He told Asuka that he has made too much enemies. As the men moved closer to them, Helmut stepped forward. He drew his sword and told the men that he has a question for them. Sion and Asuka were surprised to see that Helmut stepped up. Sion did not understand why Helmut would want to speak to people he did not know. While Helmut knew that the Black Hawk is a group willing to do anything for money, he was certain that Asuka could not have done anything that would cause the Black Hawk to go after him. Helmut realized that someone must have sent them to Asuka. Helmut drew out his sword. Not too long ago, Helmut had killed a few Black Hawk members. Helmut was certain that the Black Hawk already has information about him. While Helmut knew that the Black Hawk was searching for him, he never expected them to come after him once he became an academy student. Helmut decided to question the men in front of him and other to get information. After seeing that Helmut had taken a stance, one of the men asked his leader for their next step. The leader told his subordinate that they will still need to deal with the aftermath after they kill Asuka. He told him that they will need to kill the boys in order to get rid of witnesses. The leader ordered his men to attack. He told them to deal with Helmut first. Immediately the man said this. Helmut closed the gap between them and appeared next to the man. The man was shocked to see Helmut below his hand. Before the man could do anything, Helmut used his sword to cut off his hand. As the man screamed in pain, Helmut moved to the next opponent. Helmut bent down and used his leg to kick the man's sword away from his hand. The man was shocked to see this. While it was in the air, the sword spun. As the sword was falling back down, we see Helmut fighting the other men through its reflection. Helmut used his sword to cut the man who he kicked away his sword. The other two men rushed to attack Helmut. A man with long hair tried to attack Helmut from behind. Helmut was able to dodge the attack and slash the man with his sword. As the man was falling, his teammate rushed to attack Helmut. Before the man could attack Helmut, the sword which Helmut kicked away came close to him. Helmut used his leg to kick the sword towards the man. The sword stabbed the man in the chest. The man threw away his sword and fell to the ground. Sion and Asuka could not believe what they just saw. The two boys were shocked to see that Helmut was so skilled. While standing in the middle of the Black Hawk members, Helmut looked at them with a cold gaze in his eyes. Asuka could not comprehend what he saw. He could not believe that Helmut won the fight without using vis. Asuka could not understand why Helmut was bowing his head to the nobles when he is so skilled. Helmut put his sword back into its sheath. He placed his hand on his chest to check his seed of darkness. To Helmut's surprise, the seed of darkness was stable. As Helmut expected, the seed of darkness is stable as long as he does not kill. Sion told Helmut that he defeated the men before he could fight. He asked Helmut for the identity of the men. Helmut told Sion that the men belonged to the Black Hawk. Helmut told him that the Black Hawk take care of people for money. While the boys were talking, one of the beaten men tried to grab his sword. Helmut used his leg to crush the man's hand. Asuka told Helmut that he wants the men to tell him who sent them to him. Although Asuka said this, he already kind of knew who hired the men. Helmut told Asuka that the men will not reveal their secret easily. He told him that these men are well trained. Helmut told him that he also has a question for the men. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut told Asuka that the men will tell them what they want to hear after he cuts off some of their fingers. Asuka and Sion were shocked to hear this. Asuka could not believe that Helmut actually had such an idea. Sion could not believe Helmut wanted to torture the men. He told Helmut that he is not allowed to torture the men even if he is an academy student. He told him that torture is no longer classified as self-defense. Sion told Helmut that he will get some guards. He told him that the guards will interrogate the men. Asuka stopped Sion before he could take a step. He told Sion that the guards might not take the interrogation serious because the offense was committed to a commoner by a noble. Sion told Asuka that he is wrong. He told him that it is a serious offense to hurt an academy student in Baden. Sion believed that Asuka was stupid for worrying about such things. He told Asuka that such thoughts are why he has so many enemies. Sion pointed at Helmut and warned him to not cut off the men's fingers. He told Helmut that he will be back soon. Helmut asked Sion not to worry. Immediately Sion left. Helmut glared at the men. He moved close to the leader. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut asked the man to tell him what he knows about him. The man was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand what Helmut was talking about. Upon seeing the man's reaction, Helmut realized that the man did not know who he was. The scene shifts and we are taken to the school grounds. Inside the school, we see a woman open her door. The woman was happy to see Asuka. She told him that she heard about what happened to him. The woman told Asuka to return to his hostel and get some rest. She asked him to meet the principal tomorrow morning. The woman noticed that Asuka was heavily wounded. She asked him if he needs her to call the school's nurse. Asuka told the woman that he is fine. On their way to their dorms, Sion told Asuka that it is better for him to visit the nurse. Asuka scoffed when he heard this. He told Sion that he will not do anything other than rest and sleep at the infirmary. He thanked Sion for giving him first aid. He assured Sion that he would be fine after resting. Sion was shocked to hear this. He told Asuka that he is not a monster. Sion told Asuka that his wound will open again. He told him that it will be better for him to get it treated. Asuka told Sion that healing magic is expensive. He told Sion that he is broke. With a smile on his face, Sion told Asuka that there is a way for him to get the healing for free. Helmut and Asuka were surprised to hear this. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah open her door. Aaliyah was surprised to see Helmut and the other boys. Sion smiled when he saw Aaliyah. He was happy to see that Aaliyah was still awake. Aaliyah was annoyed to see Sion. She told him that she will blow him away with wind magic if he does not explain himself well. Sion told Aaliyah that he wants her to do him a favor. Asuka was surprised to see the infamous Aaliyah for the first time. He told Aaliyah that she looks like a girl. Aaliyah called Asuka a raghead. She asked Sion for Asuka's identity. Asuka was annoyed to hear what Aaliyah said. He wanted to talk back, but he was stopped by Sion. Sion told Aaliyah that Asuka is hurt. Sion remembered that Aaliyah was practicing healing magic. Before Sion could ask Aaliyah for her help, Aaliyah told him that she won't help a rude stranger who came to meet her at midnight. Sion looked at Helmut when he heard this. The moment he did this, Helmut begged Aaliyah for her help. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She decided to help the boys. Sion gave Helmut a thumbs up when Aaliyah accepted his plea. Aaliyah asked the boys to come in. She told them that the healing is not for free. She told them that healing magic is quite expensive. She told the boys that they must give her something in return. Aaliyah pointed at Helmut and called out his name. Helmut was surprised to see this. He asked her to tell him why she wants something from him. Aaliyah told Helmut that she only let the boys in because he begged her. She asked Helmut to tell him what he can do for her if she heals Asuka. Helmut was annoyed to see that Aaliyah was bothering him. He told Aaliyah that he will do anything in his capacity to help her. Aaliyah smiled when she heard this. With an ominous energy surrounding her body, Aaliyah asked Helmut to not forget what he said. Helmut quickly realized that he made a mistake. Aaliyah called Asuka a raghead and asked him to sit close to her. She told him that she wants to finish the healing quickly. Asuka wanted to fight with Aaliyah when he heard what she called him. While Aaliyah was healing Asuka, Helmut was thinking. He realized that he should have thought about his answer before replying to Aaliyah. After using her magic for a while, Aaliyah was finally done with the healing. Asuka's hand looked brand new after Aaliyah was done. Aaliyah noticed that Asuka had a weird look on his face. She asked him to say whatever he wants to say. Asuka became shy when he heard this. He looked at Helmut and thought of what to say. Asuka stood up and called Helmut a pretty boy. He told Helmut that he is quite skilled. After saying this, he told them he is leaving. Immediately Asuka said this, he left the room. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. She called Asuka a socially unsophisticated brat. She could not believe that Asuka left without thanking them well. Aaliyah asked Sion if she really needed to heal Asuka. Sion told Aaliyah that Asuka is the top student of his department. He told her that it will be good for them if Asuka owes them a favor. Aaliyah did not see the point in placing a mad dog like Asuka on a leash. She told Sion that Asuka can never be an obedient dog. Sion became worried when he heard this. He told Aaliyah that it is a good thing they helped. Helmut told Sion that he does not need anyone's favor or help. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut was trying to spoil his mood. Sion advised Helmut to never take relationships for granted. He told Helmut that he is quite strong, but he cannot take care of everything by himself. He told him that it is always good to prepare. Helmut was surprised to hear what Sion said. Sion told Aaliyah that she also needs to change. Sion let out a huge sigh. He did not understand why he was friends with such antisocial people. Aaliyah told Sion that he does not have to be her friend. She reminded Sion that she never accepted him as her friend in the first place. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He told Aaliyah that she is being mean. He reminded her that he has been assisting her with research on spirits. Aaliyah told Sion that he is also benefiting from the research. While Aaliyah and Sion were arguing, Helmut thought about what Sion said. Helmut thought about the importance of relationships. In the next scene, we see the boys at the principal's office. The boys reported the situation to the principal. They told him about how Asuka was ambushed and how the men almost killed Helmut and Sion. While looking at his desk, Liam tells the boys that the criminals have escaped from prison. The boys were shocked to hear this. Asuka hit his hand on Liam's table. He asked Liam to tell him what happened. Liam told Asuka that he is allowed to be angry. He told him that a guard assisted the men in escaping. Sion asked Liam about what the academy plans to do. He told Liam that the lives of the academy students should not be threatened without consequences. Liam told Sion that he does not plan to let it go. He told Sion that the academy is currently interrogating the entire swordsmanship department. Liam told the boys that he will let them know if there is any progress in the case. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He was certain that the real criminals will never be caught. As the boys walked through the hallway, Asuka said that he should have listened to Helmut and tortured the men. Asuka could not believe that 4 people easily escaped Baden prison. Sion asked Asuka to calm down. He told him the school has not given up in their investigations. He told Asuka that the issue will soon be sorted out over some time. Asuka was annoyed to hear what Sion said. He told Sion that he is not patient at all. Helmut told Asuka that he can pick a fight with whoever he wants. He warned Asuka to not involve him in the fight. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut was acting like he did not care. He told Helmut that the nobles will come for him once they are done with him. Helmut told Asuka that he simply wants him to solve his problem by himself. He told Asuka that he will take care of the issue when it becomes a problem for him. Asuka told Helmut that what he is saying hurts him. He asked Helmut if he is trying to be a model student. Helmut reminded Asuka that he told him to not act like they are friends just because they are both commoners. Sion asked the boys to stop being rude to each other. Immediately he said this. He told the boys that he needs to go to class. He told them that the issue might be solved the next time the principal calls them to the office. Asuka said that it might not happen. After Sion left, Helmut walked forward. Asuka asked Helmut about what he wants to do. Helmut told Asuka that he needs to train. He told him that he is not trained for various reasons. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He did not take Helmut to be a hardworking type. As Helmut continued walking, Asuka followed him from behind. Helmut stopped walking and turned around. He asked Asuka to tell him why he is following him. Asuka told Helmut that he is not following him. He told him that they simply happened to be going in the same direction. He told Helmut to continue walking. As they walked forward, Asuka told Helmut that he is quite skilled. He asked Helmut if he does not get angry when people judge him because of his status. Helmut glared at Asuka when he heard this. He was more angry with the fact that Asuka was disturbing him. Helmut told Asuka that he does not plan to act like him. Asuka laughed when he heard this. He told Helmut that it does not matter anymore since he is also being targeted. Asuka told him that he should have not hit Jerome with a ball. Asuka advised Helmut to not try to defeat them with his strength. He told Helmut that the nobles still mess with him even though he is the top student of the department. Helmut told Asuka that people might be messing with him because of his terrible personality. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He asked Helmut to focus on his advice. Helmut told Asuka that he does not see the point in picking a fight. He told him that he was asked to get along with his classmates. Immediately Helmut said this. He walked up to a door. While Helmut was trying to open the door, Asuka laughed at him. He called Helmut a good boy who listens to his parents. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut told Asuka that he is not nice enough to watch anyone act up to him. He told Asuka that he will deal with him if he acts up. Asuka was terrified when he saw the look on Helmut's face. He immediately put himself together and told Helmut that he understands him. Upon opening the door, Helmut stepped into a huge training room which was well equipped. Asuka was surprised to see the size of the training room. He told Helmut that this place is not the shared training center. Helmut revealed to him that Ethan owns the training room. He told him that Ethan gave him permission to use the room anyhow he wishes. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was enjoying such a place to himself. He asked Helmut to share the room with him. Helmut pushed Asuka out and declined his request. He told Asuka that he is messing with his training. He asked Asuka to leave. Immediately he said this. Helmut slammed the door on Asuka. Asuka was sad to see how cold-hearted Helmut was. The scene shifts and we see Aaron step into her room. Aaron looked confused as he stepped into the room. Jerome asked Aaron if he told the instructors anything. Aaron told him that he did not. He told Jerome that the instructors asked him so many questions. He told his friend that Asuka must have mentioned their names. Jerome told Aaron that the Academy has no way of contacting the Black Hawk. He told Aaron that they have nobility backing them, so they can just give an excuse and leave. Jerome asked Sabbath to tell him what happened. He told Sabbath that they are in their current situation because of him. Sabbath became nervous when he heard this. He could not believe that the Black Hawk members were not able to take care of one child. He believed that the men failed because they were also peasants. While biting his nails, Sabbath thinks about how he can get out of the situation. Sabbath knew that the Academy would never stop their investigations. He knew that he could not hide the truth forever. Sabbath told himself that he would ruin Helmut and Asuka until they walk out of the Academy by themselves. He promised himself that he would get what he wants. In the next scene, we see instructor Patricia addressing the students. Patricia told the students that the sparring classes will begin next week. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He never expected the sparring classes to start early. Helmut was happy to hear the news. He was already tired of coping with his bullies. Helmut knew that he will not be able to escape punishment once he destroys Sabbath and his friends. Although Helmut knew this fact, he was completely okay with it. Helmut believes that it is better for him to take the punishment and end his troublesome relationship with his bullies. While thinking, Helmut remembered what Asuka said. Asuka told Helmut that he cannot chase his bullies away through the sparring classes. He told Helmut that the nobles still mess with him even though he is the top student in the class. Helmut knew that what Asuka said made a lot of sense. Helmut decided to think about a solution after he tries his first method. While Helmut was thinking, instructor Patricia hit her wooden sword on the floor. She asked the students to stop mumbling. She reminded them that they have an important event before the sparring classes begin. Patricia told the students that they will be having a pop quiz tomorrow. She told them that the quiz is important because it will affect their grades. She asked the students to familiarize themselves with their textbooks. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He had not heard anything about a textbook. The scene shifts and we see Helmut talking to Aaliyah. Helmut told Aaliyah that he does not have a textbook. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that Helmut had not gotten any textbooks. Aaliyah believed that Helmut must have forgotten about the quiz because of the things he had to deal with. She asked Helmut if no one told him about the textbooks. Helmut told her that Ethan did not tell him anything. Immediately he said this, Helmut remembered Ethan advising him to buy his textbooks. Helmut forgot when Ethan told him. The next time he remembered was the day which he wanted to visit Ethan's mansion with Sion. Helmut told himself that he will pick up the textbooks after he returns from Ethan's mansion. Unfortunately, Helmut forgot due to the incident that occurred that day. Helmut was surprised to see that he had completely forgotten. He told Aaliyah that someone told him about the textbooks. Aaliyah advised Helmut to get a pass from the Academy. She asked him to go get his textbooks outside. She told Helmut that the Academy will easily grant him the pass if he tells them that he wants to get some textbooks. Helmut told Aaliyah that he does not have a problem with leaving the Academy. He told her that he does not have any money to get the textbooks. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She remembered that Helmut received some money from the last mission which he completed. She asked Helmut about the money he received. Aaliyah assumed that Helmut had a spending problem. She told Helmut that she knew something was wrong with him since the day he gave her 100,000 marks without thinking. Aaliyah asked Helmut to tell her what he wants from her. Helmut told Aaliyah that he gave Ethan the entire commission he received. He told her that it is safer for him to keep money with Ethan. He told Aaliyah that he cannot go to Ethan's house right now. He asked Aaliyah if there is a quick way for him to earn money. He told her that she knows a lot of things that he does not. He told her that he trusts her because she is more knowledgeable than him. Aaliyah was surprised to hear what Helmut said. Aaliyah told Helmut that he should be straightforward. She told him to simply ask her for money. She told him that she can lend him money. Helmut asked Aaliyah to tell him what it means to lend someone money. Aaliyah told Helmut that she will give him money now, and he will pay her back later. Helmut quickly accepted this deal. He told Aaliyah that he will pay her back by the weekend. Aaliyah was surprised to see how fast Helmut accepted the deal. She asked Helmut to give her a minute. She told him that she wants to get ready. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Aaliyah wanted to follow him out. He told her that he can get textbooks by himself. Aaliyah told Helmut that she cannot stand the idea of him buying stupid books with her money. She told him that she is free right now, so it is better for her to follow him. The reason why Aaliyah wanted to follow Helmut was because she was worried. She did not want Helmut to return to the dorm looking like Asuka. She felt that it would be better for her to move with Helmut. The scene shifts and we are taken to the market. We see Helmut, Aaliyah, Sion, and Asuka all walking together. Asuka was very happy to be out of the academy. He told the group that he can finally breathe. Sion was surprised to hear this. He reminded Asuka that it has not been long since he last came outside. Aaliyah did not understand how she ended up in this situation. When Sion saw Aaliyah and Helmut going out of the dormitory, he told them that he also wants to buy a book. He told them that they can go together. Sion only followed them because he wanted to see if something interesting will happen. Asuka told Helmut and Aaliyah that he knows more about their textbooks because he is from the same department. Asuka simply wanted to leave the academy. Aaliyah told Helmut that annoying things are currently clinging to them. Helmut told her that he never expected it too. At a fancy bookshop, we see different people checking out different books. Helmut looks around the shop. It was his first time in a bookshop. Sion smiled when he saw the books. He said that the smell of new books is very nice. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He did not know what to say. Aaliyah guided the boys to the swordsmanship section. She asked Helmut if he knows the name of the books he needs. Helmut told her that he needs intermediate public sword skills, basic BIS operations, and advanced ethics. Immediately Helmut named the books. Aaliyah took them out of the shelf and gave it to him. She asked Helmut if he needs anything else. Helmut told her that he already has enough. When Helmut looked at the titles of the books, he could tell that most of them are basics which he already knew. Helmut could not understand why he had to buy the textbooks when he already knew everything in them. Asuka walked up to Helmut with a book. He asked Helmut to buy the book. Helmut told Asuka that he is not holding a textbook. Asuka told Helmut that Instructor Patricia has a nasty personality. He revealed to Helmut that Instructor Patricia does not give questions from the textbooks. He told Helmut that Instructor Patricia will either mix in concepts from higher classes, or she will use difficult vocabulary. Asuka told Helmut that he is currently reading concepts that are used in the 4th year. He told Helmut that the book is the most accurate among the books relating to concepts. Helmut and Aaliyah were shocked to hear what Asuka said. They could not believe that Asuka could say such smart things. Asuka asked them to tell him why they are staring at him. Aaliyah told Asuka that if a dog spends 3 years at the village school, it will start reciting poems. Aaliyah told Asuka that his wisdom left her speechless. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He reminded Aaliyah that he is the top student of his class. While Asuka was talking, Sion comes to meet the group. He asked Aaliyah if she will pay for his book too. Aaliyah told Sion that he should not waste his time. She asked Sion to buy it by himself. Helmut gave the attendant his textbooks. With a bright smile on her face, the attendant told Helmut that his books cost 2,000 marks. Helmut was surprised to hear the amount he had to pay. He realized that Aaliyah gave him too much money. While Helmut was processing his books, Asuka asked Aaliyah to tell him why she is wearing such a coat in the bookshop. Aaliyah asked Asuka to stop talking to her. The attendant gave Helmut his goods and thanked him for shopping with them. Immediately, she gave Helmut his books. She looked at Aaliyah and called out her name. Aaliyah immediately used her coat to cover her face. On their way back to the academy, Asuka told Aaliyah that it is not hard to be famous. He told her that the shop attendant was her fan. He told her that she should have given the attendant her autograph. Aaliyah asked Asuka to shut up. She told him that he is attracting more attention to them. Sion laughed when he heard this. He told Aaliyah that she is weird for not expecting to be famous. He reminded her that she joined the school with historical scores that have never been achieved. While the group was discussing, Helmut watched their interactions. Helmut felt a sense of nostalgia as he did this. He wondered if this was the personal relationship which Sion was talking about. After returning to their dormitory, Aaliyah tells Helmut that she is very tired. Aaliyah regretted wasting so much energy. As they walked in the hallway, Helmut asked Aaliyah if she carries any textbooks. Aaliyah told Helmut that she is not a person who forgets to buy textbooks for herself. Helmut told Aaliyah that she misunderstood him. He told her that she already knows so much without any textbooks. Helmut asked Aaliyah if the textbooks are actually useful to her. Aaliyah was surprised to hear Helmut's question. She told Helmut that textbooks are valuable because they help people objectify what they already know. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is quite talented. She advised Helmut to not limit himself to the world which he can see. She told him that he will fall short if he does this. Helmut was surprised to hear Aaliyah's response. Aaliyah pointed her finger at Helmut. She asked him to not become cocky. She asked Helmut to look after his books. She told him that she will not help him if he loses them. Helmut told her that he will look after the books. Unfortunately for Helmut, the promise which he made in the night was broken the next day. Someone had stolen all Helmut's books. While Helmut was looking at his locker, Asuka complains about how someone also stole his books too. Asuka could not believe that the nobles would actually rob people's lockers. Asuka turned around and asked Helmut if his stuff was also stolen. Helmut used his hand to crush his locker door. Asuka immediately understood what was happening. Helmut was annoyed to see that his bullies had crossed the line. In the next scene, we see an instructor speaking to the students. The instructor told the students that they will be having a sparring class today. He told them that their duel partners must mutually agree before they start the duel. The instructor told his students that they are not allowed to use vis. He told the students that it is good for them to fight with their friends. He told them that they will gain a new experience if they fight someone they have not fought. The man told the students that the duel will begin once they choose their opponents. Asuka walked up to Sabbat and called out his name. He told Sabbat that they need to chat. Sabbat asked Asuka if there is a problem. With a look of anger on his face, Asuka told Sabbat that he must find him annoying. He told Sabbat that he wants to give him a chance to fight him. Asuka decided to taunt Sabbat. He asked Sabbat if he will try to run away. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He told Asuka that he is already paired up with Eren. He told Asuka that he will need to find someone else if he wants them to fight. Asuka reminded Sabbat that the instructor told them to spar with different partners for better experience. Sabbat asked Asuka to stop pretending like he cares about the instructor's words. He told Asuka that it will be better if he pairs with the commoner he usually talks to. Asuka smiled when he heard this. He realized the Sabbat and Eren wanted to fight him and Helmut. Sabbat looked at Eren when he saw the look on Asuka's face. Eren nodded his head at Sabbat. Sabbat decided to bait Asuka. Before Sabbat could say anything, he was interrupted by Helmut. Helmut told Sabbat that he will join Asuka's pair. Helmut told Sabbat that he does not mind fighting the three of them at once. He told Sabbat that the result would still be the same. Helmut told him that ganging up on someone is the specialty of the weak. Sabbat was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to retaliate. Eren placed his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. With a confident look on his face, Eren told Sabbat that he will take care of Helmut. He told Sabbat that Helmut is simply bluffing. He told Helmut to fight him if he is confident. The scene shifts and we see an event that happened before the spar. At the locker room, we see Sabbat and his friends talking. Sabbat told his friends that Helmut and Asuka will want to spar with him if they ransack their lockers. Sabbat told them that they should provoke Asuka and Helmut and then accept the match. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He told Sabbat that they cannot win against Asuka. He asked Sabbat if he wants them to be beaten to death. Sabbat asked Jerome to calm down. He told him that they will use vis to fight. Jerome and Eren were shocked to hear this. Jerome told Sabbat that it is strictly forbidden to use vis in a spar. Sabbat told Jerome that they can use vis and tell the instructor that they used it as a form of self-defense. He told Jerome that they will simply be disciplined if they say that it was self-defense. Sabbat told Jerome that Helmut and Asuka will have their hands or legs crippled and they won't be able to stay in the swordsmanship department anymore. Jerome was shocked to hear Sabbat's plan. He realized that Sabbat was taking things too far. He wanted to stop Sabbat. Before he could say anything, Eren told Sabbat that he will partake in his plan. Jerome was shocked to hear this. Eren asked Jerome to not interfere if he is not going to join them. He told Sabbat that he will partake in the plan as long as he gets to fight Helmut. With a serious look on his face, Eren told Sabbat that he wants to repay Helmut for what he did to him. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He could not wait to disgrace Helmut and Asuka. Currently, Jerome was worried about Sabbat's plan. The first to begin their spar were Asuka and Sabbat. Asuka took a stance and looked at Sabbat with anger on his face. Sabbat was happy to see the look on Asuka's face. He was quite happy to see that Asuka was riled up. Sabbat wanted Asuka to attack him immediately. He wanted to put Asuka in the lanes which commoners belong to. The other students stopped their duels when they saw how Asuka was looking. Sabbat did not understand what was going on. He became nervous. He did not understand why Asuka was not rushing towards him. Jerome was not surprised to see this. He realized that Sabbat did not know Asuka well enough. Most of the students in the department knew that Asuka becomes a hound when he is holding a sword. Asuka usually stares intensely at his opponent and waits for the right moment to attack them. Jerome already knew that Sabbat's plan was never going to work in the first place. He simply had hope for Sabbat. While Sabbat was doing his best to calm himself, Asuka decided to attack. Asuka closed the gap between himself and Sabbat. When Sabbat saw Asuka close to him, he realized that Asuka was going to attack his lower right. Sabbat got into position and prepared to block the attack. Contrary to Sabbat's expectation, Asuka attacked him from above. Asuka's sword hit Sabbat on his shoulder. Sabbat did not understand what was going on. He had never felt such a terrifying strength. Asuka used his sword to smash Sabbat's face on the ground. Jerome and the other nobles immediately realized that Sabbat was doomed. While Sabbat was laying on the ground, Asuka smiled and thanked him for not being incompetent. He told Sabbat that the way he fell for his bait makes it fun to beat him up. While Sabbat was trembling on the ground, he realized that his left collarbone is broken. Sabbat could not believe that a commoner could trick him. As he did his best to stand up, Sabbat decided to use his self-defense plan. As Sabbat took a stance, he decided to draw out his vis and end the duel. Before Sabbat could do anything, Asuka used his sword to smack Sabbat's back. Sabbat wanted to scream, but Asuka used his sword to hit his mouth. As Sabbat lost his balance, Asuka rushed to attack him. He used his sword to hit Sabbat all over his body. As Sabbat was getting pounded, he realized that Asuka was never going to give him a chance to use vis. Sabbat wanted to surrender. Before he could say anything, Asuka used his sword to hit his stomach. Sabbat wanted to puke when this happened. Asuka smiled when he saw that Sabbat wanted to give up. He told Sabbat that he still has a long way to go. With an evil smile on his face, Asuka told Sabbat to show him the persistence he had when he was bullying him. Asuka told him that he will beat him twice as hard each time he says surrender. Sabbat realized that he had messed with the wrong person. In another training center, we see Helmut and Aaron ready to start their spar. Aaron asked Helmut if he is worried about his commoner friend. Helmut glared at him when he heard this. He told Aaron that he better worry about himself. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want part 22 of this video, let me know in the comments section. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.